where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Love you, Linda.
The world is justice. Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing
Will
"Oh
we
Happy
know
Day."
justice when we see it? To be and down me, I lead the way, hoping justice will win the day. Listener clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
Well, hello, good morning, all. Added myself to the stage. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. I know that, well, actually, 1 minute late. I know that you've all been waiting since about at least 8 o'clock. I've seen a number of people waiting. Just let me give some new members a shout out here. If we could, thank you very much for becoming members, and also the donations, Jules hiding and all. All right, so today, Michel Bryant, we had a decision to make whether or not he should go into the courtroom immediately, or whether or not he waits outside. He comes on the air before. Here, I see my earpiece is showing. I'm so rushed. That he'd come on the courtroom, or he'd wait outside, come on the air, and then try to get into the courtroom when somebody leaves. But I think we made the decision last night late that he would try to go into the courtroom early and get a seat early, absolutely early. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it because we didn't have anyone holding our place today. Tomorrow, that will be a different story, because tomorrow, as you know, there's been a lot of pushback to some of the media in the courtroom, especially the well, which I gave a lecture on last night. As you know, I hate showing the well in the courtroom. I hate it. I think it doesn't add to the trial. I think it makes people think the trial's about them, and the reactions, and then press, talks about the reactions and what's going on. And I don't think that should be the focus of any trial. That's just my personal opinion, having tried a number of high-profile cases where there are different rules. Sometimes the well is shown, and sometimes the well is not shown. When the well is shown, there's always a mistake too about getting the jury in the shot. That happened actually in the Aaron Hernandez double murder trial we did in Boston. The camera person was wonderful. He's terrific. But as the jury is coming in, because you're trying to show the well, instead the jury's coming in, instead of pointing the camera to the floor, accidentally there was a shot of the jury. There was a question of whether to throw the camera person out. He was upset. He was just a lovely man. It was just an accident. The camera slipped, but that's what happens when you're panning around. And so I am definitely against showing the well. I think that we should be listening to the evidence, and we should be talking about the evidence. Now, of course, the jury sees the well in the courtroom, and that's always a problem when there's and this type of thing, or there's crying in the well, and all. So the jury sees it. And I know the other argument is, well, we should be able to get to see what the jury's seeing, but we're not seeing the well all the time. We're seeing the well, usually when the jury is not there, and the focus is on the people in the well. And there was a lot of blowback from some of the people that appeared, and I say appeared, to be mugging for the camera yesterday. And there was blowback both ways. Maybe it's that's the way of the world. Maybe when we're talking about, we have press credentials because we're a streaming network and we are authorized. We have filed an application under 119. And we've had a fight for this because in the Karen Reed case, they didn't recognize streamers. But then Michel Bryant, we're tenacious, as you know. We've applied to be the streaming person, network, and if we're streamers, which Rule 119 allows, and we've been granted a number of times. Michael has press credentials from all over the world. I don't think we try not to go into that category. And when you saw Michael, and when we panned yesterday, when they panned, he was looking at to see what the jury reaction was to what was going on. But that was a panning. I mean, that was just like a nice side profile. He was doing nothing. Bob Motto was doing nothing. Lauren Conlon was doing nothing. There's a professionality about being in the courtroom. Just like when you try a case, you tell your clients not to react, but sometimes we all react. Sometimes the judge makes a funny. I kid you not, and and the judge wants a reaction, and then as long as everybody's reacting and it's okay, that goes past. Inappropriate reactions, though, get immediately looked at. So that's just my lecture, a little bit about trying cases and the will of the courtroom and all. I want to thank, by the way, all of our mods, Joy, who's been working, Joy Schmeyer has been working very hard, Sheila Duffy's been working very hard, and I understand we may have a few new mods in the future to help us. We are two people and basically two mods, and try to bring you the best content we have, including getting people on the show. And I hope that you go back and look at some of the networks. And we have asked, do have an email out. Let me see if he's responded, because it is 5 hours ahead in time. Dr. Dean is not able to come out tonight. We did send an email to him. He's not able to do it. And we do have an email out to Dr. Gregoire, but I'm not sure that he is going to be able to come on anyhow, since he hasn't answered me. He is a practicing doctor, but I'm sure he will, whatever it is. And then I have to tell you a funny story here. And I don't know if I still have this in my, let me see if I could pull this up. What did I do with the Justice Served TV shirt in the new let's see. Matter of fact, Joy, if you can get the link for the new shirt that we have on Justice Served TV, the new sweatshirt that was suggested by my husband, who was watching a little bit yesterday. And when Kevin Reddington said postpartum is not disease, he said, you should put that on a sweatshirt. I will buy it and I will wear it. Okay. And apparently our store now is flooded with orders about that sweatshirt. And I added a line, postpartum, it's not a disease, it's women's health. All right. So I just added that below that, because Reddington was trying to make a point that the only time that the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5, the DSM-5 as it's called, that the American Psychiatric Association has used since 1952 to delineate diseases. And if there's not a mental disease or defect in there, it's not considered a mental disease or defect for anyone in America under the Psychiatric Association with the DSM. Hence, postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are not there. But postpartum is there under some gender issues about women and men, and it's mentioned like with one little line. At one point, it was in the DSM and was taken out. So, doctor, and you saw what happened here. You saw what happened. By the way, Joy is texting me. Michael took a picture of himself in line, and it's extremely long. He has posted it on X. Okay, so if you want to look there, open up another window and look at Michael in line, you can do that. So he's doing that for you. That also leads me to something that we had to change for this matter. Travel is very expensive, and why we love you all, and why we fund our own cases and all in our own lives and all. We try to bring this show to you with what we can, but we rely on your most generous donations. So we're trying to make it so that only if you're a member or you're super chatting for the next 3 days. We're going to have a push. We need a subscriber push. So if you come here, please hit that subscribe button, because then you'll be able to chat. All right. And if you don't hit that subscribe button, you won't be able to chat. Also, it's made it a lot easier for our mods to prevent these like troll comments. Trolls don't like to subscribe. So if you are a troll, you don't subscribe generally, and the mods don't have to worry so much about nasty, irrelevant, made up, bot, troll comments. All right. So it helps them. And we want to help Joy and Sheila as best we can, and everybody else who's going to come in. I know that they've reached out to people in the chat, you know who you are, to possibly become a moderator on our show, as we are growing with leaps and bounds. Not fast enough that we would like it, because we're impatient, but we're growing with leaps and bounds with all of your help. So if you want your question answered definitively, okay, you either have to be a member like Brass 6073. Morning, everyone. Question: how will K-Red pivot his cross-exam of this guy after yesterday's debacle? And we'll talk about that in a second. Or you have to submit a super chat. Simple as that. And we appreciate it, and we appreciate all your support. Subscribing is still free, so that's why we're making a subscriber push. Get us to 40,000. We only need 800 of you, and we had thousands upon thousands, over 300,000 looking at our content in the recent weeks. And if everyone had hit that subscribe button, there'd be no issue. But free content, give us a break. Hit that subscribe button. That doesn't mean you're going to get anything, or have to watch anything, or have to give anything. And if you feel like it, hit the super chat donation and also become a member. And this question is going to get answered. So how will K-Red pivot? Well, very interesting. I don't know if any of you went back, because I know you're all interested in this case, obsessed with this case, and rightly so, because this case has taken on a life of its own. As I said, I was reading this article, and I also suggest, if you can, if you read it, it's called The Lead. It's on New Yorker. Why people want to believe the Lindsay Clancy conspiracy theories. Mistrust about the case stems from understandable anger and sorrow at the ways women in extremists aren't heard. Okay, and so this is the push for women to be heard. So many of you have written in, and we haven't put everyone on the show yet, because we haven't had time, but we're going to continue this discussion after the case ends. So we hope that people will come on. But we've had Vanessa and Christopher on, and we had Jill on. That's so many people, and all of you in chat have sometimes bared your souls, have suffered from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis that didn't morph into killing anyone, but that you clearly had it. And that the medical profession, the American Psychiatric Association, that was Dr. Mack's problem. He wouldn't admit that postpartum psychosis exists because it wasn't in the DSM. Not in the Bible or the DSM, it's not being admitted, okay? If it wasn't in the Bible, it's not real. All right, so that's where we are. Even though she has been diagnosed with a psychosis, and it has been mentioned, it comes under the framework, they say, of bipolar. But it's really it's really ridiculous, because women talk about it, and while it only happens in a very small percentage of the cases, it happens. Dr. Joseph is talking about a case in Colorado where it happens. Why don't you hear about it more often? Because usually the woman dies after she kills her kids. She's successful at the suicide attempt. And all. So Andrea Yates did not attempt suicide after she attempted to kill her, after she killed her 5 kids. Clearly, Lindsay Clancy, in my opinion, absolutely did, taking that swan dive out of her window and breaking her C1. Thank you for telling me I look amazing. I know all of you are waiting for a picture of the nails, which I will try to get in here at some point when we have a little lighter moment. But so to answer your question, Brass 6073, what I feel is that Kevin Reddington said it yesterday. He said, look, I thought he was a pretty nice guy. And I really was in the chat, as you recall, because I was out most of the day, but I was trying to chat, saying that he gave a lot of stuff to Lindsay. She was depressed. She was reaching out. She was in torment. She a lot of things, by the way, a lot of things that she had that he was giving to her. And then he'd take away the postpartum psychosis, trying to distinguish that everything she had didn't prevent her from knowing right from wrong. And basically, that's the standard in a nutshell. It's a little different, but if you want to talk worldwide, that's the standard in the nutshell. That she couldn't appreciate her conduct. And by the way, we have that in when we talk about murder to manslaughter. That we say there's an emotional disturbance, that somebody can't appreciate their conduct, that they could control their conduct, right? Because of the things that happened emotionally. And the classic case they used to teach you in law school is that a husband would come home and find his wife in a bad situation with another person, another lover, and then would kill that man. And then all of a sudden, that's manslaughter, because the man would went into some kind of event where his mind just couldn't understand that he had to control his emotions, and he killed the lover, and therefore it wasn't murder, it was manslaughter, a lesser included. So that's where that comes from. So here's what I think he's going to do. First of all, if I'm him, I want to know whether everything and he's got to be careful, because he can't he can't open the door to having the religion be brought in. But you have a woman who jumped out the window on her head, and he's trying to separate the what he called altruistic filicide, from the suicide. What he's saying is she decided she was going to commit suicide, and to put it in a nutshell, to relieve her suffering. And then, because she was controlling and she loved her kids, controlling and loved her kids go together, okay? And she didn't want to leave them to anybody else, because she thought they would be in a bad way and they would be hurt and harmed and not safe. She then made a decision to kill her kids. But the decision to kill her kids was based on her decision to commit suicide, instead of the decision to kill her kids was based on the fact that she had a psychotic event that said that she had to kill her kids, and it was all related to the suicide, and then she had to kill herself, that it was one event that was a psychosis, that it was a psychotic break. I think he's got to go there. I think he's got to absolutely go there, and bring down all those criteria, those 7, 8, 9 criteria that he had up on the slide, as to why he thought this is why she knew right from wrong. Clearly, the real issue is that, in my opinion, is that when he asked her about right from wrong, right, he was using the whole idea of religion and whether or not her as a Catholic knew what a mortal sin was in terms of suicide. I don't know if he asked her about homicide. It's possible that we didn't get to that was part of the slide that was missing, that wasn't missing, that he was going to overcome. He was not going to review it. And it didn't say that exactly, but we don't know where he's leading. Okay. So the question is, who made the slides? Did he make the slides? Did the Commonwealth make the slides? I think we're going to find out whether the Commonwealth made the slides. I think that Reddington's going to go there as where they made the slides. Now, again, he's got to be, and then thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I said I would appreciate all of you. Thank you for that. We really appreciate. And then we have another one. Thank you, Sub Rosa. Linda, do you think the jury looks through smart BS like the current witness is playing? I'm going to answer all these right now. And thanks for all you do, Lulabelle. Thank you for honoring the super chats and helping us, because we are, by the way, I'm going to let you in on something. We are going to stay overnight Wednesday because there may be a jury verdict Thursday, but there's also a hearing on proctorology. Proctor is back in the courtroom with Rosemary Scapiccio. So we're going to be going to that hearing, popping in on that hearing also. So we can't get out of Massachusetts. Michel Bryant might as well register to vote there. So, okay. So hopefully that answered your first question, how he's going to pivot. I think he's going to absolutely pivot, because he believes that Dr. Heilbronn was trying to put a shiv in his back. So Kevin Reddington's going to be hot to trot. All right. Let's go to the next question. Do you think the jury looks through smart BS like the current witness is playing? It's hard, because Michel Bryant and both Karen Goldberg said the jury was eating him up. They were writing so many notes yesterday. They were really intent. Well, we were like getting bored. The jury was completely eating him up. But I think they were eating him up because he was giving Lindsay credibility to her suffering. I think that's what they were eating up. I don't think they're eating up his opinion that she may not have known what she was doing was right. I don't think they're going to eat that opinion up at all. I think that's why they're eating up. That's why I was listening. I was saying, wow, he's giving her credibility, which Mac didn't do, which the prosecutors didn't do. And the prosecutors lied because they knew what his opinions were on certain things like depression, like the fact that she was miserable, the fact that she was reached out. And the prosecutions lied. And the fact that she did try to commit suicide, and the prosecutors told you basically that that was not a real suicide attempt. So I think they see through the prosecutors, and I think why they're looking at him is because he did give credibility to Lindsay, not because he's going to say that she knew the difference when she killed her kids. All right, so that's my view of the situation. But we can't discount the fact that they were writing and they were very intent. According to the feeling in the courtroom may have been different than our feeling outside. Lulu Bell, thank you for all you do. We really appreciate that. Lulu Bell, thank you for my call for these super chat donations to help us. Thank you very much. The Thoris, I just found this channel yesterday. I became a member due to the most beautiful welcome right off from Joyce Schmehar and Shil Duffy and Kara T. And Kara, yeah, you're our new moderator, Kara, right? Thank you so much. Kara's been a fan of the channel, and we reached out to her. Let me put this back on because it says the only professional channel is here. Thank you so much. We try to do that. We try to bring you the best experts. We always say we're the best kept secret in true crime. That sometimes Michel Bryant and I look and say, how does this person have 50,000 streaming when they're just sitting in their chair? They've never been to the courtroom, and we're bringing you experts from all over the world. But you know what? We are who we are, and we're going to continue to be who we are. We're not going to be sensational and just to get clicks and clickbait. We're just not, and that's not us. When you come here, you get our expertise. Sometimes you get our snark. Sometimes you get our fashion. Because as you know, in the nighttime, it takes a while for that notice to go out for YouTube. So we try to do something called rip and read, and we try to do a few lighthearted things for the first 10 minutes because most of you don't get on until 10 after because the notice doesn't go out to after the show goes on the air. So everything we do on the air before you come on, you don't get to see unless you do a replay. But thank you, the Thoris. Spread the word. And then thank you for becoming a member, all of you. Spread the word to hit subscribe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, we really appreciate all of you. And the reason why we're doing this is because we're doing this basically out of labor for love, because we hopefully want to teach what we know. If we can't teach what we know, what good are we for what we have learned? So thank you for mentioning that. I really appreciate that. Again, I'm going to go back up. Just to put these up there to see if hopefully we've answered all the questions, but to give you all some extra recognition for coming through for us. We really appreciate that. So yes, Kara T, yeah, you are now in the I think we have to give you a wrench yet. I think we have to give you a wrench. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, our tech person, Michel Bryant, has been in court lately. And just in case you don't know how this goes, I do the thumbnails. All right. I post the thumbnails. This is what you get after you try all these high profile murder cases and are practicing law. You get to learn how to post thumbnails. It's an interesting experience for me. You know why? Because I feel like Kevin Reddington. If you do all this and you have access to all this, and it doesn't matter your station in life or who you are, it makes you a better lawyer in court to connect to juries. It makes you a better lawyer to cross-examine. It's like when presidents don't go to the grocery store. They don't know what the prices are in the grocery store. They don't know what people go through. They don't know what checkout counters are. They don't know, that everyone has to, maybe compare organic and non-organic and know where the fish comes from. So I think it makes you a better person. I think it makes you better to connect to a jury, and I think it makes you better to cross-examine. So that's my view as to why I continue to do these things and Michel Bryant continues to travel. While we have a full load of cases, I was on the phone last night at 10 o'clock going over an oral argument with a lawyer who has to argue one of our cases today and doing research on that. So, there was no rest for the weary and all. So let's see what we have. So let's hit 40,000. Yes, hit subscribe if you can. Those of you who are watching who are not subscribed, I'm going to give you time to do that and all. And then Joy, let me see if I can, the problem is I have the pictures of the sweatshirt and all on my other computer. I'm going to now, while we're on the air, try to airdrop while we're waiting for the court to open. We may be waiting for the court to open because of the long line that's out there. That's a very good possibility. So let me see in the meantime if I can airdrop these 3. I think I did. And let me see if I can bring them into the images here. Let me see. Hold on a second. All right. All right. So this is what we added to our and I don't know how we get rid of that back thing at all. This is what we added to our sweatshirt that's in our store at the request of my husband, because he said he was going to wear one. He was going to be the first one to buy it. Thank you, Michael Baden. Postpartum is not a disease; it's woman's health. Postpartum is not a disease was a line from Kevin Reddington yesterday, and so we had then added that to our store, and the sweatshirt looks, if I can find out how the sweatshirt looks. Hold on a second. When I did this airdrop, it airdrop things. Yes, airdrop is hot. It's definitely hot. Okay, postpartum, and let me add the next one. Image file. Joy is going to have to give you the link to the store. It's supposed to be in the store right now. And again, this is all because of Dr. Michel Bryant, my husband, who felt very strongly about this. And there it is. There's the sweatshirt. Okay, it has it also on the back, and it's in pink. Ironically, pink and green, my favorite color combination. In case you didn't know, and then all of you asked for something personal, so I'm going to give you something personal, having nothing to do with this case. All of you have asked about my nails. Okay, so I'm going to show you my nails for the week. All right, and then we'll be back to the important things. All right, look, there they are. Okay. That's my nails for the week, done by a nail artist named Misa. It's to match a Chanel Believe It runway, because it was a lot cheaper to have my nails done than buy any clothes or purses from the Chanel runway. So people are always looking at my nails, and so when I'm not trying a case, I can have some fun with that. All right, so there we go. So Michael is traveling. Joy, does he have any other commentary? Let me go on my X and my other computer, which I have on my lap here, if I can. Let me see. By the way, we were finally able to give me a delegation to Justice Serve TV. We still not have worked out my X account as somebody had suggested. Boy, here's Michael's picture. I guess we could possibly. Let's see, Joy's talking to me in the chat right now. No tweets yet, and he's probably just well, you know what he's probably doing. He's probably like talking to people. And by the way, he has talked to a lot of the players in this case as we go along. That's why we're there. All right. Let me see again if I can pull this photograph off for those of you that don't have X, and then airdrop it again. Okay, we're doing a lot of airdrop here. Let's see. Share to airdrop again. Yeah. Okay, you hear that little, I don't know if you can hear it, it's in my ear, that little thing that says we have an airdrop. Okay. Let me see if I can bring that up too and show you what's going on outside, because I know a lot of you do not have X. As you know, I'm still selling cryptocurrency. Okay, so here's Michael. This is a few minutes ago. Let me bring him up. I've now added here. Here's Michael. Okay. I don't know how to get rid of that back card right now. I know we're waiting for the feed. Maybe we should put the feed into the back card, Joy. I don't know if we can do that. So it can be on the side of me, but that's look at the line to get it. And this is not closing day. I can't imagine what tomorrow is going to be. And I wonder whether or not tomorrow this court will have something in place to say, look, you don't get 3 seats. Okay. You just don't. Just because it's a Today Show, you just don't. Now, on the other hand, if the Today Show covers it on the Today Show, but they do it like we've been doing it to bring a light to postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression and women's health, it'd be great. But these big shows operate, having been a guest on them, all right, that they have to tell both sides of the story. Both sides of the story don't necessarily deserve to be told. Yes, do we want to honor the children? Absolutely. But when we're talking about trying to get treatment for postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. And that's the real serious one here. That's what caused the deaths, okay? In my opinion, with the psychotic break. There's no double side to that. There's no double side to should she be treated properly? Should we have medical treatment, okay? Should we have proper medical treatment? Should we treat postpartum psychosis like they do in England? Remember Dr. Gregor? A week ago Monday, we ran the show with him. Again, I'm still waiting to see whether he can come on. I have a feeling he may be on vacation because he normally answers me right away, and he didn't. And I know Dr. Dean is going on vacation tomorrow, which is why he can't come tonight to be on. But Dr. Gregor, or maybe he'll assign somebody from his team. He's the leading expert. In England, they have recognized, and I'm going on this again for those of you who haven't heard it, they have recognized postpartum psychosis since 1938. Since 1938, all right? That's 88 years ago. Do I have that right? And we have a doctor, Dr. Avram Mack, who's an expert in everything, and and claims to be an expert in postpartum psychosis by saying, well, I'm not an expert in it because it's not a real disease, because it's not recognized by the DSM, so therefore I can't talk about it being a disease. Hello. The jury's got to be shaking their head. Then why are you here? Isn't that what we're here to determine? So the Commonwealth basically has taken the view, since it's not a disease or defect, therefore it can't be something that the defense relies on as a disease or defect to say she didn't know or could appreciate her conduct or conform her conduct to the law. Okay, that's what they're doing. All right, it's bullshit. To put that's a legal term. That's also a sweatshirt that's in our store. Bullshit is a legal term. It really is. Sheila Duffy, one of our moderators, when did swearing your hand on the Bible stop in the courtrooms? Question from @Thors. That's in a lot of courtrooms that doesn't happen because there are so many different religions right now that it's not the Bible that counts. So it's it's whatever, you're swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, no matter what the truth. So help you, whatever you represent, whether it's God or and there's some, I've seen some states that will put your hand on the Koran, and others that just don't use anything. You're just taking the oath to tell the truth. Quite frankly, if you're taking an oath to tell the truth, as we do in an affidavit or certification, that's all that you need to do. Under penalty of law or perjury, you take an oath to tell the truth. And if you can't tell the truth under penalty or perjury, what good is it? Okay. And this case is very interesting. The reason why you can't mention religion is specifically prohibited in a court rule. And quite frankly, the judge probably should have granted a mistrial with prejudice. But I think what happened here, if I had my druthers, and I mentioned this last night, the prosecution went to the sidebar and said, we didn't ask that question. We just asked why you are concluding that it's an altruistic filicide, but that's because she decided to commit suicide first. That's the question. And then he went on for the reasons, and he came up with, well, I asked her about whether or not in my understanding, the Catholic Church, apparently he's not Catholic, is suicide a mortal sin? All right, object. That's it. The judge had it. Okay. The first question to the mom-in-law on August 18th was directly by Bo Buckingham on the issue of, isn't in the Catholic religion homicide, murder, if you use murder, a mortal sin? Kevin Reddington couldn't get out of his seat fast enough to say objection when the judge was, all over the place. So, but get up here, sidebar now. Okay. And when the judges do that, there's a problem. This one, that's why I had you all listen to it yesterday, because the lead-in wasn't Sprague, who, by the way, is the boss. She's the number one trial team leader. She's the boss of Buckingham. You may not realize that in the courtroom. She led into letting the doctor say it. So she probably went up to say, look, I had no idea he was going to say that. I, as an officer of the court, Your Honor, I didn't know he was going to say that. Well, I would really want that under oath. Okay. Now, the judge probably figured as an officer of the court, that was good enough. But I'd really want it under oath. I want an affidavit that you didn't know. I want to talk to the doctor. I want to bring the doctor up on a voir dire if I'm Kevin Reddington, to ask him whether or not how he got there. Why was he prepped to say that? Was that gone over and prepped, or did the prosecution not mention anything to him and didn't tell him he wasn't supposed to say it, knowing that it was in his any notes or any preparation they'd gone through? I want to know more. So I would start with him. If I'm Reddington, I want that voir dire, because he may, he got yelled at yesterday, Bobby, by the defense attorneys, by the prosecution, unless they were like, "Oh, the judge is mad because you said this. We forgot to tell you you can't say this. We apologize." And he's told the jury to ignore it. So tomorrow you can't say it, unless they low-keyed it. But I would want, if I'm the defense attorney, I ask for it. I'd ask for the voir dire on it. All the judge can do is say no. There's simply no downside to asking for this witness to be voir dire. That's the rest of his testimony. And also, I really believe on the voir dire, if he used that answer to formulate his opinion, then the whole opinion has to be struck, in my view. Then the whole opinion has to be struck. So I really think that should be a query out of the presence of the jury. Now, we're waiting here, and I think we're waiting because of the line. Okay, but that's my view, Kevin Reddington. Now he knows how to try his case. He knows what he wants to do. If it's my case, I'm a little bit more witchier when I have to be, but I think that's protecting the record. And I also think if his opinion is based on it, his opinion has to be thrown out. Now, what he will say is, I can exclude that, and my opinion is still the same. But let him say that. Then we get free discovery as to his testimony, and then you have more to cross-examine him on. Because if the jury likes him, because you liked him, as Kevin Reddington liked him, you've got to, he tried to put according to Reddington, the shiv in Reddington's back. Well, I think you've got to try to dismantle him more. Okay. I think you have to try to dismantle him more. Okay. And he said command hallucinations have to occur more before in psychosis. No, they have to occur at least once, right? They have to occur at least once. And remember, she said she was hearing voices. She was hearing obtrusive thoughts. She may not have even wanted to tell people that there was an outside person talking to her, because she thought it may sound her crazy. And if she sounds crazy, and maybe that's why she checked herself in. But, a lot of times, how many times have you gone to the doctor and not quite told your doctor everything because you think it makes you sound like a nut job, right? Even though maybe the doctor should be hearing it, but you think, well, maybe I don't really have this symptom. If I tell my doctor, they're going to think I'm just a lunatic because that I'm making up, or I'm a hypochondriac, right? How many times, have you done that? All right. Think to yourself. And she's on medication after medication. She's reaching after help. She's saying it doesn't make her feel good. And people are confusing. And these doctors are also confusing this whole issue. And we'll see when the third doctor gets up, the psychiatrist, who I anticipate is going to be talking about the drug overlay to try to undo the involuntary intoxication. And we don't know what the jury charges are yet either at this point. But how many times we talked about that? But the medications, you can have an immediate reaction to something. Just like if I'm allergic to something, okay, and I use the word beets. Let's assume I'm allergic to beets. It's not the case, even though to get away from them in the restaurant, I may say that. And I eat them, I can have immediate reaction of immediately throwing up, immediately getting hives. I don't have to wait to eat beets 30 days in a row to know that I have a reaction. That's the same with drugs. I can have an immediate reaction once it gets into my system, and not even at a therapeutic level. I can have an allergic reaction. I can have just a reaction to it, a side effect reaction. The side effects can come immediately within a very short period of time. You don't need to wait 6 weeks. So let's say, well, let's get up to the therapeutic dose. Maybe if they're in the therapeutic dose, that the allergic reaction or the side effect won't happen. Well, talk about, medical malpractice per se. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that if indeed your doctor mandated every time you took a drug that you had to complete it for 6 weeks, even if you were having a bad side effect like heart palpitations, or it may cause you to have low blood pressure immediately. What do they say? Immediately call your doctor, right? immediately call your doctor. And so what these psychiatrists are trying to intimate, and then the people who are also I see on X and the pit of social media. Oh, well, she didn't follow the doctor's order. If she had just increased, if she'd just taken all the medication, she'd be fine. Give me a break. All right, give me a break. I don't think the jury is going to buy that, because I think every single one of us in the United States of America, and probably the world, has at some point been on a medication that is not good. I remember a long time ago, my father ended up in the hospital because he took too much Tylenol because he was under a lot of stress, and he ended up in the hospital. Why? Because of a stomach bleed, even though you're supposed to take Tylenol, right? If you have the headache, but it was too much. It had a reaction to it. He had a side effect of a bleed from Tylenol. All right. What if he kept taking the Tylenol, chug, 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 and didn't call the doctor or go to the hospital? He'd be dead. All right. So you can be sensitive, you can be allergic, you could have a side effect. And every drug, every time you take something in, there's a side effect. The question is whether or not your body handles it, or whether or not you may be worth it. Sometimes you have to have a side effect because you have to balance the side effect against what you're trying to deal with. If you're trying to deal with death, or you're trying to deal with a side effect, and that's something for you and the doctor to decide. But the side effects here, clearly for her, were bad. Now, my husband, who was really bright, in case you didn't know, brought up a point. He said that the drugs may have just delayed the inevitable here, put her under a little bit of control, that she wasn't getting psychotic, but they weren't agreeing with her. But they weren't. Some of them were making her worse, but some were maybe putting her under a little control, and that it just delayed the administration of the drugs. May have just delayed the psychotic event that was going to happen. And that's also a possibility here, and all. So, Joy Schmehar, I think hopefully that's a commercial I'm seeing in the green room, because that doesn't look like it's about a dog food and science diet. Actually, hopefully we're not getting commercials in there, because we do have a commercial-free account on a StreamYard, and I see Joy's going to answer me. So. Yes, I am removing it. Yes, okay. We don't want. We do have a commercial-free account. We buy a commercial-free account. You can too. If you don't want the ads, you can pay for a commercial-free account with YouTube. That's how they make their money. They make their money with ads or people buying commercial-free accounts. So court has started. There is a sidebar. So Joy, we need to get into that courtroom. If there's a sidebar right away, if you can. I don't want to be late into this courtroom right now. So I'm not sure what is going on. We are Charlie 1978 of voir dire in order, mistrial reconsideration. If there's a voir dire and it had some certain intentionality from the prosecutors, you could get that, but but first there has to be a voir dire, and Kevin Reddington has to ask for it. I don't think he's going to, though. I just don't see it. All right, let's bring that up. Let's bring the trial up alongside of me, so I can go into my little tiny small box, and at some point I may even take the box up. Thank you. I love you all too. So they are in court. We're waiting for them to start. Thank you, Joy, for bringing that up. And I love you guys all too. Thank you very much. Okay. Remember, this is now the Commonwealth's burden. The reason why Kevin Reddington is going so hard on this is because it is the Commonwealth's burden to disprove the defense. And the defense didn't have to be proven by an affirmative defense. It just had to be brought out there, right? Brought out there. Yeah, I love, we should do a poll at some point. What do you like most? The state seal, the fan, the shoes in the Florida case, remember the boat case? We should do a funny poll to sometimes lighten the tension and that we're all feeling about this case. That would be maybe I'll do that, because at some point, it's like when cops are at a crime scene and they laugh. The tension is so great. Sometimes you have to relieve the tension. And this is very tense. We're talking about a trial where 3 children died. A woman is paralyzed, right? We're talking about that, and it's extremely tense, okay? We do have to talk about the involuntary. Joy points out we have to talk about the involuntary manslaughter instruction. We don't know what the instructions are. This jury charges conference is going to be very important, okay? And they've probably been having, the way these things work, they've probably been having emails back and forth with Kevin Reddington's office and the prosecutor about the judge's drafts and proposed drafts and all. And then when they get to what will be the penultimate jury charge, they're going to put this on the record, and we're going to hear it this afternoon, I assume, on the record. Now, we don't know, with the defense, if it's mandated in Massachusetts, that if you think there's a manslaughter because of diminished capacity, that's what the involuntary manslaughter is. That's really what Kevin Reddington wants. He doesn't want any other manslaughter. He wants just the involuntary manslaughter there, based, if they're going to find any, based on a drug intoxication. And that would be the fact that the drugs she was getting either were overwhelming her, were not good for her, were causing her psychosis. Clearly, he wants the not guilty by reason of the fact that she couldn't appreciate her conduct or conform her conduct. That's what he really wants. And it again, I repeat, it is the prosecution's burden to prove that she, at the time she killed her children, doesn't matter about her suicide, doesn't matter about her diving off the rooftop, was basically out of her mind, that she had a psychotic break. Now, we know from Dr. Gregor that psychotic break can happen like a light switch. You could be perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden, if you have postpartum psychosis, it happens like a light switch, and you're being happy the day before. Whoops, I'm seeing the part I don't like. Here we are. We are in the courtroom. We are looking at the well. I assume Michel Bryant is somewhere in there. As soon as it starts, I'm taking myself off here, and we will listen. Well, we're hearing a lot going on now. We're hearing a lot of banging. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take myself off right now.
For the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Your Honor, give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right. It's nice to see everyone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you the questions again, make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions, then go a little bit in regards to what our schedule is today, and then we'll talk maybe about kind of where we go after today. All right. So first off, let me get to those questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case which would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to return to the witness who was on the stand. Commonwealth is still conducting direct examination. After that, the defense will be given the opportunity to do their cross-examination. And I believe after that, the Commonwealth has one last witness. Okay? And so that's the anticipated lineup that we have today. And going beyond that, I'm not going to speculate too much because I've been wrong just about every time I gave an estimate of the symbol of the schedule. But just so you understand, it's anticipated that these would be the last two witnesses. All right. And then I'll talk to the lawyers. We'll kind of see where we go from there. And then I will today, before you leave, I'll explain exactly what the next step is going to be. Okay. And so with that, we'll return. If we have the witness back on the stand and the Commonwealth.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the hearing and not having between the Commonwealth and the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi, Attorney Sprague.
Your Honor. Do you need a moment?
I do.
So, doctor, could you tell us what is traumatic, sorry, let me start over. Can you tell us what peritraumatic disassociation is and whether it factored into your evaluation in this case?
Yes, that's the kind of thing that you experience when you're going through a very frightening or traumatic set of situation or circumstances or whatever. And it's the sort of thing that you can experience in the sense that you kind of feel that things are unreal or that it's not you. It's like you're watching yourself go through actions and so on. And it's the sort of thing that if you talk about it, it sounds like it could be psychotic, but it's actually a recognized, more likely to be a recognized aspect of going through a traumatic situation or set of circumstances that many people going through something like that would experience.
And when you say going through something like that, are you talking about when the defendant was strangling her children?
That would be one example because that was very traumatic for her.
And did the defendant show signs of peritraumatic disassociation in the records or in your conversation with her?
She did. She talked about feeling like it wasn't her, like she was watching herself, like she was going through what she called no thinking, no decision making, only responding to the voice and taking action.
And when she said that there was no decision making involved, did you see anything about in the records or in her detailing of what happened that was inconsistent with that claim that there was no decision making?
Yeah, this is difficult but important to say that there are just many ongoing decisions that have to be made to accomplish a killing like this in 18 to 20 minutes. For example, why the basement? Who among the children goes first? What do you say to the kids to keep them from panicking? There are other examples, but
Yeah, hold on.
And so what types of decisions, without getting to what she might have said or thought, what are some types of decisions that had to be made to effectuate the strangulation of the children?
well, I tried to give some examples a minute ago, and I don't want to go too.
All right, hold on. Just answer the question, all right? Don't comment on the rulings of the court. Just answer the question, please, okay?
If I could rephrase.
Yeah.
Doctor, the choice of where to strangle the children, does that have to be a choice of where that happens?
Yes,
The decision of how to strangle them, is that a decision that needs to be made?
yes.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
No, overruled. I'll allow that.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Yes, it is.
The order in which to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
That's another example of the decision, yes. Decisions.
And the way in which to kill herself, were those decisions that had to be made?
Yes, they were.
Now, you said that this peritraumatic disassociation seems like it would be a sign of psychosis, but isn't. Why isn't it?
It's actually something that is much more commonly experienced in that kind of set of circumstances than psychotic symptoms.
And yesterday, when you went through the two options that you considered, that this was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide. Is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
It's my testimony that those were the two possibilities that seemed to have some evidence. But at the end of talking to her, testing, reviewing all the information, doing the collateral interviews, everything I did as a part of this evaluation, the evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
Now, you interviewed the defendant on 2 days, the first day and the third day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And were there any differences in her demeanor or her way of answering questions between the first day and the third day?
Yes, I interviewed her and worked with her on testing for 3 days. And during the first and the second day, she was quite attuned to the question. Her recollection was good, even considering that we were more than 3 years away from some of the events in question. She had, I thought, a very good memory for dates and medications and dosages and times and other relevant details. And she continued to be attentive and responsive, good attention concentration, that sort of thing on the second day. On the third day, when we were talking about mental state at the time of the offense and the circumstances of what was going on with the alleged offense, she appeared to me much more cautious and guarded.
And can you give us some examples of that?
She more frequently said, "I don't remember, I don't recall," that sort of thing during the third day than the second or the first. For one example, I asked her about wearing a smartwatch, which she had, carried a phone, carried a smartwatch as well. And one of the things I asked her is what wrist she wore it on. This was on the third day, and she said, "I don't remember."
And did you also ask her about her statement at Brigham and Women's when she woke up and said she was horrified?
I did. Now, that statement was not a statement so much as it was a written. She woke up in having regained consciousness that evening. She was intubated, so she couldn't speak. But they asked her questions, and she wrote down the answer, and they asked her, "How are you feeling, or what's your mood?" And what she said was, what she wrote was horrified.
And when you asked her about that on that third day of interviewing, what was her response?
She said, I don't remember writing that, and I don't remember why I would have been horrified."
And did you also ask her about the statement she made at Brigham and Women's, either verbally or on the writing it down, about how she said that one of the reasons she killed the children was because she thought they would suffer?
Where are you? Are you in my report there?
Referring to the records at Brigham and Women's where she told.
No, she can refer to where she's looking to direct his attention, if you review those.
You reviewed the Brigham and Women's records, correct?
I did, yes.
And the portion where it says that she told a treatment provider that she had to kill the kids to kill herself because the kids would suffer. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do recall that statement.
And when you asked her about it on the third day of interviewing her, did she recall that statement?
Yes, that statement in Brigham and Women's to the attending psychiatrist was made in the context of her thinking about what happened. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, she was asked about what the voice had said on that afternoon, and her response was, it had said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the kids. It also said, the kids will suffer without you. And when I asked her about that, whether the voice had said that, she said, no, the voice only said, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself.
So we're going to move to strike, it's not responding.
No, overruled. Allah.
So the two differences where at Brigham, she's saying, the voice said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the children, and that the children would suffer without her, versus after that, when she says the voice only said, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, is the fact that she's giving two different statements significant in your evaluation?
As I talked about in my testimony yesterday, when there is inconsistency, that's something that alerts me to the possibility of inaccuracy. And two statements that are mutually exclusive or inconsistent suggest to me that there is a problem. One of them, at least, is not accurate.
And doctor, did you find any significance in your evaluation to the fact that she was able to complete a phone call with her husband during this time frame of killing the children and herself?
Yes, that was very unusual in my experience, to have a crucial time interrupted by something like a phone call, because one of the considerations there is that you then not only can document the time that it happened, and that helps be more precise about the time, but you also have whoever is on the other end of the phone. And this was her husband. When when he called her at 5:33, she didn't pick up, but she called back immediately at 5:34. And when I talked to him during the collateral interview, one of the things he said is that she sounded on the short call distracted and like she was in the middle of something, but it wasn't anything that struck him as that unusual. He said when she's home with 3 kids, she's always in the middle of something. So that was one of the reasons that it was important. And then another reason, as I mentioned a minute ago, is it helps to establish a time frame. We know when her husband left the house, which was 5:15. We know when he came home, which was around 6 o'clock. And this is not quite in the middle of it, but close to that. And so it was unusual and valuable and important in trying to establish those kinds of things.
And when reviewing the records and talking to the defendant, did you notice any statements or behaviors that seemed to focus in on herself? Such as, for example, being future oriented.
Well, one of the things I noticed from the records at Brigham and Women's is that several days after she came in, there were comments from staff and in the notes about how she was a little bit more future oriented and thinking about what it would be like in the future, her life, and that sort of thing. So that's one of the considerations that was in response to kind of thinking about herself and being oriented toward herself.
And is there any significance to that state of mind or those thoughts in your evaluation of her?
Well, I don't think that she was in any way over this or thinking only about herself. It's something that I noticed when I evaluated her in April, is that she is still grieving. She's still in mourning for those kids. And she used language like, I have lost everything and I don't want to be here. So I would not think of Lindsay Clancy as someone who is really self-centered or oriented only to herself. She is grieving her children.
And you mentioned yesterday the emphasis she had on control of thought and control of her life. How did that come into play in your evaluation in terms of what was done here?
One of the considerations is why she got to the point where she decided to take her own life. And she's an individual who, for most of her life, has been disciplined and liked to control things, liked to work hard, liked to accomplish things. And one of the things that was striking about what happened with her between October and January is that she seemed to be doing her best, talking to the doctors, talking to the therapists, working on trying to get things accomplished in terms of lessening the anxiety and getting the right medications. And it wasn't working, and she couldn't help make it work. She could not control that through hard work and discipline and so on. And that had to be very frustrating, and I think got her to the point where it was very difficult for her to actually think about not being hopeless and going on with her life and so on.
Now, doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time she killed her children?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is yes, she was. She was experiencing bipolar II disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when she killed her children?
I did, yes. And I'm at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this. And so
Sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die, and if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law is, again, best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was criminally responsible when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, my clinical opinion, since I'm not the decision maker here, but my clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd move to submit the PowerPoint for identification.
I'm sorry?
Move to submit the PowerPoint
Oh,
for identification.
for identification. Okay, thank you. That may be done. Attorney Reddington?
Okay, here we go. You heard the moral issue that I've been talking about in his opinion.
Sorry. Doctor, I'd just like to ask you about one of the things you just said to this jury that apparently stood out in your mind, and that would be the dichotomy of the difference between two statements that Lindsay made, one being, I believe, in the hospital, and you felt that there was a subsequent statement that was made by her that contradicted that or was different from that, and that would be after 3 days of you and Mac testing her. Is that right? Can you just say, is it right or wrong?
Ms.
Spit it out.
Reddington, it's not quite right.
Okay, why don't we do it this way? You
Yeah.
just told this jury that Lindsay made a statement to you at the conclusion of the 3 days that you and Mac were questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is,
Yes or no?
no.
Did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury
I'm
is,
asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
what I intended to say.
No, not what you intended. Can you answer my question? Yes or no?
No.
Now, is Dr. Helbrin aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
Post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS. It's called PICS.
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Dr. Helbrin aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia, that it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is that from your personal experience, professional experience? Because you didn't know what PICS was when I asked you, right?
Yes, it's not from my personal experience or my professional experience.
You received a notification to evaluate Lindsay Clancy on this criminal case from the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And do you recall when you received that notification?
It would have been sometime before January of 2025, because that's when I started reviewing the documents that they provided.
Okay, so January of 25, January of 26, and then in the spring of 26, you go to the Tewksbury Hospital with Mac and you interview Lindsay, right?
Correct.
So how many months is it from the time that you were appointed or requested or asked to help the DA's office to the time you saw Lindsay? How much time passed?
Probably about 18 months.
About a year and a half. And how much time passed from that point going backwards to January of 23?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, January of 23, you add a year, that's January of 24, right?
Yeah,
It's 1 year.
yeah,
January 24, you add a year up to January 25. That's 2 years, right?
yes.
January 25 up to when you and Mac finally go out to Tewksbury to interview this young lady is how many months?
Well, it would be about 3 years.
Okay. And are you telling this jury that it's good, using the term loosely, medical practice to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody after their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Okay. So in other words, yes, it is better to see them sooner rather than later, to coin a phrase, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have in mind January of 25 that you were retained. But and again, normally this isn't an issue. Who cares? But how much money did you make on this case? Since they want to ask my doctor, how much money did you make on this case?
That depends when I'm finished. But I mentioned earlier that I had spent 180 hours before coming to
How
Plymouth.
much money did you make on the case, Doctor? Simple.
Well, it's not that simple, but I'm being paid at $300 an hour.
Okay, so how much money did you make on the case?
Well, $300 an hour times 180.
What's your last billing?
I've been billing monthly, sir.
Okay, you must know what the total billing is up to this point, don't you?
I actually have not added it up.
How about you just give us your best estimate, Doctor?
Well, let's see. Probably up to this point, it's been about $54,000.
$54,000. And it will be more, right? When we get finished with you today, right? It'll be more.
Yes.
Okay. So you received from me by certified mail, video interview of Lindsay by my guy, Dr. Resnick, right?
Correct.
You received the notes from Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
You received the notes from my Dr. Paul Zeisel, right?
Yes.
You received the report that was prepared and submitted by Dr. Philip Resnick, right?
Yes.
You received the report prepared and submitted by Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
And you received the report prepared by Dr. Zeisel, right?
Yes.
And then I said, if you have any questions, give me a call, drop me a line, whatever, but we never talked until today, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you have a curriculum vitae that talks about that you are a clinical psychologist, correct? As you've told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a woman in postpartum psychosis?
When I was a staff psychologist at the forensic service at Florida State Hospital,
When was that, please?
that was back in 1982.
82?
Yes. I had a therapy group which was comprised of women who had killed their children. They were severely mentally ill, and at that time, it was important to recognize the severity of their mental illness. And so I worked with them in a group at that time.
Okay. And this is 44 years ago?
Yes.
All right. And where was it?
It was at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, forensic unit, forensic service.
How many of these people did you have a chance to interview in group or whatever you did?
There were 4 or 5 in the group.
4 or 5. Okay. Well, you are also a forensic psychology expert working for Park, Dietz and Associates, right?
I have an affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates, yes.
Yes, but that's basically, that's the letterhead that you have on all your stuff, right? Park Dietz and Associates, Inc. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know Mac, do you?
Do I know
Yeah.
Dr. Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Mac, yeah, the guy that was here testifying the last 2 days, Friday and Monday. You know
Yes,
him?
I do know
All
him,
right.
yes.
And he works at Park Dietz as well, right?
I think he has the same kind of affiliation I do, which is we both have jobs and do things elsewhere, but we occasionally do cases in affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates.
Right. And continuing on, and if you have it, you can certainly take a look at it. Make sure I don't misrepresent anything on your V-Day, as you refer to it. You also were involved with Giant Food Corporation. You do fitness for duty assessments. What is that?
What are fitness for duty assessments?
Yeah, Giant Food Corp. What's Giant Food Corporation?
That's something that I did many years ago. Basically, a company or an organization might refer someone who is having difficulty at work, having symptoms, making threats, that sort of thing. And they would ask for an evaluation from a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And I did that for a while for Giant Food Corporations.
And you also did it for U.S. Airways, apparently, evaluations and consultation, right?
Yes.
You also did it for the Texas Education Commission. You put on your resume the forensic clinical site visitor, Sam Houston State Hospital or University, right?
Yes.
You were a grant reviewer for the Office of Victims of Crime for the United States Department of Justice. That's the feds. That's the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also worked and you did violence risk assessment consultant as a consultant to the New Jersey Department of Mental Health Services, right?
Yes.
You also consulted as a research consultant with the community education centers in New Jersey, right?
Yes.
Research Advisory Board, the Center for the Analysis of, actually the FBI. You work for the FBI?
I consulted with the FBI, yes.
And in consulting with the FBI, you also consult with the Bureau of Prisons, right? BOP?
Yes.
When you're consulting for, well, okay, look, site visit of juvenile justice and psychology, you were involved with that, right?
Yes.
Consultant forensic psychology service for the Walter Reed Medical Center, correct?
Yes.
When you work on the consulting with the Bureau of Prisons, basically what you're doing is you're evaluating, as you told us a couple of times, people that are wrongfully convicted and they're in jail for decades. And you would evaluate them for the Bureau of Prisons to see if they're okay to release to society, right?
That does not sound like a typical question that I would evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons.
All right. Well, what would you evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons? That's
Well, for
just so-
example-
wait, hold on. Just so we know, Bureau of Prisons is federal as opposed to the Department of Correction, which is state, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
So go ahead. Tell me what you do for the Bureau of Prisons.
Well, one of the things that I might do is conduct a meeting or a workshop on a topic such as violence risk assessment or something like that. So I have done that, deliver a workshop or provide an organizational meeting, provide information and so on a number of occasions.
And do you evaluate people to see if they're able to be reintegrated into society?
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also are involved with sexual violence risk. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You also are involved with specialized police response and collaboration with behavioral health systems in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Sexual violence risk, again, for purposes of the Department of Correction. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
Principles of forensic assessments that you would be assessing juveniles for purposes of juvenile assessment and risk assessment, right?
Yes.
You also are involved with violence risk and sexual violence risk, correct?
Yes, correct.
Juvenile assessments, risk assessments, and principles of forensic assessment for the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And also a focus on juvenile assessment and risk assessment of juveniles, right?
Yes, correct.
Violence towards others, psychiatrically hospitalized populations. That would be what? Patient on patient assaults or something like that when somebody's in a mental institution?
Patients against patients, patients against staff, that sort of thing.
They can be pretty violent places, can't they?
They can be sometimes, yes.
Sexual violence risk, you involved with New Orleans, Louisiana, sexual violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Obtaining and using mental health experts. Obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? What did you do with that when you were dealing with obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation?
Well, I have had the occasion to provide workshops to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, to judges, and so on. And depending on some of the questions that arise, such as what's the most effective way to obtain and present a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist expert, I might do a half day or a full day workshop on that.
Okay, so my question, sir, I know you get in there, but where did you lecture or give a lecture to criminal defense attorneys?
I've given a number of those lectures over the years. I can't recall them all offhand.
Okay. But my question, sir, was that you were working on behalf of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, federal courts, right?
Yes,
I asked
that's
you that
right.
question? Okay.
Yeah.
You also worked for the Forensic Mental Health Assessment for the Ohio Forensic Psychiatric Center. Of
Yes, that's
inmates, right?
Yes.
You also participate and have written about To Kill or Not Kill, that is the question, for Drexel University, where you were a professor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Assessing risk of violence towards others in psychiatrically hospitalized populations. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
You
That's
had
right.
a chance, sir, to give a total of, 131 lectures or workshops presented in the area of violence, risk assessment, sexual offenses, and forensic mental health and ethics, right?
Yes.
Is that
That's
right?
Yes.
Aggression, forensic psychological assessment, risk assessment, treatment of mentally disordered offenders and juveniles. That's another focus, correct?
Yes, it is.
You've had a number of publications that you put on your CV. Basically, you're talking about justice-involved youths, correct?
Yes, that's one of the things I talk about.
Appraising Jackson-based unrestorability to competence to stand trial deals with the standard of competence to stand trial, correct?
Yes, it is.
Public perception on policies to address prenatal substance use recommendations regarding maternal criminal prosecutions. What is that? Prosecute a woman that's pregnant who's involved with drug use?
Yeah, that sounds like something that would have been a dissertation where I served on the committee and was a co-author of some kind, but the individual who
Okay.
wrote the dissertation would have been the first author there.
All right. And life sentence for juveniles, sequential model for juvenile justice, justice involving men, forced medication, and competency to stand trial. These are interests or focuses of yours, sir?
Yes.
Urine drug screens as a baseline for predictors of graduation from drug court.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you were involved with drug court?
Yes, I've been involved in writing about and consulting to drug courts over the years. Yes.
And disputed paraphilia diagnoses and legal decision-making is one of your other focuses, right?
That was one of my graduate students, and I was a supervising and second author.
Paraphilias would be in the, I mean, that's basically if you have some kind of weird sexual things that you do, right?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. Continuing on, juvenile, a lot of juvenile focus on your resume, correct, sir?
Yes, there's a fair amount of juvenile work that I've done over the years.
Involuntary medication, trial competence, clinical dilemmas, substance abusing adjudicated adolescents. And your resume basically is a number of pages, correct? Would you agree with me? It's almost 70 pages, right?
Yes. I would agree with you.
Okay. Flipping through and jumping ahead, sir. You wrote book chapters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You dealt with forensic mental health assessments, principles, and standards of care, right?
That's right.
Violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Juvenile violence risk assessment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Managing hindsight bias and unstructured judgments, implications for legal decision-making is an article that you had, chapter or whatever that you wrote, right?
Yes, it is.
Again, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency. A lot of focus on juveniles, right?
Yes, there's a fair amount of
Then you
focus
have
on juveniles over the years, yes.
a number of reviews that you have published, presentations that you've presented, a lot of them dealing again with juveniles and dealing with assessments of prisoners to have them released into society, things of that nature, right? Life
Yes.
sentence juveniles, for example, is one of the things you focus on, right?
Yes, again,
Okay.
there's been a fair amount of juvenile work and
Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style and learning. What does that mean? Handling difficult cross-examination.
well, one of the things that people as forensic psychologists need to do is convey what they have done in a way that is effective. And so there are things that you,
To a jury?
to a jury, to a judge, to an attorney, various kinds of,
Well, when you're dealing with an attorney, sir, you're presenting information to the attorney. You're not dealing with difficult cross-examination, are you?
could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, you wrote about handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style.
Yes.
And what is, 25 words or less, what is that basically telling people? How to, what, withstand cross-examination?
It's how most effectively to convey the results of the evaluation that you have done.
And then, again, just hundreds of articles on topics that the jurors can look at because your resume is in evidence. Finishing it off on that end, sexual abuse behavior, juvenile forensic mental health, violence risk assessment of juveniles, behavioral measure of sexual offense behavior, influencing third-party informant observations dealing with juveniles. Should the courts coerce offenders into substance abuse treatment? Is there one article, one, that you wrote about a woman who is pregnant, who is undergoing postpartum depression, and God forbid, psychosis?
No.
But you did write an article 49 years ago. You published an article on psychosis in 1977 with your dad before, well, you were in college apparently, right? Right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
okay,
his
so
research assistant at that time when
Yeah.
I was in college, yes.
Okay. And this is before you entered graduate school, and you used the diagnostic framework that no longer exists, didn't you? Back then.
It was a long time ago.
Right. And actually, it was 3 years before the DSM was even written. DSM-1, back in the Stone Age.
It was a while ago.
That's the only article you ever wrote dealing with that issue. Is that correct, sir?
Dealing with what issue, sir?
Postpartum psychosis.
Ah. Yes.
Does I mean yes? Thank you. So, you make arrangements with the district attorney's office to get all this discovery that I sent you, that the DA sent you, police reports that you went through with the jury, and you read it, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you must have talked to the DAs before you saw Lindsay, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I don't remember how many times.
Well, you billed them for it, I'll bet, right?
Any time I spend on a case like this, I record and it gets billed.
Of course. So you do have records, but who cares at this point? I mean, you're here testifying based on your opinion, at the request of the prosecutors, right?
I'm here based on, yes, at this point, I've completed the evaluation and don't remember things like how many times I talked to the DAs as part of it.
But basically, in your conversations with these two prosecutors, sir, did you talk to the state police at all, detectives?
I reviewed a massive amount of reports, some by the state police, some by other individuals. So I reviewed records for many, many hours.
And when you got involved with this case 3 years later, or 2.5 years later, you'd agree with me that it was quite publicized, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You've heard of confirmation bias, I'm sure, right?
I have indeed.
Yes. And however many times you talk to the DAs and review the information, would you agree with me, sir, that before you met with Lindsay in Tewksbury, you pretty much had an idea that this woman was a beast, killed her 3 kids, didn't you?
I would not agree with you at all.
So you had an open mind when you went in there to Tewksbury to see and speak to for 3 days, Lindsay Clancy?
I did my best to have an open mind,
I know.
yes.
You told us yesterday you had some difficult decisions to make, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So when did you first meet Avram?
When did I first meet him?
Yeah.
That probably would have been late 2025, early 2026.
Okay. Around the same time that you first got involved with the case?
No, it would have been considerably after I first got involved with the
Where did
case.
you meet him?
Where did I meet him?
That's what I said. Where did you meet him?
Virtually.
Oh, virtually?
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a Zoom thing or
Yeah.
FaceTime or something.
Exactly.
You ever meet him in person before you went to Tewksbury?
No, I didn't.
So did you guys have a plan to meet up somewhere before you went to evaluate Lindsay?
In the lobby of the hospital.
Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Were you with Mac that night?
No,
No? Did you stay in a private house?
no.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure, right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in
All
Tewksbury.
right. So you're in a hotel, you meet with Avram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
And the two of you, day number 1, you spend how many hours, the two of you, questioning her?
4.5.
And day number 2, you don't bring Mac with you, you're by yourself and you administer the psychological testing, correct?
Correct.
And how long was that, sir?
3 hours.
And day number 3, how long did you speak to Lindsay in the hospital?
3 hours.
So what was your total period of time over a 3-day period that this young woman was dealing with you and Avram Mack?
10.5 hours.
So for 10.5 hours, this young lady is in a room, in a wheelchair, being questioned by you and Avram Mack while she's on medication, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was still answering your questions, trying to be cooperative and being affable and friendly, you put in your report, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did at any time she express to you that she was tired and wanted to take a break?
We offered her in the beginning.
My question, sir, was,
Objection, if you could answer.
no, he's not going to, he's going to
No,
answer my
hold on. Why don't you ask the specific question, Doctor, if you listen to that question, okay?
My question, sir, was at any time, did you or Avram Mack offer to her to take a break?
Yes.
Did she accept that offer?
Once she did, and once she did not.
And basically indicated that she wanted to get through this interview and get it over with, right?
Yes.
You weren't her buddy going there to talk to her those 3 days, were you?
No.
She knew that you were there on behalf of the district attorney's office to testify against her in a trial and say to a jury that she knew and was able to conform to the law. She killed her 3 kids. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
So Your diagnosis is depressive bipolar 2, right?
Bipolar 2 disorder, right.
Okay. And that's a serious mental disease, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You would agree with me, sir, that Lindsay is in your opinion, testified she's a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You testified to that yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right, that's funny.
No, it's not funny. It's just that you asked me whether I agree with something that I testified to yesterday.
So what does that mean?
It means that I testified to it yesterday, and that means I do believe it. Yes.
Okay, so we established that. In your opinion, granted, for those 3 days that you had interactions with Lindsay, is it your opinion that she is a controlling individual, sir?
It depends what you mean by controlling.
Well, let me ask you, for example, would you agree that if a young mother prepares lists for a babysitter, for example, to chop up the carrots and dice them up small, and how to prepare the spinach, and how to prepare the chicken McNuggets, and then leaves them in a note and puts them on the kitchen table, is that controlling, in your opinion, of that individual?
That is something that is working hard and being disciplined and exerting a certain amount of control, yes.
That's not something that you would use against her in this opinion you have for this jury, is it?
What I do is do my best to describe what she does, what she thinks, what she feels at certain times, what symptoms she has, and so on. And if that's a part of that overall picture, then it's not that I'm using it in favor of her or against her. It's just part of the overall picture, which I'm trying to present.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to chop up the carrots and tell somebody this is how I like my child to be fed, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Not that I know.
And you would agree, sir, that she was a good student. You told us about, she got all A's, she was hard driving and actually drove herself pretty good to try to succeed in college and in nursing school, right?
I would.
And did you interview any of her coworkers, or did you review any of her 5-star reviews from Mass General Hospital, flagship hospitals?
I reviewed every record that was provided to me.
And that would be by them, right?
It was records that were provided to me by individuals who were a part of the investigation. And a lot of that were interviews with people who had known her before or were currently friends with her, things like that.
Okay, so things like that. I'm asking you, sir, about with her 7-year career as a nurse, labor and delivery nurse at a very, very well-established hospital. Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with, or did you review any of the records of her work reviews? Anything like that?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that she also, by all accounts, is and was an incredible mother, taking care of her kids?
I would describe her as a very good mother, yes.
And in fact, sir, in the past 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there hasn't been one person that's had one thing bad to say about her other than these two. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, come into this court in front of this jury and say that Lindsay Clancy was a bad wife?
I don't know.
How about bad mother?
Again, I don't know.
So in your readings about her as a mother, you were able to see that she would sing to her daughter when she put her to bed. That's in the reports. You read the reports, right?
You might have to ask me that question.
You know Rascal Flatts?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flatts. You ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that Lindsay would sing to her daughter every night, is that important to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
You didn't know that, though, apparently, right?
I knew that she was very good with her kids, paid a lot of attention to them, spent a lot of time with them, and really enjoyed it.
even right up to within hours of their killing. She was making snowmen with them, right?
Yes, she was playing with the two older children out in the backyard.
And then bringing her life experience, which you testified yesterday that she never had any abuse in her life, was raised by loving mother and father, good student, hard worker, great mother, good friend, wonderful wife. She then randomly decides to kill her children by strangling them. It's the facts we're dealing with. Yes, sir, right?
No, not right.
So one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it? For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was, if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand, if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes.
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
Yes.
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
Yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not on occasion, would cry, like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cried.
You know that in addition to the date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you knew that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay alone or Lindsay with her husband would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things, shopping, socializing, go to Boston, things like that. You know, did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that. And one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids. And he used as an example, date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Was that in 22?
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in
Just mention
22?
it to the jury. Was that in 2022, their 5th anniversary? Your anniversary is in December, right?
I don't know what year it was in,
Well,
Mr.
What
Reddington.
was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
What he said in response to that question is that on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Right. Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Helbrin considered in his opinion, but that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children, leaving them out of the house, right?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you on,
We can finish.
All right, oh, okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here
Well,
between,
listen, no, We'll see if you, my question is not that confusing.
Okay.
Did you testify, you done saying that you did not say what Mr. Reddington said?
Yes, I'm done
Okay,
saying that.
all right, that's good. Next question.
One of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this drug, right?
Yes,
And then ultimately, when she stopped breastfeeding, at that point, she was able to take the SSRI, correct?
yes, that's correct.
And then Tufts increased it to 50, right?
I don't recall offhand what the.
Okay, well, you agree that Tufts increased the SSRI, right?
I do.
You agree that before the end of September of 2022, this young woman was living her life with her husband and her kids. Summer of 22, happy, had a great time. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
And when she saw Tufts from September end up until the killing of these children and the state of her condition that you told the jury was confusing. Remember using that word yesterday? It was confusing with these number of diagnoses that she dealt with?
Yes, I did use that word.
And the confusing with the number of drugs that was one drug on top of another drug and stop this drug, start that drug. That was confusing, wasn't it, sir?
Yes, it was.
And it was a confusing and upsetting to her and her husband to the point where they went to these doctors and said to them, you're turning her into a zombie, right?
Yes, that's right.
But prior to seeing Tufts and the other healthcare providers, she was a happy woman, wasn't she?
She was in many respects happy, pleased with her life. So she wasn't happy in an unqualified way, but she was, yes, she was very happy with certain aspects of her life.
So as September turns into October, middle of October, thereabouts, how is she doing at that point between her
Well,
depression, anxiety, drugs prescribed? How is she doing?
she was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the
Okay, wait,
drugs that were
wait,
prescribed.
no,
You can let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doug.
Yes. In September, she was anxious about returning to work. She had not yet started taking the medications that Dr. Tufts had prescribed, though.
How about a text that she had sent to her mother on October 20th, sir? I know you indicate in your report you had a chance to review all of the computer searches, text messages, Apple Watches, all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Read that text, please. October 20th. This is a text that she sent to her mother. Read it.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
I'd like you to read it out loud.
All right. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Did her mother come up the next day and stay with her?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
I'm sure. You know, sir, that she actually climbed into the bed with her mother to sleep with her mother when the mother was staying with her during this period of time?
No, I didn't know that.
In the middle of November, sir, she texted her mother-in-law, which would be Pat's mother, Sue. This would be Sue Clancy, who was also a labor and delivery nurse, right?
Yes, that's correct.
She texted Sue while she was at work as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And Sue was in the emergency room and actually realized that Lindsay was at the hospital and stated that she felt unwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Sue see her in the hospital, if you know?
I think she met with her in the emergency room.
Okay. And then her mother-in-law was trying to help her out and referred her to another person that was a friend of a friend, so to speak, right? To help her out?
The nurse practitioner, is that who you're
Yep.
talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And she was able to meet with that individual, Paul, until she left, I think like a week later. She went on to another job, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And that's when she saw Nurse Gelada. Was that correct?
To my memory, that's correct, yes.
And then would you agree with me, sir, that at this time frame in November, she was having real difficulty with sleep disruption, yes?
Yes, I would.
She had concerns all along about this, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications on her insomnia, correct?
Yes, insomnia was one of the first problems that she experienced when she started taking the medication in October.
And she expressed the fact that she believed that the medications were obviously having an adverse effect on her. They were damaging her brain, right?
She did express that view, yes.
And then she still, however, had a positive outlook and was hoping that things would turn around in her life and that she could get back to being herself, is a quote, right?
Yes, that's right.
But instead, and I quote your words yesterday, it got worse.
Yes.
Late in November, she's still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to, and I quote, the end of her rope. Bad analogy, but nevertheless, that's what she said, right?
Yes, it is.
She was feeling off, disconnected, sort of like a zombie, your words, testifying here yesterday, sir, correct?
Correct.
She was reporting at this point panic symptoms, concerns about the benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes,
Indicated that she was disoriented and forgetful, correct?
correct.
You told us that she stated that she was disconnected from her body. Isn't that correct?
That's how she described feeling, yes.
Could not relate to people, felt that she was in a disassociative state. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thought that the medication was resulting in this type of development in her life, correct? She felt the medications were contributing to this.
Yes, that's correct.
And in December, and I quote you, it's not getting better. It got from worse, it got better. Well, actually, not better. It got worse again, didn't it, in December?
December was probably the worst month for her, as she described it.
And in December, sir, you recall that she indicated, and I quote from your testimony, horrible intrusive thoughts. She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she continued to experience these thoughts later into December, correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My
being
question, sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Helbrin's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if
or
I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, and God forbid, I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head, would you ask me? Voices? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status
Okay.
question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions
What
on
question?
a number of occasions,
Sir,
if I
what
might.
questions?
No, oh, go ahead.
What
Finish.
questions?
Finish that question and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said, I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts, I'm having thoughts of, and at this same time frame in December, she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times.
Yes,
And she mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
that's what she said, yes.
She mentioned, did you talk to her husband about it?
Yes, I did talk to her husband
Tell
about
you
it.
that she said that to him?
Yes,
A couple of times she said it to him, right?
a couple of times she said, I'm having thoughts, and he asked her, give me more detail if you could, and she said, they're just thoughts, it's not a plan, that sort of thing.
You got this girl living in her house with her kids, saying she's having dark thoughts, saying she's thinking of harming the children. And Patrick's response, according to your testimony, is just basically just power through it, you'll be okay?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Huh?
No, that was not his response as he described it. He asked more questions because one of the things that she had been dealing with for some time are thoughts about hurting herself and possibly the kids. And so what he did was try to get more information about the details. He asked questions that a mental health professional would also ask, which is how often, what are they like? Do you have a plan? Things like that. And she pretty consistently said, no, I don't have a plan. And this is how often it happens, but they're just thoughts.
So let's talk about that, because that's apparently the standard reaction if a patient comes to a doctor and says, I'm having dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, I'm thinking of hurting myself, I'm thinking of hurting the kids. You say, do you have a plan? That's the question you ask, right?
That's one of the questions that you ask,
If the
yes.
person says, nah, I don't have a plan, I'm just having these thoughts, then you just basically move on, give them more drugs. What do you do?
No, you don't move on. You're aware that the person has reported having those thoughts, and you've appraised the risk, and the risk has to do with things like how imminent is it? How serious is it? Are there means? How is there a plan? What sort of detail is involved, and so on. And so basically what you do at that point is you take it seriously, but you also try to describe how seriously to take it.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that she was complaining through December about these unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. That's what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
That's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th. And she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Well, it was one of the worst days because things were getting more intense and difficult, and the thoughts that she was experiencing were harder to handle for her.
As a result of that, her husband, Pat, took her to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms, right? That's your testimony yesterday.
It looked from what the records reflected that anxiety was something that they were focusing on her experiencing.
And then you said in your testimony, but not so much the postpartum. What does that mean?
It means that have been 7 months away from giving birth to Callan. And consequently, it was less likely to be postpartum than depression for other reasons, or bipolar or major depression or something like that, rather than postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, something like that.
Because you know that postpartum is not a medical diagnosis. That's just the fact that you had a baby, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And when she went to that hospital, did they provide any help for her or any medication, or what happened on December 15th?
She did not stay in the hospital very long. And so, no, she didn't remain there long enough to get the kind of help that you would usually get on an inpatient basis.
But the next day or thereabouts, she goes back to see Tuss, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she immediately tries to reach out for help to anybody that would listen to her, right?
She was trying hard to get help.
Now we get to December 20th. December 20th wasn't a very good day either, was it?
Well, that was the day she went to the she went to the Rhode Island hospital that had a postpartum program.
Now, you know from looking at the medical records that, in fact, it was recommended to her, I think by maybe the LAFCW young lady, Letitia Dukes, but maybe I'm wrong. You're in the records. Someone told her to get in touch with this Rhode Island hospital, right?
Yes.
They specialized in postpartum care for women that possibly are going through postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, right?
Yes.
And Pat, her husband, took her and dropped her off, and then he went skiing with Cora. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by a doctor and some people, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful, but
Okay.
there's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are involved in.
All right, so various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to would be the employees of the hospital.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
Okay. So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of
I
that
didn't ask you
program.
about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her, as my understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified yesterday that, and I quote, they said she did not necessarily fit into their postpartum program. They did offer her 3 other programs. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that patient was offered several options, including inpatient treatment for medication management, right?
Yes.
A partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Where was that program?
I don't know.
Or continued outpatient management, right?
Yes.
What is that, like going to see Tufts? Outpatient management?
Yes, that's living at home in the community and being treated by a psychiatrist, which is what Dr. Tufts was.
Right. Well, okay. So patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. Is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she did the next day, right?
Yes.
And do you think that it's that a doctor who has been licensed as a physician psychiatrist advertising that they specialize in postpartum postnatal issues is qualified to treat a young woman with this symptomology that she brought to that desk, oh, I'm sorry, to the television set?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you know that she never met, Tufts never met this girl. She never met her, ever, until she sat in that witness stand.
I understand that their treatment was done remotely.
Was remotely. So when I say the television, that's what I mean. It's like you're on Zoom, you're on whatever. That's, I apologize for that.
Yes, yeah.
So she went the next day and actually remotely accessed a meeting with Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And then she went back onto her schedule with Dr. Tufts, but that didn't help so much. Is that correct? You indicated that she was still numb. She was still having suicidal ideation, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you said, though, sir, yesterday is that her admission to the hospital was because they did not feel, and I quote, that she did not necessarily fit into their program. You recall that?
You mean their failure to accept her into the day program?
Their failure to help her, period. They told her to leave.
It's my understanding that what they said was that you don't fit with our program because it's not a postpartum phenomenon, and that's what the program is about.
Did you really read those records?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
So
I
tell me
wrote
again.
something about, in my report, I wrote something about it.
Wait for the next question, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you read the records from that Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island?
Yes,
On this jury, right?
yes.
And what was the word, the language, the word salad you just said to me that they didn't accept her because of what?
You rephrase that.
What was it you just said to this jury they wouldn't accept her? Why?
It was a day program for women experiencing postpartum difficulties. And their evaluation of Ms. Clancy was that her difficulties were more related to general mental health, but not particularly to postpartum difficulties.
Would it
And so
surprise-
she did not,
Go ahead.
if I might,
Yeah, you might.
if she might be more appropriate for somebody, she might be more appropriate for a general mental health program, but not so much for a postpartum day program, which is what they had. So they didn't say that you don't need help. They just said that you don't fit with our program.
Would it surprise you to know, sir, that they said that she didn't fit with their program, as you put it, because of the overlay of over-medication that her doctors had caused to that point? Do you have any memory of that at all?
There were questions that they raised about the medication.
It wasn't just questions. They said that's the reason. The secondary diagnosis as to why they wouldn't accept this young lady is because of the medications that she had been prescribed. Over-medicated.
Do
you recall seeing that in those records?
Yes, I recall a diagnosis of depression, which was not specified further because there were medicine complications.
Do I have to get the medical records and read them to you?
I actually have something in my report, so I
Good.
can read it back
Can
to
you
you.
pull it out and tell me
Yes.
what the discharge diagnosis was?
Exhibit 220.
I am watching with bated breath here. The doctor trying to downplay the discharge diagnosis that we've all heard about. Oh my goodness. I have some other whoa moments too. Notice how Kevin Reddington, though, has changed his cross style for this doctor, all right? The sign of an experienced attorney. And what they're doing is they're getting the document, which has been marked into evidence, from the court clerk. That's what you have to do once you.
I'm on page
There we
18
go. I'm
of
going
my
to go back
report.
off.
And
Discharge diagnosis?
the records indicate a diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder and depressive disorder without further specification, and I quote, due to adverse drug effects.
Anything else?
Yes, they indicate that her chief complaint was feeling numb and crazy depressed, identified passive suicidal ideation, notes that the,
I'm sure you can read all the diagnoses. My question, sir, is simple. It's on the discharge diagnosis. That's all.
yes, the discharge diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And secondary to what?
They didn't specify more about the
Why don't you just
depression
read it?
because it was due to adverse drug effects.
Okay. And in your review of the record, sir, did you then see that the doctor at the Women and Infants at least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her?
Dr. Gelada?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. It's like Captain Major, that type of thing. Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Did they reach out to nurse practitioner Gelada?
I did not see that in the records.
Can we break here, Judge, because I got to get to work.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? We'll come back shortly. Okay.
All right, please. Good, I close the door. There.
Sure, is it next to the courtroom?
All right. We'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see. We'll wait until the camera pans out of the courtroom. Oh, my goodness gracious. I don't know about you, but I have a few comments to make before we engage in a discussion here. All right. Let's talk a little bit. First of all, it seems that while the doctor is prepared, he's only prepared about the items that he wants to cherry pick out of the records. All right. And that's what Reddington is doing. It's a different type of cross-examination, believe it or not. I know you think it's all the same, but it's not. This is a completely different type of cross-examination than what we saw with Avram Mack, who Reddington treated as a complete quack, okay, in terms of the cross-examination. Here, he is understanding that this doctor is a little bit more detailed, a little more focused, and he's taking that detail because the detail was only as to the things he wanted to include in his report to say that, well, she had a filicide, and then it was concern for the kids, and then she killed herself. She killed herself purposely. She was going to kill herself, and only because she was controlling and didn't want to leave her kids, and then it was the altruistic filicide. All right, and therefore tries to take it out of the she knew right from wrong, which doesn't in and of itself make sense as to what you decide to do first, quite frankly. Okay, but he is cherry picking. But I wrote some notes. Wow, he has one article when he was a student that he wrote with his father. I don't know if his father was a doctor or whatever. And it was before he even was a doctor. And it was something about postpartum psychosis or PPP. It was about acute psychosis. And as Kevin Reddington pointed out, that was even before the DSM. But what is interesting I don't know if you're picking up on this as Reddington's approach, is he's having the doctor say the words postpartum psychosis a lot of times. And in his question, he asked postpartum psychosis a lot of times. So unlike Dr. Mack, who wouldn't even utter those words except to say they're not a disease or defect because they're not in the DSM, we have this doctor talking about it even before he was a doctor. So he is mentioning it, all right? And that's subliminal, right? That's subliminal as to what's going on there. So that was the only article, but we did understand that with the exception here, Tubi, even Tubi is getting a little annoyed about this. With the exception of the group in 1982 that he had. So he had a group of women who were in therapy, women who killed their children. And he did say, even though it was only 1982, and I know all of you are picking it up because it's so long ago, but in 1982, this is a group of women, 5 women who had killed their children, who had serious mental illness, okay? And it was important to recognize their serious mental illness, all right? So that actually helps Lindsay Clancy in this case, even though it was so long ago. But then from 1982 to present, let's see, let me see if I do math. Lawyers are not good at math. I can use my fingers to 92, to 2002, to 2012, 2022, and now we're in 2000. So we're talking about 44 years, right? He has not apparently touched, reviewed, treated, diagnosed any woman, because it's going to be a woman who's in postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Okay. I think he had 5 women in that group. Right? So while he appeared to initially be concerned about it, his concern went through the back door, I guess, as he started doing reviews that were pretty, that and I'll fault him, that paid, with clients that paid, the giant, I guess, grocery store and different Bureau of Prisons and all. And that's where he took his practice. Because why? What have we been saying about women's health and women's psychiatric health and women's mental health and women's perinatal mental health? There's no attention being paid. And why is that? Because there's no money to be made. Okay. So there you go with that. And quite frankly, I'm really annoyed, and I will say this, that any woman who is organized is all of a sudden controlling, and that controlling goes into some kind of diagnosis given by a man in our patriarch society that indicates that therefore she has a mental disease or defect, but it's not the kind that would make you unable to appreciate law. So when I bring Tubi, for instance, to my vet, I come out with like pages of notes, and I better, given the cost of vet treatment these days, of what to do with Tubi. Does that mean my vet is controlling, or does that mean my vet is concerned and wants to make sure that the proper care is being given so everything is written out? When I leave Tubi alone with somebody because I'm going away, do I write notes? He gets his Visbiome in the morning and he gets his Visbiome at night. Make sure his Visbiome, if it's separated from this, and make sure it's separated from that, because it can counteract the Visbiome, which is, your stomach, you're giving a thing for your stomach and all. Make sure his food is not given to him after he goes running outside for an hour because he can get bloat. Does that make me controlling? No, it makes me a concerned, wonderful dog parent that's making sure my dog does not die of bloat or my dog gets the right medicines. I mean, and we do that for our animal children, right? And by the way, in New York, your animal children are considered children. They're not considered property like in most states anymore. So, I mean, I think every woman listening to that should, quite frankly, be offended that if you are organized, which you better be if you're female, okay? Because you have to do a lot of things, right? We have to go to work. We have to run our households. If we have partners or mates, where we take care of them. Who's responsible for the grocery shopping? Who's responsible for making sure the laundry gets done? Who's responsible for making sure everything else is running completely, functional? Usually it comes down in this society to women. Now, men help a lot, but the whole idea, what I'm trying to say is that if you do things according to this doctor, you now become controlling, and that can be a deviation and a specialization to show that somehow you have a mental disease or defect. Not one, again, it's going to get you outside the parameters of being found guilty, according to him, but you have a mental disease or defect. And I, for one, am offended. I don't know about you, but I am offended, and I think you should be too. That's why I prefer to listen to our episode on Dr. Gregoire and Dr. Dean. And Dr. Gregoire has not gone back to me. I think he was going on vacation. We will see if he does. If not, we'll try him for another night. Dr. Dean is going on vacation. So I prefer them because he treats women with postnatal mental health. That's his specialty. That's what he's been doing. That was his interest once he became into OBGYN and realized there weren't any services for women. That's in England, because in England, even though we separated as from as colonies, and even though we don't recognize the king, in England since 1938, they have recognized women's health is important, especially why are women killing their kids, especially in the first year of giving birth, because they have postpartum psychosis, a psychosis brought on or afterwards in their postpartum period. Postpartum means you just had a baby. Postpartum is not a disease. It's women's health. It just means you had a baby. But postpartum psychosis is a disease and defect and is recognized everywhere in the world under the diagnostic manuals that they have run by the World Health Organization, the ICD-9. But here in the United States, our patriarch society, with these men who have been chosen to be testifiers for the prosecution, do not seem to recognize that. Although, indeed, this doctor, I think if he's pushed, is going to say, yes, there is postpartum psychosis, but it's part of bipolar too. He did admit, he had trouble admitting that the Children's Hospital, the Children and Women's Hospital, wouldn't take Lindsay back in when she was suffering one of the worst times she was suffering due to adverse drug effects. And what the doctor who called Dr. Gelada was concerned about was overprescription. Apparently, this doctor, Dr. Heilbrunn, does not know that. All right, in all his review of the records. All right, I do not think, and I can't wait to hear from Michel Bryant, that the jury is going to be as rapt and accepting of his testimony when it's against Lindsay as people may have inferred yesterday. I think they were rapt yesterday because he was saying a lot of things that were helpful to Lindsay Clancy. Okay. Kevin Reddington also, let me see if I'm going backwards in my notes. He indicated that her suicide was serious. Okay. It was a serious suicide. All right. Something I will remind you that the prosecutor Sprague, ADA Sprague, who is in charge, and prosecutor Buckingham, ADA Buckingham, who was the first one who got into that religious Catholic moral issue, but she had to do it, in my opinion, with the approval of her boss. You don't ask that kind of question unless you've gone over the questions you're going to ask with your boss in a high-profile case. I mean, quite frankly, when I have a trial and I'm a team leader, I go over the questions that everybody is asking, right? And that's me. I'm not prosecuting cases anymore, but I'm dealing with trial teams in many situations, and you have to talk to them. Now, last night, that's what I was dealing with. What's going to be argued in a case? How are we going to argue it? How are we going to focus it? How are we going to deal with it? Is it question one? Is it question two? What's question three? If the judge does this, what do you do? You're with a team. Okay. You're not out there in a rodeo doing this by yourself. Okay. Now, there was a boom moment. The judge did sustain objection when Kevin Reddington said something about everyone understands that except for maybe the ADAs sitting there, the two women sitting there. And there was an objection, rightly so. But we all kind of liked the boom because we all got this. We talked about the organization. Let's see. Kevin Reddington got in the fact that she loved her life. It was promising. And then she started getting anxiety. She was going back to work and she started having anxiety for it. It was getting worse. And then comes that terrible, terrible note to the mother after she starts seeing Dr. Tufts. And by the way, here's your civil case going in. So she goes to somebody for help. They prescribe her medicine. And you saw Dr. Tufts' testimony. She wasn't very user-friendly, all right, in my opinion. And then she writes a note to her mother, which we've shown on the screen, heartbreaking. Something is seriously wrong. Can you come with me? And then this doctor did not know she was so seriously wrong and so upset that her mother and her, she asked if she could sleep with her in her mother's bed after she is a wife and has had all of these children. That's heartbreaking. She even reached out, as we know, to her mother-in-law, which they seem to have close, to try to get help, right? Everybody knew that she needed help, and they were doing their best. They're sending her to the doctors to try to get her help. And the doctors are like, well, you're anxious because you didn't leave the children, right? Tufts, you're absolutely, I'm seeing this. Tufts didn't request blood tests, and it's bullshit, okay? That's a legal term. It's on a sweatshirt, so I know that in the store. You could do tests to see whether or not the drugs are in your system. You can do a test, they do it all the time in criminal matters, to see whether a level of a drug has reached a therapeutic level or is below a therapeutic level. It's done all the time in criminal matters when there's homicides, all the time, all right? They're expensive, but the tests can be ordered and they can be done, all right? So there was that too. And then the whole bipolar, there was he did diagnose her, by the way, with a serious mental disease. He diagnosed her, and this actually helps, Lindsay, with depressive bipolar 2 disorder. Okay. And he said that was a severe mental disease. Now, that's him saying it. But what he's later going to say is that severe mental disease, at the time she killed her kids, she was able to make decisions. Well, making decisions upon killing yourself or killing your children does not mean that you know right from wrong. That's if you're in the middle of psychosis, of course you're making decisions. Because you're making a decision, and I'm sure Kevin Reddington is going to get there, does not mean that you don't have postpartum psychosis. It does not mean that you don't have a psychosis. It's simply the two are not equal. The two aren't equal, right? Of course you're making decisions. If you're in a psychosis and you jump out of a building, you make a decision to jump out of a building. Even though you're really not thinking about it, you're acting. Maybe on the way down, you think this was not such a good thing to do because the air wakes you up. But you've made that spur of the moment decision. As Dr. Gregor says, it's like a light switch. It turns on. And he said he has a whole PowerPoint presentation of all these wonderful women smiling, right? Smiling just before they killed their kids, all right? Because they were in postpartum psychosis. And that's from an expert who treats postpartum psychosis and recognizes it as a mental disease or defect, and recognizes as in a psychosis, you can't tell right from wrong. You're in a psychosis. That's the point. And to try to separate these all out, I think that he's going to have a field day with the 18 minutes and all. His big thing on the timing of the killing of the children and then her committing suicide was that she took a call from her husband. All right. And then her husband said, she sounds detached in some way, but she always sounds detached. Well, of course she always sounds detached. She's been detached for months. And then the medications are making it absolutely worse, to the point where, as you recall, her husband said to the doctors, you're making her a zombie. Yeah, she's becoming detached, all right? She's not being helped. Her psychosis is not being treated, and she's becoming detached. And then it can just happen. It can turn on a switch that this is what you're going to do. This is what you're going to do. Okay? I don't see how you separate what he's trying to do and say, well, I believe it's she made a decision to end her life, a specific decision to end her life. Then, everyone makes a specific decision to end her life by taking a nosedive out the second floor window after you've tried to cut your neck, after you've tried to cut your wrist, after you've been bleeding. and then of course you're going to make that decision to just jump out the window. But this whole idea that this was like, okay, then she thought about this, and she had to think about this, and she had to pick up this, and she had to do that. Well, you have to do a lot of things when you go into a psychosis and decide to kill yourself. I'll do a lot of things. But what he's saying is that she just didn't kill herself. She didn't want to leave her kids behind. But that's part of the psychosis. It's all part of the thing. All at once, this is all too much. This is all too much. What am I going to do here? I'm hearing voices. I'm hearing a command voice. Now this voice is telling me, coming from the outside, that I have to do this now. I have to, it's a psychosis. Okay. The sitting there and being rational, and let me just explain this, and there's a timing, and by the way, there's going to be a big dispute about 18 minutes, okay, because you heard Dr. LaPosada said no. All right, so there's going to be a big dispute about that, we haven't even gotten to there, by the way. We just haven't even gotten to that point. So I just found, to me, when everyone was talking about how great he was yesterday, I think that we're little by little whittling away at these opinions. Now, we haven't gotten to questioning on his whole opinion yet. I thought that maybe, I don't know if you want to hear that now, a replay, or we wait till Michel Bryant comes on during the lunch hour. I think that may be a better use of the time then, and all. And then we'll talk about it then. But the fact that because you're taking steps and have some decision making, you're not in a psychosis is ridiculous. This woman was failed. I mean, the whole idea of healthcare. I mean, you heard when she went to the hospital and they wouldn't let her in the program, their notes are that she has suicidal ideation. She has suicidal ideation. That used to be it. If you had suicidal ideation, you let somebody walk out the door in a hospital and they then killed themselves or off themselves or, de-line themselves. You had serious malpractice going on. I am beginning to think this whole medical transition, that unless you have a specific plan for your suicide, has to do with the doctors didn't want to be sued for malpractice anymore. So that they changed the standard internally. And I'd love to have somebody do a research paper on this, that if you have suicidal ideation, it's not enough to admit you. And then if you happen to off yourself or unalive yourself, there's no medical malpractice here by the standards, by their own medical standards in the Doctors Medical Association, whether it's the AMA or whatever. I'd love to see someone do a paper on that, because I'm beginning to think that's where this whole idea that suicidal ideation is not enough to say you're suicidal, because you may have ideation, but unless you have a specific plan, well, come on, give me a break. That's the point. The ideation has to start, and then it can go into a plan. So when does it go into a plan? After you get mistreated by medication, after the medications cause you to have more ideations, after the medications cause you to have hallucinations, after the medications cause you to have delusions, or is it a combination of both? Your mental state causes you to have delusions and ideations and hear voices, and then it's compounded by the drugs. I mean, and that's what I think we're going to hear Reddington talk about. That's why he wants the involuntary manslaughter by having the drug intoxication. I'm not sure he's going to get it yet, because I'm not sure we've reached that. We haven't heard with the judge. But, also the doctor here, Heilbronn, used a lot of, iffy words, maybe, possibly, blah, 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 blah. Okay. If it's maybe, possibly, not 100% certain, that's reasonable doubt. Now he's talking in his opinion, and what were his conclusions? Okay, let me go back to my notes on all of his conclusions here. Okay. By the way, he said here's what, let me, I wrote it here on my computer on this side. Okay. Right. What he said is, when asked what his opinion was, she was suffering bipolar 2, complicated by insomnia and medications. Did she appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions? The answer is, she retained an awareness of the illegality. She was influenced by her strong desire to die. Some of it was realistic and some of it was not. She killed them out of love rather than the response to voices. That's not what she said, okay? Her strong desire not to leave the children demonstrated self-control throughout by the day. Her actions at 5:15 influenced her sadness and hopelessness, and she retained control over when and how she carried out the killings. Okay? Was she criminally responsible? The prosecutors asked. My clinical opinion was that she was criminally responsible on January 24th. I'm not sure why she's allowed to answer that ultimate opinion as opposed that she know right from wrong. I'm not just sure about that and all. But Reddington didn't object, so I have to assume that that's allowed in Massachusetts. In some states, that may not be allowed, even from the doctor. So she also said that he had to make decisions throughout the day. To strangle was a decision. What to use to strangle was a decision. The order of the children was a decision. To kill herself was a decision, and that he concluded that it was not peri-traumatic dissociation psychosis. Okay, why? Because it's the sort of thing you can experience when things are unreal. It sounds psychotic, but it happens when going through a traumatic set of circumstances. Okay. He says, question, are you talking about when the defendant was strangling her children? That could be. Did she show signs of peri-traumatic? She said it felt like it wasn't her. She said what she was going through, she was not thinking. There was no decision making. She was just listening to the voice, just taking action. And then the doctor says, this is difficult but important. There are many ongoing decisions that have to be made to carry out the killings, and then he calls it 18 to 20 minutes. For example, why the basement? Who goes first? What are some of the decisions that have to effectuate the strangulation? There was an objection, and that was sustained. All right, so this is what he's saying, that it's the constant decisions, all right, that she had to make that makes this less to be a perinatal, what he called, didn't call postpartum psychosis, but less to be a peri-traumatic dissociation psychosis. So that's all. That's what he's making. That's what he says. And then, by the way, let's talk about the smartwatch. Let's talk about this thing on my wrist, the little spy thing on my wrist. All right. Remember the smartwatch that was hers was found by Kevin Reddington weeks after the police had let the scene go. And had not searched the fact that it was in her night table, her smartwatch. This was the best. When he's interviewing her on the third day, how do you know she's, she's lying to you? Okay, because when I asked about what wrist she wore her smartwatch on, and she said she could not remember. Did I hear that right? That because she couldn't remember on the third day at the time what wrist she wore her smartwatch on, that means she was lying to him? I mean, see, when you drill down into some of this reasoning as to why this doctor thought that Lindsay Clancy may have been prevaricating to him, I mean, unbelievable. I'm sure hopefully somebody has clipped that on X and posted that specific X. I mean, are you kidding me? If you ask me what wrist I wore my smartwatch on 3 years ago to the day, August 25th, 2023, I could not tell you, because I switch my smartwatch. I may put it on the left, I may put it on the right. Sometimes I may forget that I have it on over, I just don't take it off and charge it, and then I look at it and have to take it off. And then I may be wearing a piece of jewelry on one side that I don't want the watch to interfere with, maybe a piece of jewelry. I couldn't tell you either. Wouldn't remember either. That means I'm lying to you. That means I'm not telling you the truth. Are we kidding? I mean, ask the doctor what he had for breakfast 3 years ago today. See if he can remember. I mean, what he's trying to say is, well, if there's something that you would do normally and put, by rote, if you can't tell me that you can't remember, you're basically lying to me. You're not telling me the whole truth. We do a lot of things by rote. All right. And a lot of times we can't remember what we do. Did you make coffee this morning? What kind of coffee did you have? Did you have your Dunkin' Donuts? What kind of coffee, or did you have something else? Did you go somewhere to have coffee? Well, the normal fallback position was, I ordered Dunkin' Donuts through DoorDash and I've got my Dunkin' Donuts. But there are days I don't. That means I don't remember. You asked me 3 years ago, was I drinking a mango Dunkin' Donut? I don't know. All right. according to this doctor, if I say that because it was a rote routine that I was usually engaged in, I'm lying to him. I just thought that smartwatch was just ridiculous. I thought that was a ridiculous question. And it was so ridiculous that I don't think Kevin Reddington needed to go further. I assume that we will hear about it. Yeah. What wrist did you wear your smartwatch on? The one that was actually found in your night table, so you really weren't wearing it, right? Okay. And then the difference basically with him is that he's basically saying, because he wants to please the prosecutor, I don't care what he says, all right, he's hired to go there. When he got there and accepted this, he wasn't about to give the opinion she wasn't able to understand right from wrong. Okay, give me a break. All right, he wasn't able to do that. If he was, he may have done that, right? He may have said that she didn't know, she was but he doesn't want to lose credibility with his community. So he admits that she has a great mental disease and defect. He admits that she's sick. He admits that she needs treatment. He admits that she still has a diagnosis now, right? Unlike Dr. Mack, who said that all her diagnosis was adjustment disorder when it was bipolar 2 at Tewksbury. I mean, that was like, goodbye, I don't care. I've had enough of this guy, my cousin Vinny, I'm finished with this guy. All right. So this is that. So then the question is, let me see. Oh, the issue of future orientation. That was another thing. He made it sound by the prosecution questioning, and they basically were lying to the jury, that they focused on, was she concerned about her future and future orientation? And he first said yes, right? And then I guess he thought about it, okay? Because he then qualified it later on, and he said, I don't think she is over this, okay? I don't think she is over this. She is still in a state of grief. She is still grieving, okay? The prosecutors wanted him to say to the jury, or intimate to the jury, that she was concerned about her future and all. And therefore, we hate her, right? She's not concerned about those kids that she killed. She's concerned about the future. Isn't this a line we heard way back when? All right. But then they got rammed by their own witness here when he said, I don't think she's over this. I don't think she's over this. She's still in a state of grieving. All right. That actually was very helpful. And to me, that slammed down the lead prosecutor. And the lead prosecutor's at fault. I mean, her boss was in court, Tim Cruz, I think it is, who is running for re-election unopposed. If I'm her boss, I mean, if I know when I was a prosecutor, my boss would have had me up at his office immediately. Okay. Immediately up in the office, immediately. Right. If I tried to mislead the jury on something like this, including an expert testimony. I mean, what they're doing is they're saying they've started picking out parts. Maybe they're thinking they're not doing so well. Well, no cookies, Ollie. You're not doing so well. And then even their own expert had to disassociate himself with that line of questioning. Now, I don't know if Michel Bryant has tweeted. Let me check and I say tweeted, it's X account, we all know it's X account, but when you say tweet, it has, an issue. So Michel Bryant did talk about this. The biggest issue no one is talking about except us, which we've talked about, is the involuntary intoxication instruction. Is it in or out? And how does that impact a lesser included for involuntary manslaughter? Okay. Kevin Reddington 2 hours ago told Michel Bryant that they haven't gotten to that yet. Some interesting. And then he tweeted from the courtroom 1 hour ago, the jury is looking fresh. Handsome woman is in a lovely flower print with her signature 3/4 length sweater. Dapper Dan in tie and vest today, all nodding along as Judge Sullivan says, one more witness after Dr. Heilbrunn. I feel he says. Then Michael tweeted, Dr. Z carefully watching and listening as Commonwealth expert Dr. Heilbrunn is cross-examined. the jury, as they tend to do when Kevin Reddington questions, is watching like a tennis match. And by the way, if you're a defense attorney, you love that. You want the jury to follow you. So when you ask a question and they look at the witness and they come back to you, what's the next? It's a volley. They want you. That means you're controlling the well of that courtroom. That means the jury wants to hear from you. They're listening to you and they want to hear what is happening. Okay. Hear what is happening. So that is very good for Kevin Reddington. Okay, Michael Ben Bryant tweeted the last tweet we have 52 minutes ago. Bo Buckingham is how he calls her. Still wearing her bow, but has been far more understated the last 2 weeks. Definitely blowback from the online skewering. Blowback. There's a little bit of Michael Bryant's snark, as you know, and all, and how he's named people and all. But that's pretty much the up to date has been going on right now. Wow, are we almost at 40,000 subscribers? We need to get to 40,000 subscribers, everybody. So hit that subscribe button if you're here watching, and all, you're watching in X, you're watching here, get on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Yes, isn't he funny, Boback? Michael does have a sense of humor, and I'm sure that there's a lot of people that do have a sense of humor. So we're going to be trying to interview a lot of different people. We've already got a commitment to interview, hopefully put on an origin interview. I don't know if we have a commitment. We want to put on an origin interview Dr. Zeisel if we can, and anyone else from this trial, because we find them fascinating. Maybe not the prosecutors, although I'd be willing to do an interview with the prosecutors as to, what was their strategy, what was their strategy here. So remember, we don't know what the jury is going to be charged yet. Murder, we know. We know second degree murder, we know. The issue of involuntary intoxication, okay, we know is up in the air, and that's whether the drugs caused her to do it. And then, of course, not guilty by reason of insanity. We're going to go over some of that tonight. Hopefully when we hear what the jury charges and maybe the verdict sheet, although the court may not get out a final verdict sheet until tomorrow. I think we're going to get through this witness, and I think we're going to get through the last witness today and be ready to do jury charges. But by the way, those jury charges are going back and forth in emails to the attorneys. Probably I would imagine that Mr. Reddington's son is also helping deal with those, and people from the office and the ADA are helping deal with that and getting them back and forth, because that's when the judge goes to work, right, and has to get the jury charges set. Then obviously the only thing we're going to probably have oral argument on is if there's a disagreement as to the is to the issue of the involuntary manslaughter based on the drug intoxication. But that's where Kevin Reddington also was going to hear, because remember, you have a major malpractice suit that's pending, both from Lindsay and from Patrick, the parents, dealing with how did this happen and why did this happen. And so we have that going on also. And I understand there's been a lot more filings and answers from some of the doctors in the amended complaints that have been filed. I think there's 2 amended complaints now, maybe 1, but I know definitely 1. I thought I saw a second one, and there was a lot of different paperwork that was filed in this matter. We'll do that some other time. I sent it to Michel Bryant last night. I said, I haven't gone through it. And he said, I haven't gone through it because we were already up later. It's funny you should mention about the bow tie. I was looking online and I saw a bow, from a major designer. And I said, yep, ain't happening. Ain't happening. I'm thinking differently about bows. And usually, people could wear, in designers, when you see them women down the runway, they're wearing a bow on the bottom of their hair. But not any longer. Bo Buckingham, I think, has taken the bow away from being in the fashion world for me, anyhow. But that's not a comment on her dress, because we never comment on men's dress, but it's a comment on how I view something, and how something, when you see it in a courtroom and you associate it with something that you are not particularly happy with, that maybe you don't really want to be associated with it yourself. So that's what that is. But people can wear whatever they want, and that's the problem is that, what we're talking about here is the fact that women are being, it's almost like genderized, right? The sense of, wow, are we back on? Are we back on the trial? Hold on, let me add it to the stage. Hold on. I'm going to add this to the stage. Is this back on, or I don't hear it? That's the problem, because this is, I need Joy,
When
who's
you
walking
read
her dog. There we
the
go.
records, would you agree with me, sir, that there
There
was
we
a
go.
history of present illness, which means they would ask Lindsay questions about how she felt, what her medications were, things like that, right?
Yes, I would.
And when you were reviewing this, did you note that she indicated that she was feeling, and I quote, because it's in quotes, crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion, end quote, quote, can't feel love, end quote, quote, my life is becoming a disaster, end quote. You saw those?
Are you quoting from the records or from my report?
Records, exhibit 220.
Okay, yes, I would agree that those were words that were used when I reviewed the records.
And when you were talking with Lindsay, you asked her what she meant by saying she can't feel love?
Yes, she said that she felt like a shell. She felt hollow. She felt like a zombie. She felt emotionally flat as a pancake, which is also one of the phrases that was used in those records to describe her mood.
Okay. My life is becoming a disaster, quote, can't feel fear, end quote. What did that mean? Did you ask anything like that? Can't feel fear.
I didn't ask her specifically about can't feel fear. She indicated that she couldn't feel things emotionally that.
Worried that she is, quote, messed up beyond repair, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
That was several places, yes, including the records.
Quote, takes all the effort in the world just to breathe, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
Yes.
And in the interviews of friends and family, would you agree in this time frame, which was in December, to the end of December, that she was having difficulty even getting out of bed?
Yes.
She felt very heavy. She couldn't even walk. She had difficulty with her personal hygiene, correct?
Yes.
Was worried about how she's going to take care of her kids and feed them and watch them while Patrick was working, right?
Yes.
And one of her goals, and I quote, was to come off meds and be able to sleep, end quote.
Yes.
Now, insomnia, you'd agree with me, is very serious.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with you,
And
yes.
that can lead to any number of things, right?
Yes.
Can even lead to psychosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about the treatment plan and recommendations that the district attorney had asked you about as well. And if I may, and if you need to look at it, let me know. It says treatment plan, admit to DHP. Do you know what DHP is?
No.
Okay. Medication, recommended tapering off Seroquel, starting with 200 milligrams tonight and follow up with outpatient provider. That would be who, Gelada?
At the time, it could have been Gelada or Tufts.
And then indicating, sir, that diagnosis that we talked about, if I may approach, can you, right here, just read number 1 and 2?
Number 1 is GAD, which stands for Generalized Anxiety Disorder. Number 2 is depression, unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects.
So when you rule out, you have a concern about adverse drug effects, one of the things that I imagine one would do is to reach out to the person that's prescribing the drugs, right?
It's possible. There could be other strategies as well. You could change the medication. You could discontinue it. There could be a number of things.
And when you read the record, sir, again, page 9 on the treatment plan, did you make note of the fact, and I quote, "Of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, NP, but did not receive a call back." You see that?
I may have seen that. I didn't note it in what I wrote here.
In any event, patient plans to reach out to previous provider who would be Jennifer Tufts, and she did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window. He spoke with her, is what you told us, jury. Right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
Can you never listen to that tape?
I did not.
Went into McLean Hospital, and that would be the locked wards of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday, right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir, that, well, while she was there, she continued to describe her mood as numb, denying things like that she's not having hallucinations and suicidal thoughts or homicidal thinking at the time, and that would be prior to her discharge. Is that right?
There was a lot in that question, so if you could break it down for me, I'd appreciate
No,
it.
I'm just going to ask, sir, if would you agree with me that she indicated what her mood was prior to discharge, right? Well, as a doctor, you're not going to let somebody walk out the door of a locked ward in a hospital without making sure that, in your opinion, that it's okay for the person to be released to their home, family, things of that nature, right?
I'm looking at the part of my
Sir,
report.
can you understand my question? I don't care about your report. I'm asking you about when someone is in a hospital, you don't release them unless you feel they're not a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that question is yes.
And she was released, right? From the hospital.
Yes.
And she then was allowed to go home and go to her daughter Cora's birthday, right?
That's correct.
And this was on January 5?
January 5, yes.
And she was described in the records as being cooperative and pleasant, right?
Cooperative, pleasant, no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal ideation, mood described as good, in quotes, and not anxious.
Good for you. Anything else you want to add?
Objection.
That's sustained. Next question.
So after discharge, would you agree, sir, that she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she thought that she was off the Seroquel and felt that was what was causing her a lot of her problems, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. But the intrusive suicidal ideation and thoughts returned. Isn't that right?
Within a week, yes.
And they were pretty bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said I've combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right? For the jurors to look at, the blue thing that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right. So you combine 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before, is what you indicate. And this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia, and that she was numb, right? Yet again.
Yes.
Right? And a zombie, yet again, right?
Yes.
And she didn't see any improvement. Is that right, sir?
No, that's not right.
Okay, well, quote, in fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medications prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly new symptoms, which were insomnia. It's page 126 of your testimony.
Okay.
Yes, okay. All
I
right.
misunderstood your question.
That's all right, no problem.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then you further indicated that, moving on to number 5 on your chart, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety getting better through medication, right?
Yes.
It was also counseling. She went to counseling through Latasha Dukes. Miss Gelada was still treating her, correct?
The counseling was limited, but yes, that is correct. She was involved in some counseling.
So it was limited. Is that a bad thing? Did this woman not want to go to anybody that would help her, sir? Are you trying to tell the jury that she was avoiding help?
Sustained. Next question.
So it was limited? How is it limited?
It was short-term and supportive as opposed to something where in the field you might pick a cognitive behavioral therapist, which is empirically supported for things like anxiety and depression and patience and things like that.
Who makes that decision? Does a person like this make that decision, sir? Is it up to the patient to make a decision of cognitive, whatever it is you just said?
Yes, it's certainly one of the things that an individual can do is looking for a referral from somebody who would be a cognitive behavior therapist or something like that. So yes.
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm
All
finished.
set?
I'm finished.
She was focusing on trying to make this anxiety and make her feelings about her feelings go away. She wanted to be herself again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? For a person to want to do that?
Not at all.
Okay. You indicated that she was concerned about resolving her problems, and the district attorney then asked you about if this is some type of her taking control of her life. You indicated that she is trying to take control of her life. Remember that?
I testified that it was important that she felt in control and that she could make things happen and improve things through focusing and discipline and hard work.
And that's what you've already agreed, that she was a person that wasn't afraid of hard work, right?
Yeah, on the contrary, she worked hard and she got a lot of results from working.
So that's not an issue that would be something that would be a black mark against her, that she's trying to take control of her life as it relates to these medications and what they're doing to her and her internal feelings of postpartum, if that's what she believed?
I was not trying to develop black marks against her. I was just trying to
I'm sorry.
describe how she thinks and feels and behaves.
Sorry, you're right.
All right. Next question.
I thought you said yesterday that, you put 2 marks over this category, 3 marks over this category. This is possible. That's possible. You were considering these things, right?
That was on another issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as it relates to resolving the problems, that would include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own. This is your testimony. Asking friends and family for tips. Really? You're supposed to ask friends and family for tips about your mental psychosis, your mental state?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, Dr. Helbron testified yesterday as it relates to in response to questions from the district attorney about her resolving her problems, including talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, and asking friends and family for tips.
Objection, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that good medical advice, sir? To tell a sick person who comes to a doctor for help to go ask their friends and family for tips?
One of the things I would say is that when you want very much to improve, you of course ask your doctor and whoever else you're working with, but you might also ask other people in the family or friends any recommendations that they might have. That's sort of something that you do.
And when you say sort of something you do, what are you referring to? The women that come to a doctor in the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and ask for help, that they should go talk to their neighbors?
I think that one of the things that's kind of a natural human inclination is to talk to people who are close to you, friends and family and so on, and say, this is a problem I'm having. Do you have any advice, or can you help in any way?
And then over the course of the time that she was going through this experience into late January, she had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in
Your
January?
word, sir, for late January.
Objection. If we could have the question and the response.
Yeah. Good. Next question. Go ahead.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr. Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse reaction? What does that mean?
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
Sorry?
Oh, okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as to the form.
Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts and Gelada was good?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know. That's not something that I evaluated as part of my evaluation of Ms. Clancy.
You testified yesterday that she was returning to exercising in December. And then the district attorney followed up and indicated, well, she went to the Kingsbury Club in December. Remember that question?
I don't actually.
No? Do you know what the Kingsbury Club is? It sounds pretty fancy.
I don't actually.
Do you know that it's just an exercise place with a pool? You can bring your kids, a little restaurant?
Once again, I don't know what the Kingsbury Club is.
Well, there's no problem with a woman trying to exercise to try to avoid drugs and try to get herself out of any depressed state that she might be in after having a baby, right? No problem with that.
On the contrary, it's a good idea if she can do it, and it's something that she used exercise all her life to help manage her mood and do better.
One of the questions the DA asked you yesterday is about the manic state or hypomanic state, exercise or things of that nature. And you answered that she did some exercise. Well, she did more than some exercise right after having Callan, didn't she?
She did.
What did she do?
She got up at 4 a.m. She ran 3 miles. She did half an hour on the Peloton, did an exercise class. So she was doing a fair amount of exercise.
How about a road race shortly after she had the baby?
Yes, it's my understanding that she did that too, yes.
During that period of time while she's exercising and running and road races and all the rest, sir, would you agree, sir, that that coincided with the same time that they were involved with the cleaning out of the garage and removing property and selling things? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that at the same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television, where she's selling people things like videos and lost money doing it?
Would I agree what?
Would you agree that she was selling videos online and it turned out that it was a scam and she lost her money?
I would agree that she was involved in something like that. I didn't know that she lost her money.
We have the exercise, we have the scam, we have the hypo cleaning, all of that. Would you agree that that is just a little bit indicative of what you said to this jury, that you were struggling over, trying to find manic, hypomania? Agree with that?
I would agree that those could be symptoms of a manic episode, which I was having a hard time identifying as she was clearly experiencing something like that. But I did end up with a diagnosis of bipolar 2, and that reflected my thinking that some of those things that Mr. Reddington has just described could be symptoms of a manic disorder, although less serious than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about anxiety, that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Objection, will you approach sidebar?
Sure. Yeah, Councilman.
Sorry, guys. Was actually eating some leftover Chinese food from last night. Let me make sure my microphone is on. Wow. I mean, all I can say is let's talk about first the 911 call. All right. Reddington, by the way, has ordered daily transcripts, and they're very expensive. We do it when we're in a high profile case, but he thinks, remember, this is the case for him. It's to break down these quote expert witnesses from the prosecution. And he's doing this on a very systematic way, going through now the testimony yesterday and showing what was the desire of the prosecutors versus what actually did this expert say, all right? And all. So what we have here, and the best one I thought that we just had the boom on, was the 911 call, because he said, Lindsay said to her husband, I tried to kill myself because the kids are in the basement, had all this discussion. When you read the transcript, which people have posted online, and we're not going to post it because we're not supposed to, but I have read it on X, and it appears to be the transcript, and Michel Bryant can confirm, he can talk about it. and he did talk about it when he heard it. He was in the courtroom when it was played. She was basically, you couldn't even, unintelligible. All right. Her temperature, by the way, was down to 80 degrees, which is, she was almost ready to go into some type of cardiac arrhythmia, cardiac arrest. She had lost blood. She was in the snow. Her clothes were cold, making her body colder. And, you can't necessarily warm yourself up quick enough. She wasn't having this coherent, oh dear, okay, yeah, I just tried to kill myself. Oh yeah, I left this kid here and the kids are there and the kids are there. It wasn't there. The transcript was unintelligible. You couldn't understand her. She was dying basically at that point, and all. So that's when he says that, and I think that Reddington is he doesn't have to do it for him. He can do it at closing arguments. And he's picked out certain points because he wants to use them in closing arguments and trying to get 82.1. Thank you. I said 80, but it's about close. It was very, very, very low. By the way, I have to do my pitch that you have to hit subscribe, like, share, notify. You won't be able to chat unless you are a subscriber. We're trying to get to 40,000. We're about 200 away. Let's go. Let's go, team. Let's go, team. So let's continue to talk about this now. So I thought that was something that I just wrote down. And then the other bang that I think was the fact that he gets him to admit through the use of the transcript brilliantly. Didn't you say this? Didn't you say this? Right? That she was, she was taking psychotropic medications, which are very heavy medications. I mean, this is not something to be fooled with. My neighbor actually is the head of the psychotropic medication department for a major drug company. And that's all he does is deal with psychotropic meds and all. And then she had an adverse reaction to them. And Reddington went through that a number of times. Are you saying that? Did she have? And he gets him to admit that he also believes, this is the prosecution expert, that she was having an adverse reaction to the psychotropic medications from September, I think it was, through January. So this whole period of time, okay? This whole period of time that she was having adverse reactions to the psychotropic medications, all right? And that she was in a very minute part of the population. And why is that important? Because postpartum psychosis occurs in a very minute part of the female population who have given birth. So I can easily make the jump if I'm on that jury, that if she had an adverse reaction as a very small, minute group of people that have a reaction to psychotropic medications, that she could easily then be one of that very small group of women that suffers from postpartum psychosis. Okay, they're going to go back. I'm going to go back and get behind my Tubi little app, and we'll continue to listen to lunch, I assume. The next break, I assume, will be lunch. I don't know what the sidebar was about, by the way.
So, District Attorney asked you a question yesterday, sir, and it was in reference to doing things, and I quote, like exercise to complement medication and therapy. And your answer, and I quote, well, if it works, if it doesn't work for some people. It and the use effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere your life a little bit. What did you mean by that?
I mean that exercise is something that isn't useful for managing anxiety for some people, but for other people, it's quite useful.
Okay. In reference to determination as to a manic episode. Your response, sir, was that there were times when she felt, as she described it, after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world. she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids and so on, but it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode, so much that it looked like she was feeling good and getting back into exercise and stuff.
Yes.
That was your answer yesterday. Is that in reference to the struggle that you had to try to get to a manic episode? That's what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
The answer is yes. Can I ask him off the transcript for her? She can cover it? Okay. When you were talking with her in Tewksbury, either you or the other guy in the hospital, interviewing her one of those 3 days,
yes.
let me back up. Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory while they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact, the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't?
It's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So, for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists and after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you pause?
There are a number of things that I don't think are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
Do you recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote, as though she were watching herself commit the killings and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do. Do you remember saying that this morning?
I do, yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black letter definition with profound disassociation?
My testimony was...
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
No, it is
So
consistent.
the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the rest
I'm sure
of the
you were,
answer.
but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I?
You
Did I
used...
read, sir? Hello, did I read what your words were this morning?
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Helbrin told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
With disassociation.
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
And briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where your sense of time and your sense of self are altered, And it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you.
And at disassociation, you'd agree, in the DSM, using that book, is in fact defined as an altered mental state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in your evaluations of Lindsay, after you guys had the chance to speak to her and consider all of the documentation, your opinion ended up, using your words, being in your mind two possible explanations? We talked about that, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were some possible things that made me believe that there was severe mental illness involved, right?
Yes,
And there was severe mental illness involved, right?
there were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just a question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I
And
did.
thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Hey, what-
Thought broadcasting,
Ask you what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they were in her mind, intrusive thoughts?
She was afraid of that, and so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right,
Sure.
hold on, please.
I can't be more
The
clear,
question,
Judge.
all right? And then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Did she, according to Dr. Helburn's review, all the information in all the hours of talking,
Yes.
determine that she was afraid that people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
Yes.
Who did she say that to? Not just who,
Well, she said it to me.
okay?
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not that you're not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick.
Okay.
And she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and
election.
testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud and, I mean, that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts? Read that.
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right, but when I asked you if there were any, so that refreshed your memory, that there was another person that she was concerned about?
Yes, I believe that's right, yes.
How about her friends? Do you recall her telling her friends that she was worried about the teachers being able to read her thoughts?
I do not.
You indicated yesterday that one of the concerns or one of the issues or possibilities was at the time of the killings was acute psychosis, right?
I thought one of the possible
Is
explanations.
that, I don't want to let you run off, sir.
No, that, counsel, next question.
Do you agree, sir, that you testified yesterday that at the time of the killings, one of the possible concerns that you had was whether or not there was an acute psychosis.
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state.
So the answer is yes, right?
Objection.
No, overruled.
That's what you said yesterday, right?
Not exactly the way you phrased it, and that's what
Okay.
I'm responding to.
Yes. Yesterday, sir, you were asked, the next part of the evidence or what you saw against acute psychosis, and you referenced his discussion of whether this was postpartum. So let's stop there for a minute. Again, you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. But the reason that it was not, as you put it, postpartum, is because she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Calvin, right?
Yes.
And most of the explanations from the authorities, like DSM-5, would point to maybe 1 month after birth, or maybe give a little bit, maybe 2 months after birth, or something like that. That's what you said yesterday.
Yes.
And what's that based on in Dr. Heldman's mind? What's that cutoff about? 1 month, maybe 2?
It's based on what DSM-5 says, or the Cleveland Clinic actually said 6 to 8 weeks, if you look at their website. So it's based on accepted authority within the field.
Is the World Health Organization accepted authority in the field?
It's one accepted authority, yes.
Okay, and what do they say?
I don't know what they say.
But would you be surprised if I told you they say up to a year that a woman can be experiencing postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression? Up to a year or even longer?
There are different kinds of outcomes and time periods that different
I'm
organizations
not asking about
use.
outcomes and time periods. I'm asking about the World Health Organization cutoff for a woman with postpartum depression or psychosis. What's the time frame?
Well, I don't know.
And then you indicated, now it could be something else. And there was certainly some stuff that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January, but it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was 8 months after giving birth to Callan. And if you look at two sources of authority, which I relied on, the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic, then neither one of those would suggest that postpartum was the more likely explanation as opposed to something else.
So, if we put aside the DSM, when was the DSM? Strike that. Would you agree that the DSM virtually only mentions the whole concept of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression in 2 paragraphs?
I would agree that they don't consider it to be a mental diagnosis in the same sense that other diagnostic areas are described in that manual.
Okay. Think that should change?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Do I think it should change?
Yeah, you.
The way I look at this is that the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic and the World Health Organization reflect different outcomes. And I think that one of the things that they do on the conservative end is they reflect something that is basically a month, a month or 2 months, and something else on the very extended end is a good bit longer. I think it depends on a number of things in terms of how it changes, and I'm not in a position to offer informed opinion on that, really.
obviously.
Objection.
It'll be stricken.
Doctor, if Miss Clancy had a genuine command hallucination, which in fact did cause her to feel compelled to carry out the killing of her children
Yes.
and herself, would you agree that she lacks substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? If
That
in
would-
fact that was a genuine command hallucination that she believed?
That would depend on a number of things. It would depend, for
Let's
example,
not go through a number of things. So your answer is no?
and my answer would be, it depends.
Okay, so it depends.
Next question.
Would you agree, sir, that in December of 2022, and she told you that at that time frame she had these thoughts that were in her head that would, quote, pop into her head, intrusive thoughts that included that her brain was damaged and that she had to kill herself? And she told you that, right?
She did.
Do you believe she was telling you the truth, sir?
Yes.
I stand corrected in one regard, sir. This morning I started off my questions by asking you about 49 years ago when you published an article on postpartum psychosis, and you agreed. You were in college or something, but in fact it was not postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, wasn't it?
I'd have to think back 49 years, but I think that's right. Yes.
You were transcripts of interviews with 32 schizophrenic patients, 15 male, 17 female, all with primary or secondary paranoid symptomology, were edited only to delusion-relevant material. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
It does.
Okay, so it wasn't postpartum psychosis. You've never written about postpartum psychosis, right?
That's right.
Okay. So finally, sir, would you agree, and if you don't, just say, no, I don't agree. Postpartum depression. Are there tests that can be administered to? I'm not talking about a guy who's upset about his job. I'm talking about a woman who's just had a baby, who's going through the postpartum period, exhibiting signs of depression and or psychosis, okay?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me? A person can complain that they're less able to laugh or see the funny side of their life. Is that a symptom, sir? If you know?
Are you asking me if that's a symptom of postpartum depression specifically or depression more generally?
Oh, no, I'm asking you about postpartum depression, sir. That's what I'm talking about right now.
All right.
Okay? Do you agree that a patient would complain that they're less able to laugh and see the funny side of life?
That's a symptom of depression.
You're going
Could
to
be
tell me it's a
postpartum
symptom
or
of
it could
depression
be-
constantly. My question is, do you agree that it's a symptom of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. Not looking forward to things.
And let me just say.
Oh, no, I don't want to let you do anything. Can you just tell me if
Don't.
letting someone stopping looking forward to things is a complaint that is common to postpartum depression?
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason.
Yes.
And Lindsay complained of anxiety and being worried for no good reason constantly, right?
Yes.
She blamed herself for a lot of things in her life. Isn't that right?
She did. Yes.
And she was not looking forward to the future. She was not happy with her life in the sense of the way she felt and wanted to go back to the way she was, right?
That's right.
How about complain? When I say complain, I don't mean complaining. It's just that that's the language you guys use. Complained about overwhelmed. Her day is overwhelming.
Yes.
So unhappy that she would cry constantly.
Yes.
Sad and miserable.
Yes.
Thoughts of harming herself, which is, according to the Mass Department of Mental Health, a flag in and of itself. She had thoughts of harming herself, right?
She did.
Okay, so those are all of the postpartum depression symptoms that a person can have, according to Mass General Hospital's 3-year review of postpartum depression and psychosis. So she hit all of these symptoms, right?
Those are symptoms of postpartum depression. They're also symptoms of depression.
I don't care
broadly.
what, I'm asking you, sir, are they symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
All right. And there's a tool that psychologists can use with a woman who's coming to a doctor for help because of the symptoms of postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that tool?
I don't know what the tool is, but I'm sure there is a measure of it. Yes. Of postpartum depression.
Okay. Have you ever used that measure?
I have not.
Have you ever read about it?
Possibly.
Do you even know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
How about postpartum psychosis, sir? Same study. Hearing voices or a voice commanding a person to act. That's in the DSM, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Command hallucinations. Yes.
Delusional beliefs or distorted reality is a symptom that a person can complain of, right?
Delusional beliefs.
And
Yes.
and
Fixed false
distorted
beliefs.
reality.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just next statement. Confused, disorganized thinking. She had that, right? It's in your report, I think, that she was baking or making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
She was, yes, she was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious and worried for no good, strike that, apologize. Severe sleep deprivation, she had that, right?
Yes.
Rapid mood swings, she had that, right?
Not sure she had
Well,
that.
how about the time that Patrick told you that she would repeatedly find herself in the living room on the sofa and bury her head in the pillow and rock back and forth, crying hysterically?
When you said mood swings, that implies that at one moment you're feeling down and sad and depressed, and in another moment you're feeling quite differently. So
Right, and
I
then
don't
she
see
took
that
the kids.
mood swings she had.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, I don't see that she was experiencing mood swings so much as she was experiencing symptoms of sadness and feeling down and lack of motivation, which are symptoms of depression.
What is akathisia? AKASTHESIA, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
Okay. Feeling overwhelmed. She felt overwhelmed.
She did, yes.
Not herself. Family seeing the change, obviously. Right?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, not herself. Semicolon. Family seeing the change.
Yes, correct.
Lord knows. I mean, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, her mother, her father, her husband, neighbors, people could see the change in her, right?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Continuing on with postpartum psychosis. Not herself. Thoughts of harming her children. That's a big red flag, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay. Thoughts of suicide. She complained of that, right?
correct.
Poor insight. She had poor insight at the end of January, didn't she?
I would not say she had poor insight. No, I think she understood pretty much where she was and the difficulty she was having, and was aware of a number of things about that.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, those symptoms that Attorney Reddington just read you about postpartum depression, are those also symptoms for general depression?
There are symptoms for general depression. They are to some extent symptoms of major depression, which is a more extreme example, a more extreme version of general depression. And there are also symptoms of bipolar disorder and bipolar 2. And I thought at the end of this evaluation that her correct diagnosis was bipolar 2.
And why was that?
One of the reasons, as I testified yesterday, is that she has been in Tewksbury for 3.5 years, and that is her diagnosis of record, bipolar disorder. But what that indicates to me is that having had the chance to see her, prescribe medications, and do a number of things, that they really think that she has a mood disorder of a fluctuating kind, a bipolar sort, as opposed to a major depression or some other kind of disorder.
Now, you were asked by defense counsel about the fact that you interviewed Ms. Clancy a little over 3 years after she killed her children. And your testimony was it's better to interview the person as soon as possible, right?
Correct.
But you were able to watch Dr. Resnick's interview of the defendant about 3.5 months after the incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to review all of her records leading up to when she killed the children and then after she killed the children all the way up to present day, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you typically have when you do these forensic reviews, that much information, medical history and information on a patient?
I had more records information in this case than I have ever had in my career.
And so, and also, were you aware that you weren't allowed to interview the defendant until the court gave permission?
I really wasn't. I didn't know how the process worked.
But as soon as you were informed that you could meet with the defendant, you did, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that you had all of these resources, the records, the prior interviews, the recorded interviews of witnesses, the criminal file, the collateral interviews that you did that in any way aid you in overcoming whatever deficits you might have had in interviewing her 3 years later?
It did, yes.
And how so?
Because of how extensive the records were from different people, different observations, different times, and so on, they in effect created something that I would have tried to do myself if there had been fewer records available. So I would have tried, for example, to
I'm going to object to what he would have done.
No, overruled.
I would have tried to conduct a number of collateral interviews. I would have tried to go out and get some of the records myself if they'd not been available and provided to me. Usually I have to work a lot harder to get 10% of the records that I had in this case.
And you were provided with her complete psychiatric history from September through present day, correct?
I was.
Now, you were asked about being retained by our office and speaking to the prosecutors in the case. Did anyone from my office or myself or Ms. Buckingham ever tell you what your decision or what your evaluations to say in this case?
No.
And did we ever put any pressure on you in any way, shape, or form to come out on what defense counsel calls our side?
No.
And he also asked you about your interview itself with the defendant. At any point in time, was your conversation with Ms. Clancy hostile or aggressive or rude in any way?
No.
Did she ever ask you to stop and say she couldn't do it any longer?
She did not.
In fact, she declined a break at one point in time, correct?
For one of the days, yes. That was the third day.
Prior to reading the records in this case, did you form an opinion as to what her criminal responsibility was?
No. In fact, I worked very hard to avoid forming any kind of opinion until very late in the process when I'd had the chance to go through all the records, do the 3 days of evaluation, do the collateral interviews, and get everything I could have, because that's the kind of thing that helps you handle what's been referred to as confirmation bias, which is starting out with a good idea or a conclusion and then being drawn to the things that support that and avoiding the things that don't.
Would an example of confirmation bias be giving a press conference in which you diagnose a patient before you even do an evaluation of that patient? And then finding that same diagnosis that you initially made?
Well, an example of that would be saying before you had ever met with somebody that I have a diagnosis, and then meeting with them and then possibly resulting in your providing that diagnosis. So it could well be an influence of associated with confirmation bias.
Now, you were asked about the defendant telling you that she didn't like to leave the children and how that was, how that impacted your evaluation of the defendant? And I think you were cut off on your answer. So if you could just tell us what you saw in terms of, or heard from the defendant in terms of her not wanting to leave her children, and how that impacted or influenced your evaluation.
That was an important consideration.
Objection, it's not responsive.
No, I'll go ahead.
If you could answer.
Yeah. That was an important consideration because one of the things that would go through your mind if you decided to take your own life would be something very important to you, like your children. And over a number of years and in a number of different...
Sorry?
This is way outside the scope of cross-examination.
No, I would allow this. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Over a number of years and in a number of different contexts, she didn't like to leave the kids. So the question might be, if you were possibly inclined to think about taking your own life, what would happen with the kids? And would they suffer without you? And could other people take care of them? And that turned out to be something that I thought was consistent with not wanting to leave your kids and not wanting them to suffer and so on. It all went together in how she thought about her own kids, felt about her own kids.
You were also asked by defense counsel in cross-examination about the defendant's concerns about taking Zoloft while breastfeeding. Do you recall in your interview with the defendant when she mentioned that as a result of her practice in labor and delivery as a nurse, she was aware that millions of pregnant women and postpartum women took Zoloft with no problem?
I do not recall that, no.
But that would be in your interview if it happened?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you about your answer from direct testimony about all of the prescriptions and the different doctors being confusing. But being confusing was your description of of seeing all that information, not the defendant's description, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And could you explain that and how it was confusing in what way?
She had a number of diagnoses that people assigned to her, a number of symptoms. And one of the things that she experienced is that people were saying that she had something pretty minor, adjustment disorder with anxiety or adjustment disorder with mild depression or things like that, all the way up to things that were really major and really severe, postpartum psychosis, that sort of thing. And there were a number of things in between. So she was not sure what they were saying, and she was not sure whether they were prescribing the right medication for her, and even if it was something that she experienced, whether she was reacting badly to that medication. So that's basically my understanding, that there were a lot of things that people said, mental health care providers. Some of them were pretty minor as far as what was wrong with her, and some of them were not minor.
And in terms of the defendant being unsure about the effects the medication was having on her, she expressed a specific concern about Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And what was her concern about Seroquel?
It was giving her big problems with sleeping, and she thought that part of the numbness and not being able to feel and that sort of thing was associated with that medication as well. So she thought it was really affecting her badly.
And after she went to McLean Hospital, she was no longer on any of those medications that she had been on from September through December, correct?
Correct.
And she had been weaned off the Seroquel in particular, correct?
Yes.
And so after leaving McLean Hospital, the two medications she was on upon discharge was trazodone and Valium, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about thought broadcasting and the defendant thinking that people could hear her thoughts. And you said there was some difference there between thought broadcasting and what the defendant explained to you was happening. Could you tell us what she said to you in your interview and how that impacted your evaluation.
Yeah, she said that they were thoughts. They were unwelcome and intrusive thoughts, but they were thoughts just like many people would have. And if they were particularly insistent, or they were particularly vivid thoughts, then you might think that, oh, people can pick this up from what I'm experiencing. But that is not a psychotic symptom, having vivid thoughts. On the other hand, if you hear a voice like somebody might hear my voice, it's an external sort of a thing, then that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And so I tried to ask her to describe the difference between the two and specify whether it was an external voice, which would have been an hallucination, or an internal thought, which would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. And she said, except for on January 24th, what she was experiencing were thoughts rather than hallucinations.
Internal thoughts versus external auditory hallucinations. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you if before all of these medications and before all the treatment, if Lindsay Clancy was a happy woman. But didn't she go to Dr. Tufts in the first place because she was struggling?
She was anxious about returning to work. She had been having a very good time with her family that summer, but as the fall approached and Patrick's paternity leave expired and she was thinking about returning to work and scheduled to return to work, that made her anxious.
And so it's not as if Dr. Tufts went to her home randomly and handed her a prescription. She actually went to Dr. Tufts with some mental health concerns and Dr. Tufts treated her, correct?
Yes.
And from your review of the records and from everything that you've learned in this case, including your interviews with her, is it accurate that Ms. Clancy never told any of her providers, any of her medical providers, or any of the hospitals that she visited that she had thoughts of harming her children?
That is my recollection, that she did not share that information with any mental health providers.
And in your review of the records for Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Delata, mental health workers Letitia Dukes, and also at McLean Hospital, isn't it true, isn't it accurate that in all of those records, it indicates that the defendant denied suicidal ideation, denied homicidal ideation, denied auditory hallucinations, denied visual hallucinations, except for saying that she felt suicidal in December?
Yes, that is accurate.
And isn't it accurate that throughout those records, they all document, all those providers document that there are no signs or symptoms of psychosis that are either observable or that she reported?
Yes, that is accurate.
Now, you were asked about her visit to women and infants in Rhode Island, and defense counsel asked you if they refused to help her and told her to leave. But they did offer to help her, didn't they? They offered her 3 different programs. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they referred her elsewhere to programs that they thought were more appropriate for what was wrong with her.
And reading from page 9 of Exhibit 220 in the records, it states, currently she is complaining of insomnia and mental numbness, which she attributes to taking Seroquel. She desires to down titrate the Seroquel and work on getting better sleep. Because her symptoms occurred late in postpartum period and are not clearly related to perinatal factors, the patient was advised that the WIH-DHP, which would be the Women and Infants Hospital postpartum program, is not a suitable treatment facility for her. This was discussed with both patient and husband, and both are in agreement with this. Patient's husband feels strongly that patient has been over-medicated and misdiagnosed. Patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And so it was Patrick who said that she was over-medicated, correct?
Well, he was one of the two of them who said that. She also thought that she was over-medicated.
But the people at Women and Infants Hospital, the ones who are doing the evaluation, don't say in their diagnosis that she was over-medicated. They list adverse drug effects, correct?
They listed rule out adverse drug effects.
And what does it mean when they write in a diagnosis, rule out adverse drug effects?
It means it's possible, but it has yet to be confirmed.
And there's nowhere in the diagnosis any doctor or mental health professional saying that she was in fact over-medicated, correct? In the diagnosis portion here?
Oh, of women and infants?
Yes, I'm sorry, women and infants.
Yes, I did not see anything like that.
And is there a difference between being over-medicated and having adverse drug effects?
Well, I think you're asking a medical question right now, and I'm a psychologist, not a medical professional, so I don't think I'm going to answer that.
Okay. Now, in the diagnosis, you stated earlier that there was general anxiety disorder, correct?
Among the diagnoses, yes.
And depression unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects, correct?
Yes.
So that means depression, but you have to look further into it to rule out or rule in whether or not the medication is having an effect.
Yes.
So that's not sure. That's not saying she's depressed because of the medication, correct?
They was just saying it's possible. Need to look into it.
And in this, what I just read to you, the defendant was telling them that she thought it was the Seroquel and she wanted to titrate down, meaning slowly go off of the medication, correct?
Yes.
And then she went to Dr. Tufts after this and to nurse practitioner Gelada, and nurse practitioner Gelada actually gave her a prescription to titrate down, correct?
Yes.
Exactly what the defendant was looking for, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked by defense counsel about the defendant getting worse and worse and worse. But was that between September and December, or was that in January?
It didn't begin until October when she began taking the medication. And she seemed to get worse and worse into November and December. And then following her discharge from McLean on January 5th, she seemed to be somewhat improved in different ways, including her sleep was better and her mood was slightly better and things like that. So if I had to describe it, it was worse from October into November into December, and then somewhat better and somewhat improving in January.
And you were asked by defense counsel about, you had mentioned cognitive behavioral therapy might be something that someone would look into, and he asked you if that was on the patient to do that, correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Were you aware that there are searches on the defendant's cell phone where she looked up cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT therapy?
Yes.
And so she was actively engaging in her treatment and looking up that type of therapy, correct?
That was one of a number of things that she was searching for information on and looking for, yes.
And despite searching for information on it and looking for, she never made an appointment, to your knowledge, for that type of therapy?
To my knowledge, she did not.
You were asked about peritraumatic disassociation, about how a person feels outside of their body watching what they're doing. Did I describe that accurately?
Yes.
And in that scenario where someone might be experiencing that during a traumatic event, does that mean they're not in control of what they're doing?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means it kind of influences their perception and their memory and so on, but it doesn't completely remove their self-control.
You were asked about psychosis and whether someone in psychosis would automatically act on a command hallucination. And you said, not be responsible, and you said it depends. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Why does it depend?
Because symptoms of psychosis, including command hallucinations, don't necessarily take away your knowledge, your understanding, or your self-control. They can in some instances, but in other instances, they don't. And one of the things that people do to try to retain more control is things like distracting themselves, praying, doing other things that that basically make a difference in terms of supporting and boosting their self-control. And so there's no automatic connection between any mental disorder, including psychotic mental disorders, and the legal standard for knowing that something is wrong or conforming one's conduct to the requirements of the law. That's why we go through all this in such detail.
Well, next question.
Doctor, can someone who is experiencing psychosis with a command hallucination, can that person know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
It's way outside the scope of question.
Next question.
And can someone who is experiencing psychosis conform their behavior to the law?
Same objection.
No, overall.
In some cases, they can, yes.
And is that what you were talking about just a few moments ago, when someone can be in a state of psychosis, hearing a command telling them to do something, and they try to avoid doing what they're told to do?
Yes.
And you gave some examples, but someone trying to distract themselves with music or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop objecting, but I have a standing objection to the leading judge. This is my objection.
All right. It's redirect. I'll allow the Commonwealth to use a leading question to direct the witness to a certain area of inquiry, and then just non-leading questions at that point.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
Couple of things. Sir, first of all, counsel was asking you a question about the inconsistent statement or what have you. You indicated, sir, if I could stand corrected, you administered a test, the MMPI, to her, right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the sub category.
On the scope.
No, she asked about inconsistent statements.
No, yeah, overall.
Is the K scale or the lie scale, right? Yes or no? Just please, yes or no?
The MMPI does have a K scale.
Okay.
And it
And
does
that
have an
measures-
L scale.
That measures if a person, to you as the administering psychologist, is bluntly lying, right?
No.
Okay. Does it also, in your testing, determine if the person is exaggerating their symptoms?
Yes, it's
Okay,
much
the answer is
closer
yes.
to
The
that.
answer is yes, thank you. And when you administered the test to Lindsay, close to 3 years later, you indicated that it was the fact that it was late that you administered the test. It was testing her at the time it was administered, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that, the results, by the way, if I understand, looking at your transcript of testimony, is regardless of all of your explanations about MMPI and the other psychological testing, she was not elevated on anything except for suicide scale, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So she wasn't, according to the testing you administered when you saw her with Mac, exaggerating, lying, malingering, anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you did in your report, sir, is regarding the lying or the malingering, is you made reference to, I believe, Dr. Resnick, Philip Resnick. You know him, right?
I do.
He's a significant authority in the field of filicide. Is that right?
He is.
And Dr. Resnick indicated, sir, that his opinion as to the lack of malingering, and as well as yours, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you made reference to one of Dr. Resnick's articles, actually, in your report, correct?
Some of his research on.
The answer is yes. We can make this easy. The answer is yes. Did you look at and cite Dr. Philip Resnick's research report?
His research, yes, I
Okay.
did.
And are you aware, sir, that what you cited is outdated? Are you familiar with the 2012 article by Dr. McCarthy Jones collaborating with Dr. Resnick talking about the largest study of hallucinations ever conducted in the world?
I'm aware that as a researcher, you build on some of the
No,
things.
not what researchers do. Are you aware of that report?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that that study was after the report that you cited in your report, and it involved 191 individuals who were asked almost 400 questions about auditory hallucinations? You aware of that?
No.
And are you aware, sir, that in fact it was determined that auditory hallucinations can come from within and it can come from without in that report? You're not aware of that, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Only other thing, there's been a lot of talk about how you had to wait, took a while. You had to get court orders to visit with Lindsay to conduct your investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not suggesting or trying to leave with this jury that it was me or my office that interfered or impeded. I think the question was that you were unable to see her. I had nothing to do with that, right?
Objection. Was sidebar?
No. Okay.
Yeah, come on.
Okay, sorry about that. StreamYard, as I'm sitting here, was like going haywire, going a little small, big. Okay, so now the question becomes: the doctor implied that it was Reddington's office who delayed it. He's trying to go there to show it's not, and then of course the prosecution objects because he's going to say, "Well, you didn't file notices," blah blah blah. But there's just a big moment right there. He got the doctor to admit that he was not aware of the more recent studies dealing with auditory hallucinations that Dr. Resnick, the leading person probably in the world on filicide, talked about. And auditory hallucinations, when you're in a psychosis, can come from within and can come from without. They don't have to be an outside voice versus an inside voice, is what this doctor's saying. He's saying that she had auditory hallucinations internally, but that didn't qualify as psychosis, and that her only external auditory hallucination was on the day of, and therefore she's making it up, okay? Whereas he's relying on a study that was old and out of date, because you can have the auditory hallucinations from within and from out, and it still can be part of your psychosis. So I guess the prosecutor wants to try to have somehow Kevin Reddington blamed for the delay in dealing with Lindsay. I still would ask the one question with regard to this doctor. The prosecutor on redirect said, well, she was Googling all these things, but she didn't make an appointment for any therapy based on all these things. When is it, when you're seeing all these doctors and getting all these drugs and you've been shuttled here, there, you committed yourself, that it's up to you to now make an appointment to say, you know what, these people aren't doing me any good. And I've been to all these people, so I'm going to go, look in the phone book or ask friends or ask neighbors to give me some advice as to where I should go. When is it up to the patient to do that? And if that's their defense, by the way, in the civil malpractice case, which I'm beginning to think that they're a little bit coordinated, they're doomed. I mean, Lindsay Clancy did everything. She told everyone. She went everywhere. She was taking drugs. She was getting admitted. She was getting rejected from programs. She was seeing different doctors, different nurse practitioners. She was being shuttled around, and no one helped her. No one helped her because they said, you didn't have a plan to commit suicide, okay? Or we don't believe you that you're having auditory hallucinations, or you're just controlling. After all, you're just a crazy woman, right? Who likes to control her life and exercise and all. I mean, come on. Let's just we'll give you a book. Maybe we should give you Glamour magazine. I'm just picking one out of the air because of yesterday's situation. And you can figure out where, based on, ask Dr. such and such what I should do, where I should go. She was seeing the people to find out who could help her, and no one helped her. No one helped her. And then this doctor gets on there without ever hearing the 911 call. I can't believe they didn't let him listen to it, to say Lindsay was very vocal after she jumped out the window, after slitting her throat, cutting her wrist, having an 82 point, was it 1 degree temperature, or was it 7, 80, whatever it was, close to expiring in terms of being cold. And She jumped out the window head first, fractured her neck, and she's just talking like she's going to a party. Give me a break. You all, or the people in the courtroom, have heard that 911 tape. I don't think Reddington even needs to go any further there about how it was likely she was unintelligible. And Michael's heard it. And Michael can talk about it when he gets on afterwards. I have been putting his tweets on. He said the jury is restless. They've had enough of the doctor. They want out. Time to go. And I think it's time to lunch. And this prosecutor doesn't get it. She doesn't read the room. She doesn't read the room. Neither of them have read the room. She's less offensive than Buckingham, I think, in terms of her friendliness to the jury. But she's not better in terms of how she's misleading the jury, in my opinion, with some of these questions to mislead the jury without giving the whole truth. You know, there's an old saying that you can lie directly or you can lie by leaving out parts of the truth. And that's exactly what's happening here. And let's talk about her use of this doctor to talk about the right drugs that she should be prescribed. He's a psychologist. He's never written a prescription for drugs in his whole life. Why? He can't, because he's not a doctor. That's why he does the testing. He sends his testing to the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist determines what the testing shows in terms of how they're going to treat, meets with the patient, and then prescribes the drugs. Obviously, in Lindsay's case, not very effectively when it comes to Dr. Tufts. Okay. And that's Dr. Tufts, not Tufts University. And there's been some confusion about that. I don't want the Tufts to get a bad name because of what's been going on here. So that's what's going on right now. And now I guess the prosecutor wants to show the jury that maybe with good defense attorney.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Let me sit down.
That's it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
So
Your Honor.
obviously the Commonwealth lost that. Okay. The doctor's taking that. Good for Kevin Reddington. Okay. Let's hear what's going to happen.
All right. Well, members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. We'll come back, call off and call their last witness. So during lunch, you know the drill. Don't talk about it. Don't read about it. Don't listen to it. Put it out of your head, and I'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Let's watch. By the way,
Anything we need to discuss before 2 o'clock?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel? All right. We'll see everybody at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Court stands to recess.
well, I'm sure the doctor is happy that he's out of there. I think the next witness will be shorter. I think the prosecution shouldn't go through there. Let me do 6 hours of some type of, we think we before Congress, okay? And just get the witness on, get the witness off, because their case is fraud. Either the jury believes they haven't met their burden, I believe right now, or not. Either the jury thinks that Lindsay Clancy has to pay for because it involves the death of 3 kids, or they're going to hold the Commonwealth to the burden to prove that she didn't have a mental disease or defect that resulted in her inability to conform her actions to the law. All right. Now, I think that we didn't get back to the slide. I'm going to put myself full screen here. We didn't get back to that slide. Why? Because I think that slide would get us back into possibly the issue of morality and the Catholic Church. And I think that's why Kevin Reddington didn't go there. We talked about it on our show last night, that was an iffy thing. And he knows why. I'm sure they didn't have that. Yes, the jury will have an option to find her not guilty by reason. It's not called insanity. It's called she can't conform her behavior, basically. She and everything that he even mentioned. She just acted. She heard the voice. She just acted. And why does it make sense? Because she's been trying to get help all this time, because she couldn't. There was nothing in her history. She loved these kids. It wasn't like she hated these children, right? And she had to get rid of them. All right. This is why I believe that the families are both standing behind her, because they all tried to help. They all, saw what she was going through, and it had to be hell for everybody there. And we want to make sure it doesn't happen again, That's why we're honoring the kids by talking about postpartum psychosis. And that's why, this doctor, by the way, admitted that there is postpartum psychosis. All right. He admitted there is. Okay. So we have that. And what he said is that it's just that it's dealt with differently under different organizations. Cleveland Clinic says 4 to 8 weeks. American Psychiatric Association says 4 weeks. The World Health Organization says 1 year. We know that, again, in England and most of the European countries, they say 1 year in accordance with the World Health Organization. And if you follow our friend Dr. Joseph, he's talking about a case out of Colorado where a woman killed her 4 kids and then shot herself. And the reason why we don't hear about these cases is because there are very few where the postpartum psychosis, if the woman is going to kill her children and then herself, she usually succeeds in killing herself. Here, Lindsay did not. She's in the worst of all possible worlds. She would have been better off. She feels, and we heard that she feels that way. She doesn't want to be here in terms of this world. We heard that. She said that to the doctors. She heard that. And even when she's talking to about her physical therapy, our viewers made the point, she wasn't saying, I deserve this, and meaning, oh, it's great, I'm doing great in physical therapy. She's saying, I deserve this for what I've done. I deserve being a quadriplegic for what I've done. All right. And that put a whole new light on it, because that's how most of our viewers felt, as opposed to what the prosecution has been trying to get. Again, she went back to exercising. Oh, wow. By the way, this doctor says he knows an awful lot about drugs. Again, I point out he's a psychologist. He doesn't prescribe drugs. And then before lunch, before the break, we talked about, the impression that I had been left by Kevin Reddington was that when he was writing the article with his dad, when he was not even a medical student, and I'm not even sure when that was now, a long time ago, before the DSM, it was about acute psychosis, because the question from Reddington was, you wrote an article about acute psychosis with your dad, but it turns around 49 years ago. Thank you. But it wasn't acute psychosis. So Reddington kind of, may have misread his notes. It was about schizophrenia, and schizophrenia is different than an acute psychosis. It's a specific diagnosis, schizophrenia. So he then got to say, Reddington then got to say, on recross, so you have never written an article about postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. And he had to agree, yes. It tells me that he lied about the article. He had to know he didn't write an article about postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression when Reddington asked that. And instead of correcting Reddington to say, no, that was not about it, he said, yeah, I wrote the article. It was a long time ago. I have to think back. All right. That's a lie. That's a lie, in my opinion. All right. If I'm on the jury, I think that when I heard that he lied, because he remembers all this other stuff, right? He remembers all this other. He could have said, no, I didn't know. It wasn't about that, sir. I never wrote an article about postpartum psychosis. We may have talked a little bit about acute psychosis, but it was in the context of an article on schizophrenia. Okay. It was in the context of an article on schizophrenia. I didn't write any article with my dad about, when I wasn't even a medical student, about I say medical, psychology student, about postpartum psychosis. So that was an absolute lie. So basically, he's never written about postpartum psychosis, right? He had the therapy group, which now I come to question about. He said women who killed their children, and we never really got into what that was when he was at some institution back 40 some years ago, back in 1982. That was, we never got into what was the reason for the killing the children. We do know that he's the letterhead he apparently submits his report on was by the company that hired him, that he works under. And then he did write an article about, and I find this funny, handling difficult cross-examination. I think he may have to go back and rewrite that article, right? If there's anything we can say, I think he may have to go back and rewrite that article. Now, here's the problem. If you're in a country like the United States, who doesn't recognize postpartum psychosis after 4 weeks, and where it's a very small portion of women who suffer from it, and most of the women who suffer from it are successful in killing themselves, maybe there's not that many experts in the United States on this, except for Dr. Resnick, who started with Andrea Yates. And many people don't want to maybe research it. Maybe there's no money in it in the United States. Whereas if we go to other countries, right, as we did with Dr. Gregoire and Dr. Dean, and talk about all other diagnostic manuals, such as the World Health Organization and in England, where they've recognized postpartum psychosis since 1938 as a mental disease or defect in and of itself, not as a specification maybe of bipolar or some kind of adjustment disorder. Remember, we've had now 2 doctors. Remember, this is the prosecution's burden of proof. They must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's remember that. Prosecution must prove, it's the government, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Lindsay Clancy knew what she was doing was wrong at the time she killed her kids. They must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy did not have a mental disease or defect. All right. I don't think they can reach those burdens of proof. I just don't think they have reached them. We still have 1 witness to go, so we'll leave an open mind. If I had to take my druthers, that witness is going to be much more focused, and I haven't seen the report, but it'll probably be focused on the whole idea of this drug intoxication, which Reddington pretty much, by getting Heilbrunn out of his area, kind of cemented that by talking about all the other things she was going through. How can you convict her? I mean, my vote is, and I'm not finished, but if I'm leaning, okay, I'm really leaning, all right, I'm leaning, not both, leaning both ways are not guilty by reason of, it's insanity, but it's not. But I'm leaning both ways pretty strongly. That's that. I'm not leaning towards guilty. All right, I'm not leaning towards 2nd-degree murder. Now, that doesn't mean the jury doesn't find that maybe one of the children was postpartum psychosis, and maybe the child afterwards was not. I mean, they could have different views on the killing of each of the kids of her, because that's all that matters. So we all know what juries do is something that we're not sure of. We can hope, we can try the best case we can, but we never know what goes on in that jury room. And maybe it depends on who the jurors are. That's why I can't wait to hear Michel Bryant when he comes on. I'm sure he is getting out of that courtroom. He's been interviewing people as he's going along. Okay. So, I just think that this prosecution, first of all, if I were the jury, I'd be pretty annoyed that the prosecutors lied to me and tried to make me believe that this was a phony suicide attempt, tried to make me believe all sorts of things that were not true, and still are trying to make me believe when they get up there on redirect. That, for instance, what did she say? That, she didn't make an appointment for therapy. Okay. And that, they were trying to make me believe that she was one way. And we talked about it beforehand, that she was looking forward to her future or something like that. I mean, I'm going to paraphrase it because I don't really want to give them any credibility. And even this doctor to say, no, I'm not suggesting that, after he agreed with them initially. And then he must have thought better of it and said, I'm being set up here, aren't I? And then he said, no, I'm not saying that. Lindsay Clancy is still in deep grief till this day, and she's still in absolute deep grief. But he had to catch himself, because first he agreed with the prosecutor, and she she was just pulling stuff up. He said, matter of fact, he said, where did you find that? He said, well, in the notes of her treatment at Brigham, she said that she was looking forward to, what? And then it turns out until this day, she's suffering from grief, which we heard from the pastor, the chaplain, not the pastor, the chaplain. Okay. But then relying on an article of research that is outdated and has been supplemented by a regular article. That's the one quoted by Philip Resnick. Maybe if he's the leading person on filicide, you should read everything that he points to in his report and take a look at it. Or maybe you just purposely used an outdated article. I don't know what the situation was there. I don't know if he purposely used it or it was just because he was sloppy, or, he just found something that would support what he was going to say. But the fact that he wasn't even aware of this new article that took over years and dealt with hundreds and hundreds of people, that hallucinations, whether you're in postpartum psychosis or in psychosis, have nothing. It can be auditory or internal, and they can be external. The auditory hallucinations can be internal and external. This doctor's viewpoint is that internal hallucinations are not psychotic hallucinations. Only external hallucinations, command voices, are a psychotic hallucination. Well, all I can say is we all have learned a lot, haven't we, about this? And the more I hear about this, the more I read about this, the more I see about this, the more I listen to these doctors. They don't know what the hell they're doing. All right. From the get-go with Lindsay Clancy to right through this courtroom with the defense, not the defense experts, they did know what they did, but the prosecution experts, they didn't know what they were doing. And maybe it's a lesson. You don't go to a warehouse where somebody who may have been involved in a 25-year-old case involving postpartum depression and pick out your experts. All right. Maybe you should have gone to, you have Boston University right near you. Maybe you go see them and say, what do you think? What are your experts? Right. Unless you're just shopping for anyone that will fit the bill. All right, let me see. I have a thing. Michael is here. Yeah, I heard Michael get on. Michael will put himself on the stage, I think, when he's ready. There he goes.
Hey.
There you are, Dapper. Hey, Dapper. We are
not me.
We are dying.
Not me.
We have been talking a storm up. I mean, there was just so much here, and we think Reddington annihilated Mr. Yesterday's nice guy. But
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I'm a touch later, but I fell asleep in court. So the bailiffs had to wake me up there. At the end, it was just enough already. We get it. All right. I don't think anybody was learning anything. Jurors weren't taking any notes. Vacant stares. When you start seeing people like you playing with their beard, and those were just the ladies. And then you're just seeing people. Then they're no longer connected. He's not
a sexist. He says everyone should be playing with their beard.
Earlier on, yes, they were.
Non-sexist.
As I described it, they're watching the Reddington tennis match with whomever's on the stand. But then enough. We're done. Let's go.
Yeah, but they're done. So, they're done because they're done because this doctor's cooked, right?
Well, they're done because there's nothing learning new. Whether they like him and agree with some of the things he had to say, whether they don't like him, no matter which way they're going, they're done. And so I don't think any of the last testimony since the morning break to the lunch break did anything for anybody. I really don't. I think there were a couple of missed opportunities for Reddington, and maybe he's saving it for a closing argument. But remember the highlighted bullet points that Dr. Heilbrunn had put together and conveniently skipped over one of them. How do you skip over one of the bullet points in your own presentation if, in fact, it's your own presentation? That sounds kind of weird to me. But that wasn't addressed on cross. So I don't know. I think it's a huge way to discredit this doctor and to make people wonder, wonder how much the Commonwealth had to do with putting together that bullet point presentation.
But I think it may have led into the whole issue of moral certainty somehow, the moral Christianity and original sin and mortal sin and all. So I think that's what happened. That's my view.
I don't know. I don't think he leaves that alone just because that's like punishing the defense for something the Commonwealth did. That's unfair. So if I were the defense, I'd be going all over it. And if this guy's stupid enough to utter that phrase again, too bad. That's on him. Anyway, he didn't touch it. And I think maybe it's an easy point to make with the jury. Maybe he didn't want to give the doctor a way to kind of slither out of it. Right. Sometimes you do that. You give somebody another chance you point something out, and it gives them another opportunity to fix it.
Just like the 911 tape. This doctor never heard the 911 tape.
We knew that.
He made all these statements about what Lindsay Clancy said, and we know you were in court. I've just read transcripts online that aren't supposed to be there, but they were for when it was first leaked apparently years ago. They're sitting there. She never said anything of the sort that he claimed.
Well, it was nothing that it was intelligible, at least from my hearing. You could understand his question perfectly clear. I don't even remember the "what have you done" part. I do remember the "where are the kids" part. So to hear her say in her recollection to this doctor that she said, I tried to kill myself, and then they're in the basement. None of that was on the 911 recording. None of that.
Right.
So,
And I think he is saving that for information there. What about the fact that he's got this doctor to admit there is postpartum psychosis, and in the different countries, different jurisdictions treat it differently. You got him to admit this. Yesterday, we heard from Dr. Mack, and on Friday, there's no such thing because it's not in the DSM. Today, we heard all about the fact that this doctor agrees that it's all over and it's just treated differently in different jurisdictions.
yeah. And again, I think, all things being equal, he is a far better expert, low standard, because he is willing to admit certain things. But his argument, and we don't know how a jury is going to receive this, one person to the next. He is saying, yes, there might have been a psychotic episode, but that did not overcome her ability to know what she was doing was wrong or to understand that it was illegal or immoral. Skipping the immoral part. It's impossible to tell what a jury is going to do with that. As I've said from the beginning, if they come into this case with a certain bias, a certain bent, a certain, a predetermined feeling about this case and whether or not any psychological or pharmacological impact can change their version, the jury member's version of right and wrong in the sense of killing one's children. I don't know if they're going to hear anything in this trial or have heard anything in this trial that would change that origin bias, I'll call it. I don't know that.
So what you're saying basically is what we talked about is if indeed someone thinks somebody has to pay because 3 kids are dead, they're not going to care about the niceties of whose burden of proof it is and whether or not she had a mental disease or defect, which everyone seems to agree. The question is whether that caused her to not understand right from wrong and the legal concept of the sense that the jury is going to be charged. What about the whole issue of involuntary intoxication? Is that what the next witness is going to deal with?
Well, again, when I asked Kevin Reddington that question just before we got started, I said, that hasn't been resolved yet, has it? That issue with the jury instruction relating to involuntary intoxication, which, of course, if allowed, opens the door for involuntary manslaughter. And he said, I think what I wrote was with a gleam in his eye, no, we haven't gotten to that yet. So that's going to be part of whatever the after witness issue is for today. I can only hope that we bang through this witness and get done with enough time, maybe a half an hour. I don't think they need a lot of time. They've already had their initial jury instruction conference, and there really were only 2 or 3 that they seemed to get hung up on, and one was this involuntary intoxication. That way they can walk out the door today knowing that tomorrow's the day.
Yeah, and usually they've got emails going back and forth to review the drafts.
And so they've honed it to here are the issues. Here's the 1 or 2 issues. Let's just do that right now. And they were pretty quick the last time they got into it. So whether he's going to allow additional discussion on the involuntary issues, both the instruction or the charge, don't know. He may just come out with a decision, and they'll maybe put their objections on the record and move along. I'm just hoping, because we are only in the 5th week of a trial that was estimated to be 6 to 8 weeks, you could look at that and say, man, we are way ahead. We got time to kill. I just hope he doesn't feel like if we don't get to the end of this day with all of those things all resolved and tied up in a nice little bow, that he doesn't say either come back in the morning to do that instruction conference issue and then take the rest of the day off and we'll have closings Thursday. It's a possibility. I just hope it doesn't go there. And I'm sure the jury hopes it doesn't go there.
I may have to swim in my Dunkin' Donuts coffee if that happens on air.
Yeah. I know.
If that goes on. How about the fact that, we were led to believe that even in his youth, in terms of my cousin Vinny, and I'm using my cousin Vinny. By the way, I've told people that we are on a tear for subscribers and for donations. So we're only answering super chats and people that are subscribers and give donations right now because it's something we're trying to pay for your trip, Michael. At Lisa, Marlene, Tennessee, 800 Jules, turn it up. Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate that a lot. Anyhow, but how about the fact we were led to believe, even as in his youth, before he became a doctor, he wrote with his dad, and what that wasn't sussed out whether his dad was a psychologist or a doctor, whatever, or just a student, about something about it was an article initially. The question was an article on psychosis. You wrote an article on psychosis with your dad before the DSM, and he said yes. And then it turns out, I guess someone reminded Kevin Reddington in his team that the article never even mentioned postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, a whole different issue, and he had to agree. Doesn't it sound like he lied to the jury?
Well, I don't know if it was a convenient affirmation rather than, was it 38 years ago, something like 48 years ago, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And he was a researcher in school helping his dad, who really wrote the article. I don't know. It's such a nothing compared to everything going on in terms of the evidence. And I thought for Reddington he likes to go through CVs. We could see that.
Yeah,
We've
we
seen
see
it
that,
before.
very effectively. Probably the most effective person I've ever seen go through a CV.
Yeah, because it could blow up in your face, and it could be boring. I mean, sometimes it opens the door to greater experience than maybe it just looked like on the flat piece of paper. But he, I think, that he's trying to point out with these witnesses that you have no clue in terms of your expert opinion what psychosis really is, and certainly what postpartum psychosis is. And I think that's been the challenge for the Commonwealth with each of their witnesses. Psychosis is not postpartum psychosis. You may have overlapping symptoms of psychosis, but the origin, the genesis of the psychosis is what we're talking about here. And just because you know psychosis doesn't mean you know how it interplays with the postpartum condition. And I think Resnick's the only guy that has testified credibly about that connection.
Yeah, and I've said, I've smirkily said, I think it's because there's no money in it in the United States for these mental health professionals, especially since the DSM doesn't recognize it, and since women's health is taken, takes a slide, whether it's women's health or women's postnatal maternal health, as we've been talking about. Thank you for that donation, Tangerine 6. We appreciate it. Here's a question from Sheila Duffy, our moderator.
Hey.
Linda, and this goes to Michael too. Why don't the Commonwealth research their experts better? Michael, I'm going to throw that to you.
That sounds like, is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, I think it may be.
We learned a little bit more about the timing, and I mentioned this yesterday. There are some practical considerations people may not really think about or appreciate. No matter what side you're on, experts cost a ton of money. And this guy was a relative bargain.
Thank God.
This guy was only 54 grand at this point. But those are the decisions you make as late as you possibly can. You may dabble a little bit to get somebody that you consult with very briefly, just to kind of feel them out and have them feel out the case. But to dive in, this guy did 180 hours, not counting the time today.
And I'm sure he did more. I'm sure he did more because
he probably did.
You don't bill for a lot of the time, right?
Yeah. And, when we were, when I was working for a firm where you billed, by the 10th of an hour,
right?
We were taught, if you're in the shower thinking about your case, getting ready for trial, you're billing for that time. So, I mean, all you have to sell is your time. So most of these guys, I don't know that they pad, but they're aware that thinking about a case is working on a case, even if they're not sitting at their desk cranking it out. So my point is that you wait for those kinds of expenses as long as you can. And I don't think it's any different for the Commonwealth. Commonwealth probably has to go through a process to get the money, right? They don't just get a blank check.
Right.
So I think I can't hold everything against them on that because of the practical nature of waiting to spend that kind of money. On the other hand, once you get your experts, maybe you should get good ones. I don't know. Instead of bad ones, those that are so easy to attack and to break down. You have to go into your expert retention knowing what's coming at them.
Right. Well, you know what? But maybe not, Michael. Here's what happened. This case is blown up into something that I don't think when these people were hired initially, that they saw, in the beginning of 2025. You think about it. We were talking about it maybe a little bit in the light of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, but I don't think they expected this to be, I think the Commonwealth expected it to be a walk.
Boy, that tells you how misguided they might have been from the beginning. But that it may have been a factor. They may have thought at the last minute, we need to get some some guns, and we can't find any. We can't find any that are, there are no extra Resnicks floating around. And so they got what they got. But I
Yeah.
think part of that is because it's just a money thing. You got to wait before you're going to spend that kind of money.
Well, this is true. Okay. Thank you again for that donation, Jonanna White. Thank you, 100 Jules. All right. So there was a number of high points, I thought, today. And I want to know, when was the jury, I guess the first question is most attentive, and in what area, if you can tell that?
Yeah. I mean, clearly, it's always first thing in the morning they come in. I do appreciate how they come in, like it feels like, okay, yesterday's gone. We're back at it. We're refreshed. We've had a little break. And depending on the nature of the witness, that lasts for a while or it ends very quickly. Because they had already seen this dude, nothing is more, boring than seeing the same witness come back on the stand the next day, especially when you've already heard at least an hour plus, maybe more of the testimony. So they knew, I have to assume they think this guy's coming back, because remember how yesterday ended. It was on, sidebar, and then we're going to let you guys go for today. We're going to let you go, spend the afternoon. Then we'll do this again tomorrow. We'll start at 9 o'clock. Well, they weren't certain that this guy was going to be back on, and I doubt they were thrilled when they saw that he was. Again, I think they got it. They heard all they needed, and they were ready to move on. And so when that happened, whatever level of interest they had was diminished. And I mentioned this in a post. I saw for the first time 2 jurors actually chatting during.
Yeah, we actually, by the way, we put those in. We put your post in here. Yeah.
One of the last sidebars, 2 women right in the front who I've not given any names to, but a 50-ish woman who I think's Hispanic, just not obviously white or Caucasian, and then talking to a younger white woman, not crazy animatedly, but clearly turning to the person, chat. I mean, that I have not seen that with any of them at any time in open court. So, we expected that. It's, we're into the 5th week, and, these 2 have been sitting next together next to one another the whole time. So even if you're just walking in and out of the courtroom, from behind the walls, and you're gathering in the morning, and your order, and where you're going to be, you just get comfortable with people. And so they were very comfortable to talk about. At that particular time, it was a Commonwealth objection over something Reddington was trying to get into that the Ms. Sprague thought was inappropriate. So she called the objection and requested a sidebar. So I don't know that it was germane to what was being talked about, or just more chat
How
the
about
case.
I thought that the
Not the case. Sorry, not chatting about the case. Of course, they would never do that.
Right.
But just having, just a pleasantry.
Yeah, would you like a candy? You want to?
Yes.
I thought that Sprague really got herself into a lot of trouble, and initially Heilbronn thought he was going to go along with it. That was the issue, where she cherry picked out of the Brigham and Women's Hospital some quotes from Lindsay Clancy, which we heard before, because they can't get off the same stuff. They've got the same 10 points and they can't get off them. She was making plans for the future and looking forward to the future, right? Me, meaning their theme. And then he said yes initially, and I think I yelled at it. The focus was on herself, she says, and the staff comments that she's more future oriented. It's sounding like, oh, Lindsay's just worried about her future and me, and it's nothing about the kids. And he first said, he said, where are you getting that? And then she said the Brigham Women's Records page, whatever, 220, I'm making this up, 226 or whatever. And he looked, and yes, she did say that. And then there was a pause while Sprague is getting her next question. And then after the pause, he says, I want to add something. I don't think she's over this. She's still in great grief. Okay. So it sounded like he thought, well, maybe I'm being a patsy here. And I thought that was a pretty telling point, that she's still in great grief, because the Commonwealth keeps saying she has no grief. She has no grief. She has no
remorse. Yeah. And we did
caught
hear. Yeah. And we've heard from at least one of the defense witnesses. I think Resnick mentioned it. I'm not sure. Not sure if Condi did. Anyway, there was reference to her talking about, Dr. Z definitely mentioned it. How she thinks about them every day. Blah blah blah.
The chaplain. The chaplain said that.
Oh, the chaplain. Yeah, she definitely mentioned that as well,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
The chaplain Kavanaugh. So it's been talked about, and that issue has been raised by the defense, and I think successfully answered. But yeah, the Commonwealth has no problem trying to repeat for this jury that that's one of their themes. One of them that's been consistent. Some of their themes have not been quite so consistent.
Yeah. Now, there was some question that Hal Braun refused to answer. I didn't write down what it was. Do you remember? It was towards the end. It was Sprague's redirect. And
Well, there was a question that he specifically wouldn't answer because it was a medical question, and he's not a medical doctor.
oh, but he's also talking about drugs, and he can't
Yeah.
prescribe drugs the whole time.
Yeah, that's right. He's a psychologist, but that's why he deferred to that one. That was a Commonwealth question on recross, which I thought she really got away with broadening the scope, and there was an
Redirect.
objection by Kevin Reddington to her exceeding the scope, but the judge let her, and she went into some new territory. That's always a function of the court, how far they think they can allow before it gets too much. But she went way beyond the original narrowing of the topics, and she was allowed. So when Kevin Reddington went back up for his recross, her redirect went too far. I'm sorry, outside the bounds of the cross. He goes back for recross. He's out there too. So that's why I was sending those notes saying it's time, or call it. There was not the normal narrowing. When your re and your re ends up longer than some of the original re's. No, that's wrong, and people don't appreciate it. I saw a note. One of the side stories floating around here was Kevin Reddington's discussion with
Yes.
Johnny
He-
DePietro,
he
who I
was in
saw.
he was in a Kevin Reddington was already in a bullfighting mood when he entered the courthouse. Michael, tell us.
Yeah, it was. He was. Well, first of all, John hasn't been here. It was, I think, last week I saw him for the first time, and then obviously circled back this week. But it's not like I thought it was bold for him to jump into this based on his following reputation during the Karen Reed case, and so his position, he's the anti guy, the contrary guy. No matter what's going on, his thing is to take the opposite position, no matter how unreasonable it may be. And so that's what he's done. And why do you think that's going to endear you to Kevin Reddington, right? And so Reddington,
Especially what he did is yesterday he posted what a great witness this was, and then the defense is done. And obviously it goes to show you that Reddington or his staff is reading the social media.
Yeah. Oh, I think there's no doubt about that. Remember that we had the TikTok testimony attempt, and that had to come from one of his people just monitoring stuff, right? So that's so I haven't seen them talking this morning or into the early afternoon. I'll tell you that. I'm here for K-Red calling DePietro out. Talk about a guy who will defend his client anywhere. Yeah, and DePietro, to be honest, and I'm civil with the guy. I remember approaching him when he was doing the broadcast he did after the Karen Reed verdict, and I said hi for you because you guys had a bit of a back and forth. So
he and I were on a Fox News show.
That's right.
Tomorrow show on the Karen Reed aspect, and we had several times actually, and we were definitely had a bit of a back and forth. But I don't shut up easily.
He was let's just say he was outmatched. And so, I just kind of, to me, he's benign. I just leave him alone. I'm civil. Hey, how you doing, John? But he had to fight his way into court today. In fact, I'm not sure he got in. Maybe he got in as a spectator because they're really very serious about wearing your credentials in this courthouse. And so he doesn't have one. I don't know what he's got or where it is, but he didn't have one. So he said, where'd you get, today we were coming down the stairs, where'd you get? I said, well, this one's from, Manhattan, New York, remember that city? This one's from LA. This one's from LA County, and then I said, oh, and this is the one for here. And he said, can I look at that? And I said, yeah, this is here. They don't send you a nice piece of plastic like they do from Manhattan. You basically get an email with your signature on it and the approval signature. That's it. I just turned it into a little tag. So he's scheming, scamming. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he's on the hunt for a credential so he can get in there.
Now, I have one other question for you, and we do have, I think, keyed up the opinion section of the doctor's testimony, which I don't know. I think maybe it'd be better off saving for tonight rather than listening to him, all over with his opinions. So again, because we know what they are. Which is basically that this was a suicide first, and then it's a filicide afterwards, an altruistic filicide, because she was committing suicide and she wanted to take her kids, didn't leave her kids there, and therefore she knew what she was doing was wrong. But here's the question. Here's the problem I had. When this doctor, a number of times, and they get back into it. I don't understand these prosecutors, okay? And this is Sprague, who's supposedly the chief. Anyway, that Lindsay Clancy was seeing all these doctors, getting all this treatment, and then she Googled something, but she didn't go make another appointment with some doctor based on what she Googled, all right? At the very end, just before she killed the children and attempted her demise out that window. I don't get it. What was she supposed to do? She's seeing the doctors are going to refer her to all these people. She's taking their medications. They're going back to what they're complaining. They're trying to get new doctors. They're trying to check into wards. They're trying to check into programs. What is she supposed to do? I thought that was a terrible look for the prosecution and a terrible look for Dr. Heilbrunn, who kind of fell into it.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to do everything they can to paint this picture of this woman that was only cared about herself, and yet when doing all of this medical care seeking, not drug seeking, although they have suggested that's perhaps an issue, which is ridiculous, that she still didn't do enough, that she still could have done more. And as a result of not doing more, she lapsed into this belief that, I have to get rid of the children. They'll be better off because I'm not going to be around. That was all conscious, intentional thinking and acting. And that's the only way they get to first-degree murder.
So, but that isn't that a sorry way to go around it? That you're blaming her for not doing enough, and then when she goes to different doctors early on, they were saying she was just drug shopping. And then it just seemed to me that it was crazy. Even the excuses this doctor first had, along with Dr. Mack, was that, well, she knew right from wrong because she knew that her kids would be taken away from her if she mentioned all these auditory hallucinations that she was happening. And therefore she knew right from wrong, when we know that women who are suffering from postpartum are petrified to talk about the truth of what's happening to them for fear that their children are going to be taken away from them. And then that gets reversed and used against them by these experts, who I would point out are men.
Yeah, that is interesting. And that's why perhaps Dr. Margaret Spinelli at least would have given another kind of flavor to the defense case. But we don't know for sure what the hell happened. I think we've disposed of the idea about the postings on Facebook being an issue, but we don't know why she didn't testify. But yeah, she would have been the only female witness. I think somebody just yelled "Free Karen Reed." Okay.
Okay. Now you have to go get some lunch, take a break, because you're going to go back at 2.
Well, 2-ish, as they say.
2-ish. We'll hold the playing of the expert opinion to later on, and maybe Joy, maybe you can put in Dr. Gregor and Dr. Dean and let people learn. Again, we're trying to educate on postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, and since today was a big lecture from Dr. Heilbrunn about how different countries treat it differently, some up to a year, why don't we listen to what the experts have to say, and then we'll be back as soon as court is in session. And Michael will see you after court is in session or at 6. So
Yeah. I'll pop back on when it's over to give the latest updated on scheduling, etc.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
All right.
Michael Bryant. You're the
See you
best.
then. Bye.
All right. So I'm going to get myself off the stage. Joy is going to pull in. If you just give us a second, she'll pull in that episode, and then we will see you about 2 o'clock when court's back in session. I may be on time and I may not be on time, but I know you will all be on time because we are Justice Served TV. But before I go, I have to say, please subscribe, like, share, notify. Also, if you definitely want a question answered, please enter a super chat. We're trying to pay for Michael's trip up there, and he's going to stay through Thursday at least, because he's going to either stay for the verdict here or around the verdict or near the verdict, certainly the jury charges. And he's going to then try to pop over to Rosemary Scapicchio's hearing on proctorology. What is the Norfolk DA trying to protect now? will be the subject of our thumbnail if we have it. Anyhow, stay tuned right here, and Joy is going to swap in the other hearing, and I am going to remove myself, and I will see you later. Go wrong?
Well, you need systematic services available everywhere for the whole of the population, and joined up. So perinatal mental health services, which we now have established throughout the UK, wherever you live in the UK, you can get specialist care if you need it. That wasn't the case 10 years ago, but that's joined up with maternity care. So that maternity service professionals are trained to recognize these difficulties and know exactly where to go to get immediate, rapid help. And we're very lucky in the UK. We have a national health system. It has some disadvantages, but one of the great advantages is we can coordinate and manage care. And that doesn't mean things don't go wrong, but they're much less likely to. Just to come back to Michael's point about, can this happen? Can this recur? Can this happen at 8 months, at 9 months? Yes, absolutely. These illnesses, although you can achieve 100% cure rate, it can take a long time to get fully better. And women usually suffer for several months, even with effective treatment. So the very highest risk period will usually last just a few weeks. And then you have variable patches where you need consistent care. And if medication is not managed well, which means very sensitively, because taking this medication is really difficult, you need encouragement, you need support, and you need to be kept consistently on the right sort of medication to make sure, by somebody who knows you and has seen you when you've been unwell, who can recognize if you're starting to slip again and get that medication adjusted, make sure you're taking it correctly, that you're not getting confused about what you're taking. All of that requires skilled care. And of course, you've got wonderful individuals to do that in the US. You've got some of the leading practitioners in this field and researchers in this field, but coordinated care is with consistency and continuity of care is quite difficult to get in the US.
That's a great point. Let me follow up, and let me just say that Dr. Peter Dean, we have not been kicking him off the show and then bringing him back on and kicking him off. I'm assuming there's a little technical detail there. Let me ask you this question, Peter, because I think you can probably comment on it as well. In contrasting what's going on in the UK versus here in the US, I've characterized the care that Lindsay Clancy got as a ship without anybody steering the thing, no rudder. And so she's starting at point A, where she's been diagnosed to some degree, heading toward wellness. And along the way, all of these branches flying off of, as she's continuing to seek care, but nobody really with a plan. Is that a U.S. thing, or do you have that issue in the UK as well?
It may be a US thing, and you will know the system there better than I. And I apologize for my sudden disappearances. I was frantically trying to listen to Alan and basically trying to reconnect myself to the system, thus proving that men occasionally can multitask as well, but not very good, not very efficiently. But I was listening very much to what Alan was saying, and I'd like to come back on a couple of those things that I would really support. But in terms of what you're saying, I think that overall charge and management, is it better, the same, or worse in the UK? I think it depends very much on where you are in the system, and sometimes where you are from a postcode lottery point of view, because there have been changes in the NHS in recent years, not just in psychiatric care, usually advances in psychiatric care, but in general care. The way that the consultant-led system in hospitals has changed. When Alan and I were medical students years ago, people would be admitted to a firm led by one consultant. If they came back into a hospital after the emergency admission, they'd be readmitted under the same firm. So there would be continuity of care. I saw at close quarters what had happened in the service now, where different consultants would come in every few weeks and take on care of a patient that I was in and out of hospital visiting. And suddenly there were shifts, changes in patterns. This is general care rather than psychiatric care. But I think it depends very much on what Alan was saying, that there needs to be that consistency of care so that you get a joined up approach, a joined up treatment plan, and something that develops with people who know that patient. When you get patients, in a sense, passed from one doctor to another, you lose that continuity, you lose that prior knowledge of the patient, and you lose a lot of the benefits that the sort of care that Alan was describing provides for patients. But I'd also very much support what Alan was saying about the fact that these things can come on not just days or weeks after a birth, but many months later.
So let me ask you this, Peter, and Alan too. Have you seen other cases? I know that Alan's going to add the answer. Have you, as a coroner, in all of your years of practice, and know about other cases besides the Andrea Yates case, which people are aware of here in the United States, where women may be screaming for help, or maybe not screaming for help? No one's identified them, and there's a tragedy where they kill the children and they kill themselves. And the right reason I say the last part, and a question I want to know from Alan to continue on with that after you asked her, Peter, is you and I were discussing, Alan, before we came on the show, that would we feel the same way about Lindsay Clancy and her screaming for help, and the fact that we all think she had to do this because she had to have postpartum psychosis. Why else would you just kill your 3 kids and then jump out the window? Is the fact that she paralyzed making us paying attention to this case and believe her? And would things be different if she was just sitting at home and her husband came home and her kids were there and she had killed those kids? So Peter, you first, and then if we can morph into Alan.
I mean, I have had a similar, in some circumstances, tragic situation many years ago. It's probably about 15, 16 years ago. Essentially, the first time it came to police attention initially was when a young lady in her early 20s, heavily pregnant with what turned out to be her 4th pregnancy, was found having jumped off the top of a multi-story car park. She was found dead on the pavement. The fall was actually witnessed, so it's confirmed that she wasn't thrown off, that she actually deliberately jumped off. When the police went to her home, they found that her 3 children were all tucked up in bed, all dead. 3 years, 2 years, and the youngest one, 11 months of age. The scene was particularly tragic, and as a coroner, I was a coroner for 26 years, you see some very tragic situations, and this one was one that stayed with me because the children were tucked up in bed with their favorite toys. She'd drawn green hearts on them. There was lipstick on the foreheads where she'd kissed them all. And on the wall, she'd written things like, "I've put them to bed with their bears. They love their bears." There was another comment that she wrote where she said on one of the walls, "I'm going to keep them safe." She'd written, "I love you" on the children, drawn these hearts on them. And she'd written rather poignantly, "A mother never abandons their children." She was clearly a devoted mother who, for some reason, and we can only speculate what sort of intrusive delusions, what sort of threat she felt she and the children were under. But her response in that particularly sad situation was to protect her children as she saw it in her delusional state by taking their lives in a way that she thought was caring, and then taking her own life so that as she saw it, she could be with them, protecting them. Now, that didn't go to any trial because she died in the fall. So that came to an inquest to try and piece together what had happened. But the sad thing is that in some ways, she was functioning quite normally, objectively. There was CCTV of her returning the flat keys to her partner's address. There was quite normal functioning at some levels, but clearly a really deranged set of delusions at another level that led to this incredibly tragic outcome. So it can be, even with the best will in the world, quite difficult in some situations to pick up, because the situation at moment A may not be the same situation that presents itself an hour, 2 hours later. So it can be difficult, but one of the biggest problems is actually the medical profession itself being aware of the significance and the intense danger that the situation can present. Puerperal psychosis, postpartum psychosis, is a medical emergency, and it really has to be treated as such. When I'm speaking as a non-psychiatrist, Alan is the expert in this area and a leading expert in this area, but it can come on late. When the oldest child in the situation the youngest infant in the situation I was referring to was 11 months of age. So it can come on later, it can be masked, but it needs to be recognized and treated as the medical emergency that it is by the profession itself. And the service that Alan has set up is a gold standard, really, of how to do that.
So, Alan, I morphed into you as to the question I posed you, and then Peter asked, how do we identify and could women? And two, what causes that switch that could happen in a minute? So that's one of the things the prosecution here is saying. Well, she was fine. She was ordering dinner 20 minutes before. She sent her husband out. So she's clearly, there was no problem with her. She was going about her normal duties.
Yeah. So I've seen lots of women who appear superficially well, and this does seem extraordinary. I absolutely acknowledge that. And people who have not been faced by this sort of presentation, and indeed who aren't experienced in seeing people with postpartum psychosis, I can totally understand that they would find this somewhat unbelievable. But I have seen women who have been able to hide with superficial functioning, such as getting dinner and the children appearing well dressed and being got to school or to, out for their walks or whatever. But at the same time, harboring absolutely horrific thoughts in their minds and teetering on the brink of some sort of catastrophe. And just to make the point that in most cases, that catastrophe is not the woman killing the children, but the woman killing herself. And both in the US and the UK, the main cause of postnatal deaths in women giving births is psychiatric causes of death, not physical causes of death. Suicide is the leading cause of postnatal death. And this is very rarely spoken about. And it's extraordinary that maternity services are exclusively physical healthcare services when you have that sort of statistic of maternal deaths. So it's women themselves who are usually the victims, but absolutely they can hide this. Why is the original onset so rapid? We don't know. But we do know that there are groups of women who are at particularly high risk, and we can detect that risk in advance even when those women are well during pregnancy. And that is something that we ought to act on. One of the cases, Pete was talking about a case
Turn back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we all set for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, counsel? All right.
There is still a trial scheduled in Brockton on Monday. When it was-
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the record, we return back to the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Como?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Gregory Satoff.
Good afternoon, sir. You stop right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the file shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor. Hi. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory. Gregory, last name Satoff, Saathoff.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree at the University of Notre Dame, and then my medical degree, my MD, at the University of Missouri, and then my residency in psychiatry at the University of Virginia.
And can you describe for us your occupation?
Yes, I'm a professor of medicine and public health sciences at the University of Virginia. I also see patients in the Virginia Department of Corrections, where I also teach students. And I also serve as the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico.
And how long have you been the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, or BAU?
Since 1996.
And are there other psychiatrists who contract with the FBI for that department?
Well, certainly for the FBI writ large, there are psychiatrists who work with them. But as for the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico, we sometimes have Walter Reed fellows who are psychiatrists. But other than that, I am the psychiatrist for the Behavioral Analysis Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails working with the behavioral analysis units on crimes and concerns, whether it is with children, I'm occasionally asked to consult with the behavioral analysis unit relating to children, crimes against children, also crimes against adults, and also national security issues, and in particular, issues relating to threat assessment.
And are you, or do you consider yourself a forensic psychologist?
Psychiatrist, yes.
Psychiatrist, sorry, I apologize. And what is the role of a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, a forensic psychiatrist examines issues with mental illness, and it's really the interface of mental illness and the law. Sometimes that can involve criminality. Most often, forensic psychiatrists are engaged in assessing mental status at the time of an offense or competency. But also forensic psychiatrists can consult to institutions or also treat patients within facilities such as jails and prisons.
So that work that you do as a forensic psychiatrist, is that in addition to working with the behavioral analysis unit at the FBI and working at UVA and in teaching, and your work in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
And in terms of your work as a forensic psychiatrist, have you done evaluations and testified on behalf of both prosecution and defense as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified in courts as a forensic psychiatrist?
Maybe 40 to 45 times, something like that.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
No.
And why not?
Well, when I finished my residency, I was interested in public psychiatry. And so I also was in the military. And so military psychiatry and public psychiatry in a teaching hospital was very important to me. As time went on, I was consulted by the FBI. They wanted to meet with me based upon a paper that I had published. And quite comprehensive.
So you've had other training other than the fellowship in order to be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done with inmates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done for the Bureau of Prisons with inmates?
Yes. Well, specifically, most of my work has been with the Virginia Department of Corrections rather than the Bureau of Prisons. And since 1992, I guess, maybe 34 years, I have assessed and treated patients within the prison system, both men and women at men and women's facilities. And in that time, I have brought medical students and residents and fellows and taught them. So over the course of my career thus far, I've brought more than 2,500 medical students and residents into the prison system to learn about psychiatry and significant mental illness.
And in the course of your evaluating and treating female inmates, did you have the opportunity to evaluate and treat female inmates who had killed their children?
Yes.
And how often was that would occur, that you would treat that type of patient?
Well, in consulting to a maximum security women's prison, I would say 5 to 7 women who had killed their children.
And in terms of your interactions with them, that you evaluated them, did that involve diagnosing them?
Correct.
And then what did the treatment involve?
Treatment involved working with a team within the system. Prisons have psychologists and social workers and those who are responsible for working with patient inmates. Medication treatment is very important, but also there are important therapeutic aspects. For a number of years, I ran a group in prison, as I felt that that was important, and my students felt that that was important as well.
And in terms of the group you ran, what type of group was that?
It was a therapy group in which individuals were brought together, all who were diagnosed with a significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience in the Department of Correction at the Bureau of Prisons, treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
And could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
I'm going to object at this point.
No, overall.
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital. And so.
First,
Sure.
Hi. Well, so we have the new witness on the stand, and we're already at sidebar, and I can imagine why. He's not board certified in forensic psychiatry, even though Dr. Satoff, Saathoff. Well, they're back. No, they're not back. Okay. They're not back at all. All right. So he's not board certified. He says that he runs a therapy group in prisons and with women, 5 to 6 of them who have killed their children. He's treated thousands of people on psychosis, he says, not specifically postpartum. And that brought Kevin Reddington to his feet. Like, who are these people? Do I have anything with regard to this on your CV? Do I need a voir dire on his credentials at this point? as to whether or not he's able to talk about postpartum psychosis. Did he interview Lindsay Clancy? We don't know yet. I have to just jump off a second. I'll be okay, back. Here we are, back. So this is a pretty long sidebar. And if it had to do with his credentialing and a voir dire, I think we would have had that earlier on, right? We would have seen that earlier on. But now they're back. I kind of knew that was going to happen, didn't I? I already minimized myself. Let's listen.
Okay, you were about to describe a hospital that you had previously worked at, is that correct?
Well,
And where was that?
obviously
What type of
Reddington
hospital?
won that because we
It
didn't
was
hear
a
about the 1,000 people
state
he treated for
hospital
psychosis.
in Virginia, near Charlottesville, Virginia, where the University of Virginia is. It was a teaching hospital with medical students and residents, and was a facility that dealt with some of the most severely mentally ill individuals who would have been committed to the hospital.
And how long were you at that hospital in that role?
15 years.
And during that time frame, is that when you saw the thousands of patients that you treated with psychosis?
I saw them there, yes, but also within the prison system. And of course, during training, during my residency.
Have you ever written any articles about postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And when was that?
We published an article in 1987 relating to 2 cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine at that time was a medication that was used to inhibit or to stop lactation. Some women would, after birth, make a decision for whatever reason that they were not able to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, was used to inhibit lactation.
And in your treatment of one patient and what you learned of the second patient, did you come to a conclusion that bromocriptine was having some effect of inducing postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And is that what you wrote the article about?
Yes.
And eventually, after you wrote this article, were there other studies that cited to your article?
Yes. And let me just emphasize, I was one of 5 authors of that article.
And eventually, was bromocriptine, did people stop using that to stop lactation in women?
Yes, the FDA took it off the market, I believe, in 1994 or 1995. Not just for the reason of postpartum psychosis, but also for other problems, cardiac problems and the rest that bromocriptine sometimes caused in people.
And to your knowledge, was your article with the other co-authors the first article that brought to scientific attention this issue with bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. To your knowledge, was this article that you wrote with others the first article that brought to scientific attention the possible link between bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
That's my understanding. There were a few letters to journals commenting about bromocriptine and a connection, but I think the first article that was written was ours that we wrote about the two women who suffered postpartum psychosis.
Now, you've mentioned your experience in diagnosing and treating psychosis. What is psychosis?
Well, psychosis is, it can take a number of forms. I think we most often think about people who are psychotic as having hallucinations. And so we call those perceptual disturbances. That is oftentimes auditory hallucinations, so people hearing voices or sounds, but they also can be other types of hallucinations as well, not as common in psychosis, such as visual hallucinations, or even what we call tactile hallucinations, where the sense of touch is affected, or olfactory hallucinations. Most commonly, it is auditory hallucinations, though, if we're talking about those perceptual disturbances. Now, there are other areas that psychosis can show itself. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. They can be bizarre or non-bizarre. And sometimes people who have auditory hallucinations also have delusions. Sometimes you can have psychosis, or someone can be psychotic with just a delusion and no perceptual disturbance, no type of hallucination. And the third area is with regard to thought and how people communicate. So in that part of psychosis, when it demonstrates itself, is that people have a great difficulty communicating with even speech disorganization. They may engage in what we call neologisms, or making up words that have a specific meaning for them, but no one else. And the way that thought is translated either in writing or in speech, oftentimes people who are psychotic and also have a difficult time with stringing their words together. So what we would call looseness of associations. So really, there are three arenas that psychosis can show itself, maybe in all three: the perceptual disturbances, the delusions, but also the thought and related to thought and communication. But it's also possible to be psychotic and have just one of those three elements.
And is psychosis its own mental illness or a symptom of mental illness?
Psychosis is a symptom.
And why is it a symptom of mental illness and not its own defined mental illness?
Well, because there are many different possible causes of psychosis. Someone who has a serious medical problem, for example, can actually become psychotic. A brain tumor is one example in which those symptoms of psychosis show themselves. But there are other ways that people can experience psychosis. Some can be secondary to, say, drug abuse. There's certain drugs like cocaine or amphetamines or bath salts that can cause people to have the kind of perceptual disturbances or delusions or problems with communicating, that I talked about. So really, I think it's just important to know that that it is not a cause. It represents a significant finding or presentation. Schizophrenia is one diagnosis where we will see psychosis in a number of forms. but also someone who has a serious mood disorder, or schizoaffective disorder, or a brief psychosis. So there are many different roads that can lead to psychosis. And so it's important to find out what's originating, because that's how we make the best decisions about how to treat any psychotic symptoms that we're seeing.
And doctor, the signs and symptoms of psychosis that are present, is that dependent on the underlying cause, the mental illness or whatever is causing the psychosis?
Yes. When you say dependent, it just is clearly something that is a result of or a manifestation of the illness. For example, there are many different things that can cause a fever, right? And so while a fever is a symptom, it's a presentation that's very significant and can be very significant. What we need to do in medicine and psychiatry is find out, well, what is the cause? Because that is what's going to lead to the most appropriate treatment.
So for example, an analogy would be a bacterial infection can cause a fever. Bipolar disorder can cause psychosis.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier serious mental illness. What is considered to be a serious mental illness?
Well, serious mental illnesses affect a small portion of the population, a smaller portion, maybe 4%. So people who have schizophrenia have a serious mental illness. People who have bipolar 1, which is manic depressive illness, that is a serious mental illness. Schizoaffective disorder is also a serious mental illness. So while many people can have symptoms of mental illness and can benefit from treatment, either psychotherapy or medication or some kind of combination, there are some that are just really, really profound. And that's a much smaller percentage.
And so serious mental illness, is that sometimes shortened to SMI?
Yes.
Now, is there something called any mental illness, AMI?
Yes.
And what would be in that category of any mental illness?
So any mental illness would be certainly adjustment disorders or anxiety disorders, mild depression, depression without psychotic features, for example, PTSD, which can have significant symptoms, is also something that would go under the category of any mental illness.
Now, were you asked to do a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you were asked to do that by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive direct payment from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for your evaluation?
No.
How did that payment plan, how did that work between the DA's office and your services?
So I do my work in testimony and the like through the University of Virginia. So my department is the recipient of any funds that come from the work that I do. I get a salary from the university that is not dependent on the number of cases that I am involved with or whatever. So I don't receive payment myself. I see it as part of my job as a professor.
And in terms of your work with the university, does the university have any impact or influence on what your evaluation is or what your conclusions are?
No, not at all.
For your review of Lindsay Clancy, what types of records and other materials did you review?
Well, they were extensive. They involved significant medical records, not just the psychiatric records, outpatient and inpatient, but also medical records. Certainly the hospital records from McLean, the hospital records from Tewksbury, but also emergency department visits at South Shore and Mass General Hospital. So a significant body of medical and mental health records, both inpatient and outpatient. But in addition, there was a substantial amount of grand jury materials that I reviewed, and videos. For example, videos not only of interviews of individuals, but also in January when the Clancy family went to the museum, where they went to the Cape Codder water park, was able to review those kinds of videos as well. I also received the reports from both the government, but also the defense. And so those experts who were retained, I had an opportunity to review those. I mean, the list of materials is very significant. CVS records, for example, pharmacy records, and law enforcement records, for example, the police reports and things like that from that day, 24 January 2023, in which the event occurred.
And doctor, is it typical for you to have such a breadth of records and information, both pre-killing and post-killing, when you do a forensic evaluation?
No, I wouldn't say that's typical. Certainly for any evaluation, it's important to try and obtain as much information as possible. But in this case, I think the amount of information was truly significant.
And you also interviewed the defendant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview her, and for how long?
I interviewed Ms. Clancy on 2 occasions. One was on the 29th of May of this year, and the other was the 4th of June. I believe on the 29th of May, I interviewed her for approximately 6.5 hours. And then the second time in June 4th, it was about 5 hours.
And were those interviews in person or on Zoom?
They were by way of Zoom.
And why were they by way of Zoom?
For personal reasons, I was unable to travel at that time. And so I requested the ability to have an interview by way of a Zoom video platform. And that was approved.
And did you find that doing the interviews by Zoom inhibited your ability to evaluate Ms. Clancy in any way?
Well, I think there are always limitations when one is not physically present, when one is seeing someone in a video setting. Sometimes it takes longer to be able to get information and establish rapport. Other limitations are just having an opportunity to see the environment, that the individual is in. I have done evaluations in the past using a Zoom format. There are certainly advantages to being in person.
Did you, in your interviews with Ms. Clancy, have any difficulties having her answer questions or establishing a rapport with her?
No, she was very pleasant, very responsive to questions that I asked on both occasions.
Were there any benefits to doing the interviews on Zoom?
Well, one benefit that one doesn't always have with an in-person evaluation is that a platform like this can also save the entire interview, and both video of the interviewer, myself, but also Ms. Clancy. So if someone wants to really understand that the interview and how it went, you not only have a transcript, but you have a video that really demonstrates the course of the interview, how it went. And that can be very helpful. That can be more helpful than if, as a clinician or as an assessor, I am writing notes. Because when you're writing notes, sometimes it's harder to be able to attend to the individual. So certainly being able to have a transcript of the interview is helpful, and I think it makes the process more transparent as well, which I think is a positive.
As part of your evaluation in this case, did you also interview what's known as collaterals or other people who knew the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Patrick Clancy, also on a Zoom platform.
And after you had reviewed all of the records that were provided to you and the criminal file and all the evidence that was provided to you and conducted these interviews, both with Ms. Clancy and Patrick Clancy, were you able to conduct an analysis of all of that material in order to come to your eventual conclusions?
Yes.
And if we could just go through your analysis of this case, and if we could start with, I think what you called in your report, Ms. Clancy's characterization of the command auditory hallucinations.
Yes. So Ms. Clancy stated to me and some other evaluators that her hallucination, that of an external voice, something coming from outside of her head, occurred when she was standing at the refrigerator. She said that she was in the process of making her children their dinner when she received a call from Patrick Clancy, returned the call, and then as soon as she finished the call with Patrick Clancy, she said that is when she heard the voice. This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself. And so that was what she told a number of us. There are also other accounts that she made to individuals that were quite a bit different. To Dr. Spinelli, for example, she said that the voice happened at what, 5:10 or 5:15 p.m. as soon as Patrick Clancy left on his errands, and that the voice. She described the voice to Dr. Spinelli as increasing in intensity, but saying, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself." But also that it was that her children would suffer if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Doctor, was there anything about what she reported to you about the voice that was significant to you in your evaluation? And if so, why?
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
I could stop you there for a moment and ask you, you said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
Well, she had certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September. And then certainly the symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were dark or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on, I think, 2 occasions.
And Doctor, you also mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
I'm going to object to that. You want the same objection as raised before?
Councilor, I see it.
So here what we have is a clear objection by Kevin Reddington that compared to other patients, well, who are these other patients? Are they in the same category as Lindsay? He only had 5 or 6, I think, patients he mentioned, one he treated for postpartum psychosis. I find what's interesting about this witness is that just like the last witness has to admit that there is something real in postpartum psychosis. All right, so then the question becomes, are the other patients he's talking about, are they just in psychosis? Oh, I am muted. Really? How could I be muted? I actually am not muted in my microphone or anything else, so I don't understand why I am muted. Okay. Can you still hear me? I'm fine, right? Because I'm not muted here. The microphone's not muted. I didn't touch anything. So that I know Dolly, I have to stop Dolly Parton. I know. I just was in mourning when I read that. We never think that Dolly Parton would ever leave us, right? Ever leave us. And what a sad day for the United States of America. What a sad day for the world. What a sad day for her family to announce that she has passed. All right. So, I mean, not only are we dealing with Lindsay Clancy, now we have to deal with, we're all going to have some type of depression talking about Dolly Parton, who was really tweeting actively until about a month ago or less than a month ago. So, but she was talking about her health struggles. So let's put that aside for the moment. Not that we can. I think we'll be grieving for a long time. But let's go to this gentleman. So the same objection is going to be, does he have the qualifications to talk about this? He's not board certified, remember. Now let's go back. Let's go back.
In dealing with diagnosing and treating people who have psychosis, and what you've learned in all your training and schooling, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice only one time, never before, never after?
No.
And again, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice that's constant rather than intermittent?
No, that is not typical.
And what does it mean, the difference between a constant voice and an intermittent voice?
Well, an intermittent voice would come and go. It wouldn't necessarily just keep playing over and over again as if it were on a tape, which Ms. Clancy told me that it was a voice. It's the same thing in the same tone, repeated over and over and over until she had strangled Callan.
And is it typical, based on your training and experience, for someone to hear command hallucinations and then for them to stop abruptly?
No. Committing the act is not curative of the voice. I've not ever seen that.
And doctor, based on your training experience, someone in psychosis hearing a voice without accompanying delusions, is that typical?
That is that would be pretty rare. It's absolutely not typical.
And in talking to Ms. Clancy, did you speak to her about the concerns she had that if she had voiced thoughts of harming her children to providers, medical providers, that her children would have been taken away?
Yes.
And did you see that as a delusional thought?
No. Certainly with the requirements that healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example, as required reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice and immediately act on it?
No.
And why is that?
I'd like to have a Dover hearing at this point, Judge, on this. I'd like to test his qualifications to this.
I'm going to, same objection, same ruling.
So your opinion is it's not typical, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to get out of the refrigerator?
Yes. She said she was at the refrigerator and that the refrigerator door was open and that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken nuggets on the couch?
Yes.
And did Patrick Clancy tell you that Dawson in particular was eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl on the couch?
Yes, that's what he told me.
And is it fair to say that there are crime scene photographs showing a bowl on the couch?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to you in the defendant telling you that when she got the phone call from Patrick, when he's at CVS, that she's making chicken nuggets versus Patrick and telling you that that had already happened and the crime scene photos showing you the bowl was already on the couch?
Well, it's inconsistent.
And are inconsistencies like that important in your evaluations in cases like this?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, looking at someone's mental status at the time of an offense, it's important to understand what was going on in their mind at the time. And in this case, the widely divergent reports from Lindsay Clancy versus her husband Patrick raise questions about what she is telling me and how things are happening. So certainly that's a cause for significant concern. One of them is not correct in their statement.
And in terms of what you testified about earlier about the defendant giving you one version of what the voice told her and giving Dr. Spinelli a different version of what the voice told her, is there any significance in your evaluation to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, again, it's markedly inconsistent. Ms. Clancy was very clear with me about the time that the voice started and that it was constant for a period of time until the children were killed, and then it stopped. And according to Dr. Spinelli's report, Ms. Clancy stated that the voice started much, much earlier, actually, when Patrick Clancy left. And so we're talking about a significant difference in time. And those two just, they don't match. So it's hard to, which version is the one that I should consider.
Now, further along in your analysis, you talk about Ms. Clancy's outward portrayals misleading her family and providers. What do you mean by that, and what did you see in the records and in your interview of her?
Yes. Well, in looking back at her history, for example, with Patrick, she dated Patrick when she was in nursing school. And that was at a time that she was experiencing fairly significant anxiety, according to her, such that she went to a psychiatrist and was treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin, and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year. And when I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he said he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin. Those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other aspects too, where her portrayal misled others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that was really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that she was having a real difficulty with some symptoms and anxiety and the like. Her mother-in-law suggested to her that there was a doctor that she knew named Rose, who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so, as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient relationship, but just to get an understanding about Ms. Clancy's problems. And that this doctor recommended Lamictal or lamotrigine as a medication that could be very helpful, with regard to the depression she was experiencing, the issues with mood and the like. And so in looking at Dr. Tuff's notes, there is a note, I believe, on December 1st of 2022, in which they discuss Lamictal as a real possible medication. And then by mid-December, it was really a very, very difficult time. The whole month of December, in many ways, was very difficult. But after this experience.
Yeah, if we could have a question.
So you've talked about the defendant seeing the provider named Rose and getting the recommendation for Lamictal, the defendant talking to Dr. Tufts about the Lamictal. Was there another provider that she talked to about Lamictal?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was nurse practitioner Gelada.
And eventually was Lamictal prescribed by one of these providers?
Well, really by both. And when you say talking, it was a written communication and not a verbal one.
And so could you tell from the records whether or not Ms. Clancy filled the prescription for Lamictal?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Lamotrigine is actually, Lamictal is an anticonvulsant that was approved for bipolar disorder back in the early 2000s, I think 2003, for bipolar disorder. Now it's used for epilepsy, but also been found by the FDA to be extremely helpful in depression related to bipolar disorder.
And after receiving the 3 recommendations to try Lamictal and the prescription from Dr. Tufts, which she filled, did the defendant tell you whether or not she took the Lamictal?
She told me that she had decided not to take the Lamictal because she was concerned about the potential for a rash, a serious rash.
And the fact that 3 providers recommended this medication to help her and the defendant chose not to take it because of the potential of this rash, was that significant to you in any way in your evaluation?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Dr. Tufts had written the prescription and it had been filled. Actually, Nurse Gelada also wrote a prescription for the Lamictal, and Ms. Clancy told her, well, you can cancel that because I already have a prescription of Lamictal from Dr. Tufts. What was concerning was that I don't see evidence that Dr. Tufts was notified that she had decided against the Lamictal. And so that would have given a provider an opportunity to think about something else that also could help in this domain. But yet Ms. Clancy had decided not to take it, but also not to tell the doctor that she had decided not to take it.
Well, doctor, was there also something that you noticed in the way she described, Ms. Clancy described to you, how she was feeling at McLean Hospital when she was there versus the description of her feelings in the McLean records?
Yes.
And what was the difference between the two, and how was it significant in your evaluation?
I recall that she told me that her she felt like a zombie. Very, very significantly affected. And certainly, while the records at McLean demonstrate that she was not doing well, there were differences in terms of how she characterized that.
And when a patient is characterizing how she felt at a certain time in different ways, one to you and in a different way to her actual provider at the time, is that concerning in any way?
Well, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the more candid a patient can be with the symptoms that they're experiencing, the better able the prescriber is to make a determination about how best to treat those symptoms. And also it can be very helpful in diagnosis as well.
And did you also take note of the appointment Dr. Tufts had with the defendant on January 23rd, 2023 in the records, and the fact that the defendant denied experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideation in that meeting?
Yes.
And how was that significant, if it was?
Well, Ms. Clancy had been looking into alternative treatments and had discussed with Dr. Tufts earlier the potential for esketamine. This is an FDA-approved medication that has to be administered by a doctor within a facility, but it can have rapid positive effects in treating depression. And so in that note, Dr. Tufts wrote that the potential for esketamine treatment or transcranial magnetic stimulation were ones that they were exploring.
Now, Doctor, did you discuss with Ms. Clancy, or did she describe to you in any detail her ability to suppress her feelings and kind of mold her behavior into what she wanted people to see?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
Well, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping her husband cook. And she questioned why she would do that or engage in that behavior when her family knew that she was struggling and having difficulty. So she used the word fake with regard to just how she was attempting to present to her family. So this was on reflection in talking to me about that behavior at that time.
And did she also tell you about an incident at Spalding Hospital when she was interacting with a friend of hers who was visiting there after she went to Spalding Hospital for rehabilitation?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that this friend who visited was a longtime friend from when they were both really quite young. And that when this friend visited, Ms. Clancy engaged in, trying to remember how she characterized it, gossip, really talking about kind of the old times and catching up basically on news that this friend, I believe her name was Amy Bevins, they had similar or shared experiences. And so Ms. Clancy told me she was upset at Spalding Hospital because this superficial conversation that she had without discussion of the incident of 24 January 2023, that gave an impression, maybe a false impression of Ms. Clancy, and that it hurt the friendship as a result. And she felt that Spalding Hospital had they provided better psychiatric care, better mental health care, she would not have been so superficial in talking with her friend.
Did she also express anger to you that the staff at Spalding had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did Ms. Clancy tell you or express anger to you that the staff at Spalding Hospital had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put into evidence excerpts from the Spalding records showing the mental health consults and treatment of Ms. Clancy.
They may be admitted.
And so, doctor, did you have an opportunity but also a psychologist and a social worker met with Ms. Clancy while she was at Spalding multiple times?
Yes.
And is there anything about the inconsistency of Ms. Clancy telling you that she didn't receive that treatment or that focus at Spalding versus the record, what the records show that are significant in your evaluation of her?
Well, it's inconsistent and doesn't match up with that collateral information. So her depiction of the lack of mental health care at Spalding didn't match up with the evidence from Spalding in terms of the documents. Spalding is a rehab hospital, and that is they were really concentrated on the spinal injury, but also did have mental health services available.
And doctor, moving along in your analysis, did you look into and evaluate the defendant's decision to send Patrick Clancy on errands on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what stood out to you as significant in what you learned from the records and from Ms. Clancy herself in that area?
I asked Ms. Clancy to tell me about that that afternoon, and specifically that decision for takeout. And as I recall, she told me that she texted her husband Patrick basically to say what would you think about having takeout? It's been a long day, and it's a fairly broad, open-ended request, and that he responded positively. And from then, she made the arrangements to look up the distance between their home, and 3V restaurant in Plymouth, but also looking at, basically making plans to have the food ordered. And she had texted her husband ultimately and asked him about, to tell her what order to make. And so in looking at the record, it was really reversed. instead of starting with asking her husband, what would you think about takeout? How about getting takeout? The record shows that Ms. Clancy did a lot of searching prior to that in terms of 3V, the distance, and the like. So getting information prior to requesting a text, sending a text to her husband. And in the text, rather than saying, what would you think about takeout, getting takeout, she said, how about getting takeout at 3V? I am, it's been a long day, etc. And so this reversal in terms of what she told me and what actually we see in the collateral, I thought was significant.
How so?
Well, she told me that the only restaurant that she could think of, could remember about getting takeout was 3B. And Patrick told me that they had never gotten takeout from 3B. He named West End Grill and Chestnut Grill as places that were in Duxbury and close by that they liked and that they often got takeout from. They had been to 3V and they liked it. They had gone as a family, but they had never gotten takeout there, takeout from 3V. And so presenting not just the idea of takeout, but how about 3V? And she had already done lots of checking about distance and the like. I thought was inconsistent. What I saw from the record was not what she told me in terms of the order in which she made those decisions, and so I saw that as being significant.
And was there a similar scenario with the request of Patrick from the defendant to also go to CVS?
Yes.
And so what was the difference between what she told you about the plan to go to CVS and or what she told Patrick and what she had done in terms of research?
Well, the research for, I think it was Miralax, which was suggested for Cora's constipation. They had had an appointment that morning in pediatrics, and this was suggested that the Miralax and CVS was something that Ms. Clancy looked into sometime after 4 o'clock, but not long after 4 o'clock, and well before she contacted her husband. But that she did not communicate to her husband the importance of picking up Miralax at CVS, who she had called, until really right before he left. So he had planned on going to 3B, driving to 3B, almost 6 miles, to get the takeout. And then she also added on that other errand right before he left.
And so was it significant to you that she had researched the Miralax and looked into CVS an hour before, but just added that that part of the errand on right before her husband left?
Yes.
And why?
Well, it lengthened the trip. It added one extra obligation for Patrick, and that would make for a longer time that he was away.
And moving along in your analysis, you discuss Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt, and you say that it was serious, but required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. In your report, you describe Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt as serious, correct?
Correct.
And you also state that it required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you found that it was serious and how you found that it required that sequential decision-making?
Well, I think in looking over her records previous to that day, 24 January, she had contacted Aspire twice, a suicide hotline, and spoken to them. And really, as I recall, since early December had been speaking about suicidal ideation. So this was something that that was significant for her. There was, of course, an assessment that in the emergency department that on the 15th of December. So you look through the record and that you do see that she was concerned about self-harm and suicidal ideation. If we look at the actual day after the children were killed, or after the children were strangled, Callan was still living at the time that EMS arrived. She told me that she got a knife from the butcher block in the kitchen, and then went upstairs and attempted to cut herself. That she also took pills or took an overdose. And I asked her about that, really trying to understand.
Objection as to what he was trying to understand.
No, overall.
Really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose. Because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. And so essentially how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever? And then she told me that she had slashed the screen and dove out of the window.
Doctor, if I could ask you a question. In terms of taking the pills, what did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
I'm sorry?
What did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
It wasn't really very clear. I was.
Objection. Requesting what she said is the question.
Do you recall what she said?
I'm sorry.
Do you recall what she said about taking the pills, whether she took handfuls or did something else?
Oh, she did not say that she took handfuls. She did not describe the overdose in any specific terms.
Did she tell you anything about crushing up pills?
Objection. Leading question.
It's already been answered. Next question.
Did she give you any other information about taking the pills?
No.
Now, if you could tell us that portion that I asked you about earlier, what is sequential decision making and how did you see that in her behavior?
Well, as I mentioned, she, after strangling the 3 children, with the exercise bands. She went up the steps, went to the kitchen. She got a knife and then ascended yet another group of steps to her bedroom, to their bedroom. And described the attempt or cutting her wrists as well as her neck, and also described the overdose in barely. It was just hard for me to get a good idea about how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did, but she omitted some things that I thought were significant.
And what things did she omit that you think were significant?
Well, she omitted the fact that she had actually crushed the pills. And I found that to be, quite significant.
And how did you learn that she had crushed the pills?
I learned after interviewing her husband, Patrick, and he went through that evening and talked about coming to the home and the like, and mentioned that on the bedside table, there was a wine tumbler with powdered medication, crushed up medication, that there was still some in the wine tumbler. And I had not heard, she had not told me that she had actually crushed the medication. And I know that in Dr. Resnick's report, and also in what Lindsay Clancy told me, that she had lemonade in that wine tumbler when she took the overdose. And when I asked Patrick Clancy, he told me that they didn't think they had any lemonade in the house, that was not typical at all.
And doctor, what is the significance? I'm sorry, were you not finished?
You done with it? Hold on. You
Yes.
done with that answer? All right, next question.
And so, doctor, what is the significance to you, if anything, of this atypical use of lemonade and the crushed powder in the cup?
You say what is atypical?
I think you just said that Patrick Clancy said it wasn't typical to have lemonade, correct?
Correct.
So is there any significance to you to the fact that there was lemonade in the cup and that there was powder residue in the cup? Or straight that, was there any significance to the fact that Lindsay Clancy told you that there was lemonade in the cup and that Patrick Clancy saw powdered residue in the cup?
Yes, it made sense that lemonade would be in the cup if you're trying to take an overdose of medication that you've crushed, just because of the bitterness that these pills have. So that made sense. I asked her more about the lemonade, and she told me that it had been in the wine tumbler from the night before.
And in terms of the decision-making process, like what types of decisions is she making? Are you referring to, what to take and how to take it and when to take it and when to cut herself, those types of decisions?
Well, crushing pills is really a challenge if you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have like a mortar and a pestle that they might have in a pharmacy. And so what I wondered about was that process of crushing the pills to the point that they were powder in order then to put them in lemonade and then drink them. And so that is, I mean, to crush pills, significant number of pills into fine powder is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you don't have the right equipment. It's just kind of a laborious process. So, and she also did not, it was Patrick Clancy who told me about the door being locked. And she told me she did not recall locking the door.
And in terms of Ms. Clancy's ability to execute the strangulation of her children, is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that she, after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she took Dawson down the steps into her husband's office to strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about how what she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave, his sister and brother upstairs. And was there resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that the next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, but then brought her into a different area, kind of a living room area in the basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan? Upstairs. And she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down, and he was the last child. All during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
Doctor, is there any significance to the fact that this voice is telling her to kill the children, but not telling her how to kill the children?
Yes.
And what is that?
Just like adults, children have a will to survive, strong will to survive. I think it's just part of being human. And so I know that Dr. Resnick described Ms. Clancy as acting as if she were a puppet, but the children are not puppets. And just in looking at the Cape Codder video where Ms. Clancy is holding Callan and Dawson and Cora are there, I mean, they both are active. They can walk, they can run. And so to make the determination about
I'm going to object to this.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Hi, everyone. You knew that I didn't go very far because I have a lot to say about this most ridiculous witness I've ever heard. All right, Dr. Sadoff, okay, non-board certified. We talked about that. He wants to talk about, right, he thinks that Lindsay Clancy, it's important that she didn't mention the crushed pills. Now, he didn't get it from them. He got it from Patrick, who found crushed pills to the side of her bed. Therefore, she lied to him, and therefore, there's something wrong with it. And then she called that she said that she had wine, she had lemonade, at the side of her bed. And she never mentioned that, but it was wine, says Patrick Clancy. Therefore, Lindsay Clancy lied to him. How about Lindsay Clancy is delusional? How about Lindsay Clancy didn't even mention everything? How about he's interviewing her at the Spalding Health Facility where she tells him they prioritize physical therapy over her mental health? He says, oh, that's not true. I look at the records. They say a PT place and their physical therapy place, but they dealt with her mental health. I mean, this witness is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. And I happened to look up, and we're going to have some fun with this. And I'm sure Kevin Reddington is going to have some fun with this. He did write a book for an intended audience back in a while, the Crisis Guide to Psychotropic Drugs and Poisons, back in 2008. Who is it for? Police officers and detectives, crime scene investigators, emergency medical staff, and health consultants, right? About how emergency responders can respond to specific drug overdoses or common classes of psychotropic medications. He's treated like one patient. He said he's had 5 patients dealing with postpartum depression. I don't know how, since he's not board certified, but he was in a prison therapy session dealing with them. I mean, tonight we're going to have Dr. Alain Gregor coming back on again after watching or listening to all this testimony, and we will specifically talk to him. Quite frankly, I think our expert will wipe the floor with this guy. Where did the Commonwealth get these people? I'm beside myself, and it's not because I've had coffee. You know that. I'm just beside myself with regard to this. And he's going to get to the fact that there was sequential decision making, and therefore, since she had sequential decision making, she could differentiate right from wrong because it would take a long period of time. That's not what psychosis is with the psychotic incident. And I see that you're all just going crazy here, but I promise you that if you did some super chats a day to help Michel Bryant out, I would show them. I want to thank Barbara Baudouin, 2489. If I mispronounce your name, please forgive me. You can just send it to me and we will redo it again. And thank you for all you do. No, thank you for watching Justice Served TV, Barbara. And also Zeta Zai gifted another 5 Justice Served TV memberships, which you already gotten in your giving them out by YouTube. We have nothing to do with it. If you like it, just pay it forward to somebody else in the future. Thank you, Zeta Zai. We really appreciate that. And as I said, Dr. Gregoire will be joining us tonight from England. Now, the Commonwealth witnesses have testified. Now, I hope the judge is not saying, how much longer is this witness going to take? All right. I hope the judge is not saying, and we're going to adjourn till tomorrow, and we'll finish cross-examination all tomorrow. And then, you know, we're not going to close till Thursday. I hope that's not what I'm hearing. But they're coming back, and let's see if my worst fears are being realized. They're being realized. Doctor can step down. They're being realized. Let's listen to the judge.
All right. Well, members of the jury, we're going to break for today. All right. And in talking to counsel over here, it is anticipated that the evidence will close tomorrow. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up in regards to that. Now, the way it works in a case like this is it requires, after the evidence closes, I have to meet with the attorneys and go over some of the instructions. So it's probably, and you've all seen how good I am in my predictions about the schedule, but it's probable that we will be doing closing arguments, not tomorrow, but the day after. All right. So the anticipation is the evidence will wrap up tomorrow, and then we will start arguments and charge the next day with deliberations that day. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give as much heads up as I can. This is one, well, I didn't want to
Coming
go
in
right
for a Friday verdict, people.
I think it's a good one. So I just kind of wanted to give you some idea of where we are in regards to this. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. You've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all of it. All right, and like I've said before, you haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you're gonna have.
You
to
haven't
follow.
heard the cross-examination of this doctor.
still
I
have to
may
be
parachute in to
open-minded.
do it.
You still have to follow those instructions. Don't read anything about this. Don't listen to anything about this. Don't watch anything about this. And don't talk about it with anyone. You've been so good at following those instructions for all these weeks. I'm just going to ask you to kind of hang with those instructions.
He should have allowed the voir dire. He should have allowed the Dalbert. We would be finished.
Tomorrow morning, we will continue with the witness who's on the stand. And like I said, I anticipate that we will, the close of evidence will be tomorrow. Okay? So with all my thanks, as I've done it all the time, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay?
Court, all right.
No, they're going to allow cross. We're going to stay with this until they leave the courtroom. You know, Reddington wanted a Dalbert hearing. He wanted a voir dire in this witness. I think the judge denied it because he figured he'd get him over with today. And instead, we're going to the rest of the week. If he had just allowed that hearing, this witness probably wouldn't have been allowed to testify. All I can say, and I think I put it in the chat, rest in peace, Silence of the Lambs, if he's attached to the behavioral unit of the FBI. I have his credentialing right here. Yes.
Anything
wait and
that we
listen.
need to address before tomorrow morning?
No.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
What? All right.
All right, we're going to wait for Michel Bryant. We're seeing the camera out. Let's see what the camera does. By the way, I understand that a certain person has not been, his credentials have been pulled, by the way. You can check that online. I'm still in mourning for Dolly Parton, which I think is awful, but that Dolly is forever in our hearts, forever. And all. But we're going to wait for Michel Bryant, and then we're going to answer your questions and talk to you a bit. But I have Dr. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I have his credentialing. Let me see if I had posted. Here we go. This is his credentialing. Dr. Sadoff, well-known forensic psychiatrist and professor at the University of Virginia School of Medicine. He has worked extensively in behavioral threat assessment and study of violent behavior, including extreme and mass casualty violence. He has also served for many years as a senior psychiatric consultant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation Behavior Analysis Unit in Quantico. That's the one that Robert Ressler, a fabulous person. I used him as an expert when he retired from the FBI. John Douglas. I think, quite frankly, this man is not, at least in this case, not up to their par, but that's my own personal opinion, having known Mr. Ressler. FBI Behavior Analysis Unit, part of the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime, assists law enforcement by analyzing offender behavior and serious violent crimes. Yes, they basically said the guy who did it would be a loner, young, around 30, usually white. And that's usually what their analysis comes down to. And then BAU-3 specifically focuses on crimes against children and supports investigations involving child abuse, exploitation, and violent crimes against minors. All right, so why don't we talk about this? Kevin Reddington appropriately wanted a voir dire. Okay, I am just putting. Let me just answer. This is Michel Bryant, who is sending me a text, and let me tell you what it is. I will tell you exactly what it is. I am dying here, so is the jury. I wanted to jump into my Dunkin' Donuts and swim around. This is so ridiculous. I'm answering Michel Bryant. You're hearing his text to me from being in the courtroom and my text back to him. All right. Again, Michael will come in when we discuss the crisis guide to psychotropic drugs and poisons. All right. The crisis. What are we talking about here? She is suicidal. He also has a wrong fact. There was no cut in the screen. As you know, you've heard that a number of times. What are we doing here? Okay. I am beyond. Okay. Beyond. Okay. Here. I'm just beyond. Joy just texted me. I don't know the answer to that question, Joy. I'm in the middle of a rant right now. And let me see some stars. We had some stars. Melissa, thank you, Melissa Voyle, C5K, for that donation. vacation. We really appreciate it. Since Michael Bryant, I don't know. I know he's supposed to stay to Thursday. I think he has to be back Thursday night because his wife usually goes to see their grandchild on Friday. And then who's going to take care of Domino if Michael's not there? And all I see is my vacation week just ended. It's like my vacation week is with you all. So at least I'm happy to spend it with you because I can't believe what I am seeing. And I am sure the judge has made a big mistake and realizes he made a big mistake, because if he had just granted the voir dire about whether this man had opinions that were based on any type of scientific basis or anything as to whether or not it's important to say you were lying because you didn't tell me what you coded and you're in Spalding, you didn't tell me that you had crushed pills. Maybe you didn't remember because she was in the process of psychosis. All right. And her husband then found it. And then she said that she had lemonade, but he said it was wine. Maybe she thought wine was lemonade. Who the hell knows? She tried to kill herself. She killed her kids. And we're talking about lemonade and we're talking about wine. I'm removing this until Michael Bryant gets on. Okay. I'm removing this. And I am in a rant because, number one, I really respect the FBI behavioral analysis group that was started and how great it was. That's what Silence of the Lamb, the great old movie. You can look it up if you haven't seen it. It will scare you to death. All right. It was making up to it. But he's slow. He's talking to the jury, because he took a training course, how you turn around and you just talk to the jury, right? At some point, the judge is going to say, or the attorney. And what I tend to do, I tend to go back to where I am. I say, sir, I'm over here. I'm over here. And I asked you the question. All right. And remember, we saw this judge do that with another witness. And crushing pills. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Maybe I'm upset because we're not closing tomorrow. Maybe I'm upset because we have seen the worst of decision making here. Do I put this back on the stage because Michael Bryant's coming in? Do I put this back on the stage? All I can say, and I will say it out loud, maybe the University of Virginia and the FBI needs to reassess who they're working with. If this is the credentials he's going to get on and say he is to talk about this case. So I'm going to now remove him. And then I will mention to Michael, because he probably hasn't heard it. The Crisis Guide to Psychotropic Drugs and Poisons, done back in 2008, right? A small pocket guide made to easily carry for medications that affect the brain, dangerous chemicals and toxic substances, when to spot sign of an overdose, made for police officers, detectives, crime scene investigators, and emergency medical staff and consultants. Well, I am sure, Michael, I said that I'm sure the judge is now upset that he didn't grant the voir dire or the Daubert hearing here because well, this is kind of funny. This is kind of funny here. Everyone's been, by the way, donating a lot of money to you, Michael, today, just so you know. Blowfish. I blowfish or blow hard, Melissa Boyles, but thank you for the 450 Jews. Blowfish or blow hard. Michael, I'm going to let you take over as to what was happening with the jury, because I'm dying here. If I would make a joke, except that it's not funny what we're talking about here, but I wanted to go swimming in my Dunkin' Donuts cup. Okay.
That might have helped. Oh my gosh, I'm telling you. I predicted this, and I wish I were wrong, and that was that this was going to just drone and drone to the point that that the judge was going to say, hey, there's no way he was going to force balance of testimony tomorrow, instructions, closings, that we just knew it wasn't going to happen, and it's not. So I am right now, excuse me for just a second, I'm extending my stay.
And then I'm thanking everybody for their jewels and for everybody has been so generous. I'm putting them up on the screen, Michael. Let me just tell everyone's been so generous because they know that you are doing this and staying there for him and the amount of expenses. And we have had nothing but generosity from people today. And I want to thank everybody, even though I have to again say subscribe, like, share, notify, especially that subscribe, get us to 40,000. Okay.
Okay, I'm confirmed.
Okay.
So I'm confirmed.
Am I ever going to get on vacation? Am I getting to the cabin to get on vacation, or never? That's never happening. You're just put me down easy now.
So tomorrow's going to be, a short day, but I have a feeling with this jury they'd rather just suck it up and get it done. But what are you going to do? That's I've heard that a trial is a living, breathing thing. This one seems to be on life support, but it is going to be one more day it could be that, you know, the closings, and we haven't heard anything about that either. I was going to ask Kevin about that when I was talking to him about this whole issue of whether there's going to be an involuntary manslaughter charge or not. I'm sure he's going to be pouring out like he did yesterday, and people are going to swarm all over him. So I won't get a chance to ask him at the moment.
Except for one person in a green dress won't be there.
Yeah, I saw that. She was, I will just say, an interesting person. I'll just leave it at that. So, and Vanity Fair, really? I mean, if there's not a better example of people parachuting into this case, that's it. Anyway, so yeah, just to reflect on the jurors, I just see enough. I do think with this particular witness, for whatever it's worth, there were a couple of nuggets that we hadn't heard before from some of the others, and it related to the statements made by Lindsay Clancy when he had his 2 Zoom visits. Remember, there were Zoom visits. This guy did not have a person in person, and he admitted that that's, you know, probably not best. You should probably have in person, but he did not. A couple of new notes here that one of the things that a lot of the the Commonwealth experts are saying that takes them off of any sort of psychotic behavior that would excuse the behavior is the inconsistencies in statements. Those that were allegedly made at certain times with healthcare providers versus what was told to Patrick Clancy. These inconsistencies are key to these folks in shooting down any sort of psychotic episode. I don't know that it's won the day. They're certainly raising the issue. They're certainly relying on the issue. And it'll be up to the jury to decide whether they give a rip about it or not. One of the things was the phone call. Remember the phone call? Mm-hmm. That's the only thing we know, at least the timing is relatively certain. That was Patrick Clancy left the home about 5:15. The phone call was at her about 5:30, give or take. I think 5:33. No answer. She calls back 5:34. That's when he thinks he feels like he's interrupted her, that she's in the middle of something. And so the question became, well, was she in the middle of something or was she about to do something? This witness has testified, Dr. S, I will call him. He's testified that that she was about to begin, that she hadn't done so yet. Okay. So that does collapse the timeline just a little bit. So he focused on that. Another focus he had was on what he felt was her plan. Remember, we've talked about this, get Patrick out of the house for however long you can. And so he focused on her doing research as to how far the witnesses, the restaurants were, and that this was a restaurant they had eaten at but never done takeout at. So he's building that narrative for the Commonwealth. I get that. I think the jury gets that.
Do we really care about whether or not they've never done takeout at that restaurant and just eaten there? Come on. As to
I personally don't, but will somebody on the jury, if somebody's looking to confirm what they believe is the master plan, I think, sure, why not? Why not glom onto that? If you believe the master plan, then yeah, that supports the master plan, which was to get him as far away as possible for as long a period of time as possible. We just don't know whether any jury member is going to go for that or not. So I can't even believe when I had to take on the last sidebar. I had to take a bathroom break. So I go out and I see DA Tim out there, and
that's the boss, Tim Cruz, right?
Yeah,
up for re-election, but opposed by no one.
And he still might lose. Hey, no. So he says, "Are they still on direct?" And I'm like, these are your people, dude. You know, I'm like, yes, because there's nothing like plodding along to keep the jury enticed and ready to, end their own day.
I'm glad you said end of the day. I thought you were going elsewhere.
No, I was, but then that would be insensitive even for me. So I'm not going to. One of the comments he made, and again, I don't know. I'm not the mental health professional. Is it normal for a psychotic person to hear a voice over and over and over and over and over and over again? Or do they hear it intermittently? I don't know. You have this doctor saying it's weird that you would hear that thing over and over and over, which was, remember, last chance. You need to kill the kids and kill yourself. This is your last chance. You need to kill the kids and kill yourself. And he says, based on his conversation with Lindsay Clancy, that mantra was being reheard, the male voice in her head, over and over and over and over until she ended all 3 children's lives. And then
Didn't
it
the other
stopped.
doctors
Bing!
say if you just heard the voice once, with just one statement, that therefore that means that it really wasn't a voice, that was a hallucinatory? And now this one, she told her that she was hearing it over and over and over again. And so the experts are in contradiction with each
Well,
other.
and so the question becomes, well, who does the jury hold that inconsistency against? The healthcare provider who was hearing the story, or Lindsay Clancy for changing the story?
Or you mean
I
Lindsay
don't know.
Clancy, who just in the throes of psychosis, killed her 3 kids, jumped out a window, was paralyzed, was brought back from life support twice, was moved from a hospital to a Spalding hospital, where again, the inconsistency is, well, Lindsay Clancy said they're basically a physical therapy hospital. They don't focus on mental health as much. And he said, well, I looked at the records. They're physical therapy, but they focused on her mental health. What are we talking about? That's an inconsistency? Are you crazy? I'm sorry. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I hope that none of these people are experts when I need any help, because I may need help by the time we finish this trial. If they
Well,
win.
yes, you may certainly need an evaluation. We learned about a couple of new drugs that I didn't hear about before. I don't know if you'd heard about I think it's called Escandare. It's an antidepressant medicine of some sort. I'd never heard about that one, or I'm a little unclear whether she took it or not. And then we still have no clue about the crushed up meds. Everybody's been talking about them. Now we learned about the lemonade and the residue in the glass, but what meds were they? Maybe they were bare children's aspirin. I don't know. Nobody knows what those things were that she allegedly was trying to take to OD. And this doctor is the first one I've heard saying the plan was to OD. Maybe the plan was really just to reduce her consciousness to the level that jumping out a window would be less painful. I don't know. None of that has been explained to me to my satisfaction with all of these experts. And maybe that's a reflection on the horrible investigation. I don't know. The other thing I thought Kevin Reddington would work on, and I had a comment about this from before because it was the other witness, Dr. Heilbrunn. He didn't hit on this whole 18-minute fact. You know, Heilbrunn was very, very strong, repeating 18 to 20 minutes of strangulation, basically, of the 3 children. 18 to 20 minutes, 18 to 20 minutes. I think the jury doesn't hear the contrary numbers again, which could be as little as 6 to 8 minutes total.
Right.
Then they're going to run with that 18 minutes. And I think that is a much more egregious picture that they're putting in their brains when you compare it to the testimony about the length of a normal, quote, normal psychotic episode. I think 18 to 20 minutes helps the Commonwealth. And I think that's got to be rebutted with the testimony we've had of Dr. Resnick. And there was another doctor, which was it?
Well, Dr. Leposada took issue.
Dr.
with that.
Leposada, that's right. She had the tightest time frame.
Really tight time frame. And she's the one who really, this is her bailiwick.
And remember, that related to the whole, bands wrapped around the neck versus square knot, or half a knot, I should say, a half knot, and that friction maintaining the hold, however long that hold was, without somebody being there attending to it. So if that psychotic episode was long enough to initiate the tying of the bands, that's the end of the episode at that point. You don't have to lengthen it for 18 to 20 minutes to cover what the Commonwealth says is the time needed to end the lives of all 3 kids. I think that's very important. It's got to be addressed. I don't know. It's going to have to be in closing, and it's going to have to be strong.
Interesting. Write that down. I think that since we have Dr. Gregor coming on tonight, I want to talk to him about
Right.
this idea that inconsistency means there's no postpartum psychosis, or the overdose and the different, whether it's wine or lemonade, means there's no postpartum psychosis. And you want to talk about the whole idea of the sequential decision making, right?
Yes, that's right. That's another reason that it could not have been psychotic, because there's sequential
decision making.
But on the other hand, it seems to be universally accepted that somebody can be, quote, psychotic and do everything virtually normal.
Right.
So isn't sequential decision making a normal thing that
Well,
you might do?
even if you're psychotic, you're going to have to make decisions in your psychosis.
Of
His
course,
decision is I'm gonna jump out the window. Well, let me open the window up. Let me walk into that office where there is a window. You know, you're
yeah.
making decisions to get to the point of what the psychotic break is telling you in your head to do.
Yeah,
Apparently,
so the question is about delusion or not. Is there a constant misbelief, mischaracterization of reality? Is the delusion what is driving you and not reality? So a lot of questions here, and I still, I just circle back to the initial reaction I think that this jury might have, which is tell me something to change my mind. tell me something that will change me from A to B, B to C, C to D. I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
yeah. Patriotic Revolution, Dr. Sathoff studying 300 female terrorists for the Department of Justice. Well, I guess if that's what you think she is, and you're putting her as a terrorist to the kids, that's what his expertise is. I mean, Kevin Reddington, I think, is going to have a field day, yes, with him. I really do think. I don't care how good he is in what he does for the FBI or bringing out terrorists or whatever. We're in a different situation, and everyone has heard the testimony. This woman killed her kids, jumped out a window, and is paralyzed. I mean, there's a reason she did that, and it's not because she's normal.
Yep. Again, I mean, I keep, I'm no genius, but from the very beginning, that was my thought. Tell me what takes a normal mom to the level that she does this. What's come along to do that in the absence of some history? And I don't see it. I see a note here again that says the reference by the doctor was the significant number of pills. I'm like, dude, we don't know what the number is. How do you know it's significant? How do you know anything about it? Nobody knows what was in that alleged attempted overdose. Nobody.
Yeah, there hasn't been any toxicologists who testified as to what's there. I mean, so he's basically, is he assuming that what's there? Because he said Patrick said there were pills. He got his information from Patrick, right?
Yeah. Well,
but there's no toxicologist who testified on it.
no,
None.
we don't know how many, and we don't know what they were.
And if they were actual pills that were drugs,
and I'm not sure we know if they were consumed or not. Just because the glass was not, glass half empty, glass half full. It's so incomplete that it is frustrating.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous, but he's relying on it, and that's why I agree. I agree that there should have been a voir dire, and I think that also, you're making assumptions that because somebody, in your opinion, said something different than the husband said, right? This is basically what the conflict is. Well, she told me one thing, he told me another, therefore she's lying.
Right.
Where's that in a good peer-reviewed analysis is proper procedure and or with regard under Daubert? Where is that? Okay.
Yep. I mean, I know that they're closer to making that argument when they say, I read a statement attributed to her in one of the medical records and compared that against a statement she gave me. Okay, well, at least you got an argument about the inconsistencies because you have both statements coming from her, just reported differently, one directly and one through a medical report. Again, I need somebody to convince me that kind of evidence, inconsistencies, in and of itself leads to defeating a psychosis argument.
Right.
I need more. I'm sorry. I need more.
That's all they have. Remember, they have to disprove this, and I keep harping upon this. They have to disprove the fact that she had a mental disease or defect, and I don't think they can do that. The question is, did it cause her not to be able to? And I keep doing the shorthand: no right from wrong, right? Legal right from wrong, not moral right from wrong, but legal right from wrong. That's basically the analysis, and they have to disprove both counts beyond a reasonable doubt. They're not going to be able to disprove the first one, that she had a mental disease or defect. Even their doctor.
No, they've admitted it. Yeah, they've admitted that. Yeah. So you have they're pushing hard on. There goes her van. I guess they're moving in for the pickup. Yeah, they have to focus on her ability to conform her actions to the law, and that's what it is. So they're arguing, well, she had total control. She had all these things going on, but she still was able to control and conform her actions.
Because she could do everyday things like walk to a window and dive out head first. Got it.
Yeah. Oh, another inconsistency, of course, was the knife and the cutting of the screen.
But there's no
right?
screen that's cut, right?
No, there's not. So make
Yeah,
of that
it's
what you will.
yeah. I mean, that's is that part of the delusion that she thought she cut the screen? Is it part? All these things to me don't advance her whether she knew right from wrong. I think that, to me the jury's going to say, well, you had 3 kids at 3 separate times. That leads us to our discussion about could you find different verdicts on different kids, right? Which no one's really addressed.
No, nobody's
Or
addressed that, and I don't think
yeah,
it's going to be addressed. I think it's
I know.
just a given. It was never raised.
Right, right, and no, we have Dr. Gregor who has been doing this for 40 years because he realized 40 years ago that there was nothing dealing with postnatal maternal health, and he'll be on tonight. I am sure there must be some experts in the United States who believe in postpartum psychosis, and they could have found somebody in the United States as opposed to these 3, and I will use the term loosely, gentlemen right now because
Well,
I'm not feeling very ladylike in terms of giving them the great respect that they normally would get based on the degrees of being called doctor.
it could be that they did the search high and low, and people they did find with significant experience with postpartum psychosis agrees with the defense.
But wouldn't they have to disclose that to the defense then under
Well,
Brady?
depends on to what degree they consulted them.
Uh-huh.
You
Uh-huh.
know,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
you make a phone call, please don't write this down. And it doesn't take much to explore their predilection. If there's somebody, I have to imagine anybody that's done the time to have a legitimate opinion on the psychosis is, and they've done articles, they've been reported elsewhere. You can read what they've done and where they go, and you may not even have to contact them to see that ain't the person I need. They ain't going to be supporting the Commonwealth position, and it could just be that there are many of those out there. None of them helps the Commonwealth.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. So instead of closing tomorrow, oh please, let me just put my head down and think about the fact this
Yeah.
is not even my case, okay? And we are totally ensconced in here, and we have to
Told you
see
I
it
had
out.
this fear because we're way ahead of schedule. We're way ahead,
Mhm.
way ahead,
Mhm.
and the judge is taking advantage of that. Now so it's almost ironic. There's so much time. You're now creeping toward a Friday
Friday verdict. Friday verdict, because that jury's not going to want to come back on
Oh,
Monday.
there's not a chance in hell. If they don't get
Yeah.
it done Thursday, it'll be like Friday morning.
Yeah. There's no. I'll be driving the car up to the cabin, and you'll be hopping on with Domino until I get there, and then we'll be able to.
Well, if I'm still here, Domino will not be part of that fun. So
That's true. That's true. I was just saying. So yeah, here we are. Here we are. Isn't this exciting? And Kevin Reddington too has also been doing this himself. Now he's got his son behind him, and I know he's got paralegals and all, and he's got the internet behind him. It seems to me that he really has a whole facility of people that are doing research. So if there's anything on Dr. Sadoff between tonight and tomorrow, I'm sure that he will have it in his hands.
I mentioned that he has had a quick confab during the direct examination, and he went over and he to Patrick, his son, who's like 2 rows deep in the gallery on that side, who's sitting next to the tech guy, and they were so something triggered a request from the team during that original examination of the new doctor. So
okay. All right. So tonight we have 2 guests coming on.
Yeah, we have 2
right?
guests. It's gonna be fun. We have Grace Wong, who is now with East Idaho News / Nate Eaton, and she and I worked together back in the day with Court TV. So it's always great to run into her in these different settings. And that since we've both left Court TV now, she was there. She was at the original Court TV, circled back with the new Court TV, and is now with the latest purchase. Did you know? I didn't even know these numbers. We were talking about it. Jelly Smack.
Wait, didn't you just see the expert go pass? Is that the
that's a very good question.
looks like it.
I didn't see him until his back was to me.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Yeah, let me get him for you. They only paid $35 million. Jelly Smack only paid $35 million for Court TV.
Wow.
And they paid 3 times that for Long Crime. Must have been because we were on at the time.
I think absolutely the case, right?
Value was way up. But think about it this way. The friends that I know from the old Court TV, when they finally went to CNN owned it and they had it on the shelf, they went and said, we'll give you $100,000. And CNN just laughed in their faces. 4 years later, CNN picked up the phone and called them. Hey, you still want this? So they bought Court TV for $100,000, all their library. And now they resold it for $35 million. So I'm no economist. That sounds like a pretty good profit margin to me.
Yeah, that does sound like a good profit margin to me. But then you know what? We got to do our own thing, which without any overlords. Which our overlords are our viewers who are going to get us to 40,000, aren't you? I said 30,000. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
I know. See, now we're going backwards.
We're going backwards. Yeah. Thank you, Thores, for that donation. Good afternoon, Linda and Michael. Do you know if toxicology tests were run on each child? I was just wondering if maybe they were given medication not to feel the pain. If Lindsay was thinking that. We heard the medical examiner's testimony. I didn't hear anything about that. Did you?
No, not a thing. No. And again, I guess it might go to an issue of causation, but certainly not a major factor.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't think that was the case. So tonight you have Grace Wong, and then we have Dr. Alain Gregoire, who's coming back on. I told him that only half an hour, that we'd start with him as soon as we can after the recap for the show, because remember, it's 5 hours later, and I promised him he'd get to bed. So get your questions ready. I think Michael already has a number of questions he wants to ask Dr. Gregoire about postpartum psychosis and psychosis of women. By the way, I just would note that Dr. Sadoff is using the term postpartum psychosis, and so did Dr. Heilbronn at the very end of the cross-examination. So
it's a thing. It's a thing.
It really is a thing.
Dr. Heilbronn made clear that it's a symptom. So it's a thing to him, but it's a symptom. They're still not acknowledging it as a standalone condition. They're not there yet.
To be
but
true,
at least they acknowledge it exists in some form.
Yeah, at least they acknowledge it exists, which wasn't the case initially, if you recall. It ain't a thing. It ain't nothing. Anyhow, we also are mourning Dolly Parton, who
what a sad story that is. She was the best.
She's the best. Live forever. Live forever in our hearts. But so I think on that note, we're going to ask you, and I hate to morph over to subscribe, like, share, and notify. And remember Dolly Parton.
Yeah. All right, folks. Thanks for joining. These days are long and tough. Doctors are always long and tough. Today, no exception. So thanks for hanging in if you were able to. And if you weren't, I totally understand that. So get back with us at 6. Hey, we'll have another doctor. Our doctors, though, I will listen to. I wish we could listen to our doctors so much longer than these people are testifying. But anyway, join us for that tonight. And Grace Wong and I will go back over some memories in the good old days of Court TV. All right. Hey, see you tonight. Try to do the right thing, please.